Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Monday edition of High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to see you guys. Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I had a weekend. Seems to be a running theme now where it's just like, it's there. Anyway, the news did not stop, though. It was crazy. I really did toy with going live on Saturday and Sunday. But I also had to, I had to keep myself in check there. Realized on Saturday how much I really needed the day off. And then Sunday, yesterday, that was, holy crap, I have to catch up day. That sucked. I think you guys have all been there where you realize that not all your chores were done from the previous week. Yeah. Anyway, everything's done now, though. So we're all good. Anyway, big news today. We have a lot of news to get to just within the news cycle, but we also got some actual just like news for the channel. I'm excited. I'm very excited. So without burying the lead here, I'm just going to say that in the next couple weeks, we are going to be having some interviews, and I'm excited. I'm nervous. Everybody that I have interviewed up to this point, I have had kind of like a vibe with before. This is kind of the first time that I'm really going out there, and I'm kind of testing the waters. I'm also going to be, it looks like, doing some form of debate coming up here, which, yeah, we'll see. I'm still waiting on the topic on this one, so I'm not going to commit to it too hard here. I'm just going to say that it was at least offered. Which, hey, I'm, what can I say? Ew. Except that, hey, I guess the channel's growing here, so we're taking our strides. We're going. But yeah, I also did this thing where YouTube, this is just blatantly how it was. What up, Bandit? How you doing? Pinkerbell. Devil's Advocate. What up, dude? Woo! Yeah, big strides, dude. Big strides. So I actually might need to talk to you privately there. Get some pointers on how not to kind of, be me. Also, I want to make the announcement that if you guys have any questions in Discord, I know that I've kind of said it before that you guys can always go to Rectangles, but now it is official, where you guys can go to her with any requests to be on the show. If you guys want to set something up that you want to be featured on the show, you guys can tag her in the Discord and she will bring it to my attention if I do not already see it. But yeah, I just kind of I did it. I just said, hey, do you want to be the manager of my channel? And she said yes. So, I'm pretty happy about that. But yeah, guys, interviews. This is the thing about doing my show, where it is definitely a political show. It's a news and politics show that is also, geared towards the less serious side of things. Which, yeah, guys, this might have to be a propaganda thing. I'm toying with that one too. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think that I can do it on. I think it's almost more of a badge of honor if I do it here. So, who you got coming for your interviews? Or I can't say just yet. But I can say that I have been working on these for a while, so you guys can hint on that one. So, but it's more than one. And also here, guys, you know what? We have some news today about the 9th. So I didn't know how they were doing this. You know what? Screw it. I'll just bring this up. So this came from Congress, from one of the runners up for Congress here in Illinois' 9th, Justin Ford, who I gotta admit, he wasn't exactly on my radar before this, just gonna say. So, get this though. They, hi, my name is Justin Ford, pro-union Democrat running for U.S. Congress in Illinois' 9th. Great news. I won the 2nd position on the ballot. So I think they did this in a lottery system. Here is the position of each candidate on the ballot, and there's 17 for the Illinois 9th. So try and pay attention here, folks. Number 1, Daniel Biss, Evanston mayor. Not necessarily a surprise. Number 2, Justin Ford, as we said, environmental public health professor. Professional, not professor. Mike Simmons. Hey, we got Mike Simmons. Making number 3. That's good. That's good. State senator for the 7th district. Bushra Amawala, Skokie School District board member. Number 6, Jeff Cohen. Number 7, Bruce Leon. Number 8, Laura Fine, APAC candidate. Number 9, Phil Andrew. I'm not going to read all 17, but I'm going to a certain person. Number 10, Nick Piety. And then number 11, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. I don't know how this makes any sense. I have to just say that much, okay? Yeah, and then there's more, obviously, but I was kind of just going to point out that even with Kat's position in social media and her campaign actually doing really well as far as, like, outreach, she's still somehow, I mean, if this was truly a lottery system, then it kind of makes sense, okay? Why wouldn't they just go in alphabetical order? You'd think. You'd think. That's kind of what I was thinking. So when I thought I was going to be seeing the ballot, I thought it was going to be alphabetical. Yeah, because I was expected to see her, then Biss, and, the rest of them. But here we are. Anyway, we have a packed race and a pretty packed primary. From my understanding of things here. That seems the most fair to me, but what do I know? You're pretty smart, so you know some things. No, seriously. I don't think that the lottery system is... I don't know. I'm kind of torn on this one. Because technically, I mean, it's the lotto. So, it's just how your name gets pulled. But... Daniel Biss to be number 1 right off? Really? I don't know. I'm not saying there's any, fookery, but it is a little weird. I was going to say, oh, that's the ballot. Fuck yeah, that's not great positioning to have on a ballot. 11th? No. That's why I was saying. I'm like, wait a minute. I was not aware that this was going to be an uphill battle within the primary itself just because of something like that. But like I said, it was nice to see Mike Simmons get number 3. That was cool, but this Justin Ford dude I had never heard of before today. Which I might have even met the guy. That's the most embarrassing part. But, yeah, kind of weird. But like I said, in the next coming weeks, I'm going to be having some interviews with some runners up here. I'm excited. I I technically shouldn't even say anything right now, but I can't hold it in. I'm just going to do a little tease. We gotta hope. Well, this is where I'm thinking that with Kat's campaign, she is doing, like, she's doing well enough with it. I think that she is doing well enough with it. Hey guys. So, random, completely random. I gotta make a small, and when I say small change to the studio, I don't have enough room on my desk anymore for this giant thing, for to just hang there. Anyway, so I was thinking, I'm gonna just hang this somewhere, and I was thinking, I don't think that's gonna work. I have to do it to the side. See it? That's almost. I think there. I mean, there's Luigi, so I don't know where to put this. I want it to be visible, but I also did this thing where I cluttered my wall a bit too much. I'm playing a mobile game and I just got notified that Jesus stole from me. Now that is screenshot worthy, I will say that much, but anyway. Yeah, I know, a little all over the place today, because I'll be completely real. I was in the middle of my little tirade there, and yeah, I got distracted because I found this in my pocket. I was like, oh, I forgot to do that, so at some point in stream, we're going to be doing that. And yes, you guys will help me figure out where to do this, because I don't need it necessarily on camera. Just put it like, I don't know, attach it to the desk. Ooh, actually, that might work. Nah, damn. Of course, it's got to be made of that material that's just like, nah, you're not gonna stick anything to that. Anyway, what up, Tony? How you doing? Hope you guys are doing well. You guys know what to do. I'm seeing you guys a lot today. So I'm going to say everybody now, just to kind of break myself from that cycle. I know we all do it, but I catch myself doing it a lot. So, yeah, everyone, as you file in here, hit that like button. Really appreciate it. It helps out the stream. You guys know the deal. Damn it. I tried. So, a few things that I wanted to cover just from the weekend before the politics is I was able to not only get some chores done, but also watch the backlog of some stuff that I haven't even been able to tackle for a while. So, except for it, thank God that they kept that in like the Game of Thrones Sunday spot, which, come on, that's like peak TV viewing. I love the fact that they do it simultaneous to the live simulcast. So, yeah, I still watch that. But South Park, finally got to watch 2 episodes of that I was behind. That was cool. I started watching Dragon Ball Super all of a sudden because I ran out of DBZ Abridged to watch. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll watch some DBZ Super, which you're going to hate me, but I'm doing the dub. I don't care. I've known those voice actors to be part of these characters for so long that it's just as natural to hear it as the sub, but, you know, I can do other things and do chores around the house if I need to, while also simultaneously watching / listening. Can I also say this is, I think Emma Vigeland said this, but she, if she didn't, whoever did nailed it, but I'm 90% sure it was her. Baseball is the perfect game for trying to just get shit done. Just putting it on in the background and just occasionally walking up and just be like, okay, what's the score? Okay, cool. I can agree. It finally made me go, oh, okay, I kind of get baseball a little bit now. Even though it's not like I didn't get it. It's just that so many times have I been watching a baseball game where I'm like, why am I watching this game? I don't think the dub is too bad when it comes to DBZ, to be honest. It's not. It's not, especially Super. Super, they did really well with it. It just, I don't know, man. The older I get, the more I just find Goku to be completely insufferable. I'm on the Goku Black arc, and I can tell you right now, holy crap. Like, just him going with Beerus and Wheeze to go and see what's his name, Zabuze or whatever the fuck. Holy crap. I was like yelling at the TV just like, like, why is DBZ Abridged so right about Goku? I'm sorry, but DBZ Abridged really did characterize him perfectly. Like, he is just such an idiot. Other than that, what else did I watch? There's something else. Oh, it wasn't about watching. I was able to finally beat the main game of Pokemon ZA. Which, if you guys haven't played it and you have any intention on playing a Pokemon game, I highly recommend that one. Wow. I also had this weird situation today where I kind of realized that, you know, when you're going through like older movies that you really enjoyed, that now you don't enjoy them as much. MCU movies. I hate to say it, man. I'm finding myself enjoying like some of the classics a lot less. Cause yeah, Iron Man was on and I was just like, it wasn't as perfect as I used to think it was. I'll admit, I was one of those guys where I was just like, say what you will about the Avengers and all these other movies, Iron Man was done perfectly. Even that one. Yeah, I'll be having a discussion coming up here. Oh, you know what? If Devil's Advocate, if you're still here, you might be someone I might want to have that with, because I'm trying to get a few people on board from like the This Space community to come in and talk about MCU's upcoming projects and kind of just how we feel about them. And if there is any hype behind it, because I'm finding myself with a lack of hype. It kind of sucks. You know, like I didn't rush out to see Fantastic Four. I waited until it came on to Disney Plus, and then after watching it the first time, I was like, yeah, it's a good movie. Watched it a second time, pretty close like to the, you know, first time, and immediately I was just like, oh, wait. There's definitely flaws here. Can I just say, main one that just really bugs me. It's like a grind my gears moment. So they get back. She's holding a baby, and the first thing they do is the press conference. I don't know. I found it. I get the drama, but it did bother me. I'm just gonna say. And yeah, I think it kind of plays into like the whole, I just don't feel like anything is as eventful or like the Marvel industrial complex. It really is. And even DC, I gotta be honest, guys. So I'm not a Snyder bro by any means. I still can't get over the whole Zod thing. Like at the end of Man of Steel, I never got over that. And Martha, I'm sorry, that was such a good movie up until that point. It's like, why did you ruin it all right there? I could even accept stupid Lex Luthor as Jesse Eisenberg as stupid Lex Luthor, but then you go and do that. I just like the Granny's peach tea or the Granny's sweet tea or whatever. Like even that scene. But you gotta save Martha. It's so bad. It's been done to death too, but seriously, can't ignore the fact that they made that decision. And then I have to say that like the whole release, the Snyder Cut, it did kind of prove that it was like, no, this was a much better movie than the one that you guys released. But you also know what it proved? That he had no idea what the fuck he was doing. As far as like the three, like I'm glad he didn't get the trilogy. Whatever. So it ended where it ended. I'm perfectly fine with that because oh my God, what he was planning on doing was so stupid. Lois Lane was going to have Batman's kid because Superman got turned evil by Darkseid, and then he was gonna kill Lois or something, and then Superman's kid becomes Robin. What? Man, that was gonna piss off everybody. Just gonna say, but stupid Lex is bitch Stewie, or wait, stupid Lex author is the bitch Stewie of Lex Luthor's. Yeah, I didn't like Eisenberg as Lex. His whole bringing Mark Zuckerberg and then just tweaking it. Like, literally, it was, what if Mark Zuckerberg took enough amphetamines and then scene? That's all he did. If you ever need to wonder what the motivation behind Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor was. I actually like the new guy. I forget his name. Nicholas Hoult. I think he does a really good job. I just find it hilarious, and I can't unsee it. The fact that he based part of his cadence on Tim fucking Pool is beyond me, but I guess he was looking for somebody that was technically villainous, and his exact wording was, I was looking for somebody who is a lot dumber than they think, or like they think they're smarter than they are, and honestly, they're pretty stupid people. He was like, I went through those types of things, and I found Tim Pool, so he's ripping on him, but at the same time, it's kind of like, oh, now that I know that, I watched Superman again, and I can't not see Tim Pool, especially because he's bald, too, which... I mean, hey. Do not besmirch his name. We have a segment coming up. I already had to see you put that fucking title up. We're gonna have some words here. We're gonna have some words. Kickflip. I still keep thinking that, like, there are new people coming into this stream that have no idea what that is. I should probably just make an announcement, or, like, make a something for on the soundboard where I just like announce like, here comes Tim Pepper or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, no wonder he was so insufferable. I know. Specifically the scene where he's like the stupid dog. It's just like, I see it. I can't unsee it. But also leave it to James Gunn to because you know that came from James Gunn, where he's just like, here, I need you to watch this clip and just do that guy's voice. Oh my God. I hope there's footage of that somewhere. But yeah, that is part of the segments today. Emma Vigeland was on Tim Heidecker's podcast, which out of all of her appearances, Tim Heidecker's was probably the best. I was able to watch the Pod Save Bros or whatever. That was cool. Like, I'm glad that she was able to make the rounds. Fran, I haven't seen that one yet, but I heard it was really good. Heard they had a pretty natural candor, which, come on. Did you really think that they weren't going to? Am I getting feedback? I don't even have headphones. Hold on one sec, guys. I'm getting a weird audio. Oh, shit. I think I knocked my cable out. It's like, why is this buzzing? Ghost. The bat signal, but just a giant beanie in the sky. Well, the giant beanie, but, you know, a lot of people would be like, is that a condom? I don't know why they would have British accents, they just would. Anyway, all right, now I have to talk about the politics of this weekend, which were fucking insane, guys. Like, this is the second weekend in a row where the political news cycle did not turn off. And it ended in a completely unexpected way for me, personally, because for all of us, come on, which one of you guys, please sound off if you thought that this was going to happen. Thought that he was going to just do an about face and be like, you know what? Fuck it. Release them all. That was not how I thought it would end. I thought he was going to just... I thought he was going to ride this one out, but now I'm starting to worry too, because immediately it's like, all right, so he's controlling the narrative. Did somebody come in and just say, listen, this is a lot easier to do if you just say release the files and then we play the game of redacted, redacted, not redacted. Yeah, I'm wondering where they're going with this. Like, what's the angle? Because the news was all too happy to jump on that. Giving him his little out, which you have to call for what it is. By the way, Elvis, what up? Peace from Ireland. Good to see you. How's things in Ireland, man? I hope they're a little bit better than here. Fucking Christ. Oh, there is good news, though. I thought he might, with the DOJ investigation potentially preventing the actual release, it might not actually be able to get released, and he's just doing words. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, my God. I don't know how I missed it. See? This is how they do it. This is how they, they flood the zone, and then you have people that usually see the holes, and then you're just like, okay, wait a minute. And then I'm thinking too hard and just missing the blatantly obvious answer here where, okay, announce that Pam Bondi's doing the thing. So set up Scapegoat. Scapegoat is now set up. So now he comes out and says, you know what? Release them all. Release the hounds. Release the files. I forgot what I was releasing, but technically, release it all. I don't give a shit. Because, yeah, it's already planned that then the DOJ, Pam Bondi is just going to come in and be like, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President. We can't. That's so unfortunate. We have an active investigation that you ordered. That's so unfortunate. Let me ask this prosecutor. Mr. Prosecutor, what do you think? Oh, you said no? Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Oh my God, it's so fucking obvious. And then he's just gonna ride into the sun. Hey, you know what? They told me that I couldn't release them. Too bad. You know what else? The Supreme Court said I couldn't release those $2,000 checks. I'm just doing that. I can't be doing what I want to be doing. Ain't that a bitch, guys? I'm the good guy. Dude, he's totally... Oh, my God. I can't even make this one funny because it really is just... It's too real. Well, thank you, Pinkerbell, for that wonderful dose of reality. Ghislaine Maxwell's horse is named Bubba, so now I know, I'm hearing all that stuff. I played into it, folks. I mean, here, if nothing else, do me a solid, which you guys can honestly do me a solid by checking out this video. Watch it for a little bit, maybe leave it on in the background, but hit the like button, try and get it out there, share it as much as you can. Because, yes, I will fully acknowledge that I have been kind of neglecting this side of my YouTube channel, which is okay. I've obviously had some stuff going on. And I've been a little bit busy. But finally was able to clip one of my VODs and get it out there. But I did also kind of toy with doing the premiere, but everybody's like, we don't like it when you put it on premiere, so yeah, that didn't work out for me. That's where it gets a little bit of a boost, but yeah, if you guys could do me that solid, I really appreciate that. And yeah, check out the thumbnail though. The thumbnail was pretty good. Oh, and also Epstein's brother said that Bubba isn't referring to Bill. Well, scandalous. As if it matters. I don't know, guys. Can I just... I'm gonna give my real take here. I'm not even gonna try and be funny about it. And this is actually playing into it. Because I usually see the funny in things like this, and... kind of look at the way that, just people talk to each other. I just feel like he was fucking around. There's a few of those emails that have come out that I feel like he was fucking around. But does that mean we can't have fun with this and that it's not getting under Trump's skin? Let's do it. No, we gotta we have to definitely double down on getting under his skin and, you know, posting about it, tagging it. Oh, by the way, when I tried to promote my video over on Twitch, the hashtag of Danica Lewinsky apparently is no go. What up, Anna? How you doing? Hope you had a good weekend. I just made an announcement that I will be interviewing some hopefuls for the seat of the IL9 coming up here. So, yes, the irons are officially out of the fire and now they are cooling. And every once in a while I'll surprise myself where it's like, oh, actually that really worked. And yeah, we're also going to be making some bigger strides on the channel here, where I'm going to be doing the long promised don't let your irons cool. Oh wait, I thought I was supposed to. I thought we were supposed to, and then we put, you know, with irons. Oh, you know what? God damn it! Strike while the irons are hot. That's what it is. Okay. See, I was thinking more along the lines of like we're finishing up the actual whatever we're building, but now yes, you're right. I am striking while the irons are hot. Damn it! Thought I had something good there. Well, piss on that sword. No, I'm pretty excited about this though, because close. Yeah, I mean, not really. I was pretty far off. It's okay. Hey, I acknowledge my imperfections. I don't play the Rob Cohen game of never say you're sorry, never apologize. Could you imagine if I did that? I should just try for one stream where it's just I Donald Trumpify myself, where it's just like, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck everybody here. I won't be able to not do the voice though. It's just like never admit defeat, never admit you're wrong. So that's crazy. That's crazy that tactically I said you know, strike while the irons are cold. You know, cold irons. Cold irons are better. I just said so. But no, guys. I think you get where I'm going with this. As I said, I don't want to. But like I also said about the long gestating members only content, that is finally coming. I'm going to be doing like little bits for you guys. Finally be doing, like, my idea was, you know how I was like talking about doing like a cribs, which I admit it's just way to date yourself there, guy. But something like that where I'm just gonna kind of do some videos wandering around the house for the members only stuff. So if you guys are interested in that, seeing a little bit more of my life, you are welcome to join as a member. That will be an all members tier kind of thing. What the heck did I just step into? Did Pep finally see the truth? About what? Irons getting cold? Serena, no, I don't know when you came, when you popped in here, but if you were talking about me doing my Donald Trump never admit defeat moment there, yeah, it's because I don't know terms of phrase very well, apparently. But hey, I get to, you know what? You get to be kind of excited because you're going to see some familiar faces coming on to the program here. So I am very excited. Finally to, Serena, though, while I have you here, did you see that the ballot did come out, or like the ballot placement came out today? And that cat was number 11. Which, wow. My cat number 3, though. I am happy about that, but I was going to ask you specifically, did Dan Biss have, was this actually a lottery? Because it seems like it was a lottery. I've seen your face multiple times already. I understand that. I'm not talking about me. Wow. No, you didn't see the ballot placement yet? Oh, okay. Real quick. So, you got Dan Biss first. Justin Ford second, Mike Simmons third, Bushra Amawala is fourth, 6th Jeff Cohen, Bruce Leon is 7th, Laura Fine is 8th, Phil Andrew is 9th, Nick Paetti is 10th, and Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is 11th. And then Sam Poland, 12th. Bethany Johnson. Howard Rosenblum. 15th is somebody that I have... What? Park Ridge resident, not otherwise publicly campaigned. Oh, that's why. Interesting. Hohen. Okay, I don't know any of these other people. So, after 11, I could talk about ballot placement, though. I went through that. So, how's that go? Serena, if you don't mind actually explaining it to me, because, yeah, I don't want... Trust me, I don't want my audiences getting my base understanding as theirs. So, as somebody who has gone through this and understands exactly how this is run in Illinois, if you don't mind chiming on in. Trump doesn't really talk like that. He talks like that because of his dumb base. No, he does. He does. He talks stupidly, but there's no denying that. Are you fine if you type? Yeah, totally. Go ahead. Yeah, type it on out, and I will make sure that the audio-only crowd gets that, because that was a bit of a shock to me this morning, not gonna lie. Especially coming from somebody that I had never heard of. Like, that's how I found out. Which tells me that, you know, the campaigns are starting to ramp up. So people submit their packets for running to the appropriate place. In this case, clerk's offices, I'm sure. Okay. But in the packets, this can't be based on signatures, like amount of signatures. I think this is where I'm personally like going to ask the question that most people are curious about is if it was based on signatures, and I mean, I've seen Kat get so many that I don't know. I just feel like it didn't translate. I mean, 11th, but what ends up happening is that there's such a thing as simultaneous filing. So it's first come, first serve. Oh, really? That is interesting. So now I'm a little... Oh. Okay. So, does this go back like a few years even? Or like when Jan announced that she was not going to be running for the position again? Like, if Bish showed up at exactly 8 a.m. and then Simmons showed up at 8:15, then Bish shows up first period. Oh my God, it's literally like, okay, so this isn't about days or like, this is, oh my God. So is it like that though, where everybody kind of puts it off until the very last moment? Or can you, like, do you have to do it a certain day? So you guys are sitting waiting there in line like you guys are Pokemon scalpers? Oh, man. Candid lithograph. Lithograph. Just did that Chicago thing where I put a TH in where the PH is. Might not be here long today. I am sorry to hear that, but I agree. My God. Agree. Obviously, my brain is pudding today, so I appreciate everybody kind of bearing with me. But yes, I appreciate you being here. Oh no, I'm a trading card collector. I am too, but you know what I quit doing? Going to those. I missed all of the newest release because I don't want to even be around those people. I don't think I scout, but I are bit. Wait. So you're one of these. Do you? Well, all right. You're a scalper if you sell them at a higher rate. That's just scalping. But if you collect them and then you get that one card that can pay for an entire set, I'm okay with that though. Again, I do have like a mix here. Then you're a scalper. Okay. No, it's okay. Like, this is where I've had to admit, it's like, like me, I don't get rid of anything. I don't sell anything. But I'm also an idiot, so. Nah, I hate the whole current state of card collecting, whether it's Pokemon, Magic, any of it. I absolutely hate that these sneakerhead assholes got into just trying to make money off of this, off of a hobby like this. It's like, I'm so done. So, yeah, I haven't built a deck since Temporal Forces, and I probably won't because I got back into Magic, but then Magic got targeted. Fun! So much fun. Then I got into another card game where I was like, I'll play Gundam instead. Then that got targeted, so, yeah, I get it. Anyway, lots were drawn between us two people and ended up at the top of the ballot, and the other person showed up second. There was a gal who filed at 8:05. Jeez. So realistically, that is kind of what's happening then. You guys have to, if you want a good position, then you have to be there early. So did Dan have the benefit of like sending a staffer? Because I'm sure, wait a minute, can staffers go? Is it just the campaign, or do you have to show up in person? That's another thing. All right, so I'll buy for something for like 10 cents, then sell it for 50 when it's worth several bucks. I'm not trying to drive up prices. I just fill certain gaps. That sucks. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's not even worth it to me to like fill in the gaps anymore, because people are charging too much for even single cards. And I went to a card store the other day, and I noticed that they just had stacks of all the new product that they definitely did not order. If they're going to play into that system where it's like you already have the ability to order your own, if you're going out to other big box stores and taking up their inventory too, fuck you. Fuck you. Don't ever wonder why this hobby, once it's dead, you're not going to have anybody left, because everybody's going to have given up on that one. The nice thing is, tabletop gaming still doesn't have that problem, so I've never done that. Okay, well, then you're not part of the problem in that regard, but I'm just saying in my experience, like I said, going into a card store and just being like, what are you doing? On day one, charging double what a pack is worth. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for stun locking on card collecting and just the state of collecting in general, because I went through this with Funko Pops, man. Like, it's the same exact thing. I've never bought a Funko that I was just like, oh, I'm gonna speculate on this one, it might be worth something. Yeah. Have I talked about Dim Tool yet? Not yet, Andrew. What up? I have not talked about him yet. I mean, did have the appearance from his wannabe sidekick, Tim Pepper here. You know, his biggest fan. Shut the fuck up! Oh, wait, I'm supposed to cover my mouth when I do that. Yes, I do have a Tim Pool's biggest fan, Pepper Puppet with a beanie. It is a very confusing crossover here, but whatever. It fucking works. He does little kick flips, too. So, yeah, we're going to be going into that. Actually, you know what? I might lead off this show with that, because what got exposed? Oh, well, I mean, you are going to have to wait a little bit, because when I say lead off the show, I do mean, unfortunately, it's going to have to go like to story number 3, because I do have to go through what happened this weekend with Donald Trump and all that BS. You just happened to get here 15 minutes before I usually go into my news half. But Andrew, welcome. Especially if you are new here. I think I recognize you, though. I don't know. Ever since YouTube did this weird thing where they changed everybody's normal handles to your @ handles, I honestly don't know. Yeah, you've been here. That's what I thought. I really wish they would get rid of that. And I did look, guys, by the way, it is not a function. We chatted a long time ago. Oh, awesome. Well, I always appreciate a return chatter, and like I said, let's be honest. How bad do you think that Tim Pool could have buried himself even farther? I still can't get over the whole, him being in the White House press pool and then having everybody in the same press pool looking at him like, who the fuck is this guy? We just ignored that too because we all did kind of get caught in the whole like, oh, did you hear that Tim Pool was in the White House press pool? Hey. Tim Pool in the press pool. Hey. Sorry. He's such an asset. I know. Well, yes, he's a capital ASSET. CIA, FBI, I mean, he is one of the most useful idiots, but Donald Trump is the most useful idiot. Let's be real. Donald Trump is being taken by everybody. Everybody. Putin, Ping, all of them. They are all playing this guy like a fucking fiddle. Do you think there's mega dirt on Pool? I don't know. I don't think so. Alan! Sex pest or something? No, I don't think so. No, and I don't like speculating like that because he hasn't really done, and this is going to be weird. Oh, God, you put me in a position of standing up for Tim Pool. Why would you do that? To quote Sebastian Maniscalco in his exact inflection, why would you do that? Because, all right, Destiny is a known sex pest. He has multiple allegations. We have seen the Discord messages. We have just kind of brushed over the fact that his child, the one that it's his seed, but exposing what he's doing on Discord, like, even his kid understands how fucked up he is. And I have to say, yeah, that's kind of fucked up when, Destiny has gotten as many passes as he has, number one. But this is to my point with Tim Pool. We've known about this stuff with Destiny, and I've never heard anything like that about Tim Pool. So it's like, on this one, I guess he has the moral high ground. Yeah. I don't like saying that. That felt weird. Anyway, Alan Dershowitz is one of the slimiest people in our politics. He's not really a politician, though. You have to understand that he's just a lawyer. Like, he got involved in the politics because of Donald Trump. We wouldn't associate him with politics if it wasn't for Trump, by the way. I knew Alan Dershowitz as just the celebrity attorney. He's just a sellout, useful idiot. Yes, absolutely. By his own admission, because, like, look at the way that... Oh, boy. I realized that I was about to say something that could have encapsulated myself. So the structure of his show is he goes through the headlines, and this is one of my favorite things he ever admitted, where he's like, I go through the daily headlines, and I select the ones that look interesting to me, and then I just formulate an opinion right there on the spot. He doesn't really think it through. He does, when he is asking questions, he's not necessarily and this is where he kind of does himself a disservice, and this is where I'm a bit different, is I'm asking questions because I don't know, but he does the opposite, where he'll formulate his opinion, and then his opinion is the right opinion, and you cannot have a disagreeable opinion. Otherwise, you're stupid, and he's gonna point to you, and he's gonna use his platform and try to get a gotcha moment, because you know how he can argue one-on-one with four other... Like, what is it about these guys, by the way, that everybody associates with being, like, these great debaters, or, like, these guys that, these great idea men, who have 6 other fucking dudes on their shows. PBD, Tim Pool, fucking even Andrew Schultz, like, all of these assholes, they can never just do, like, one-on-one. And when they do, they usually get cooked, and especially Tim Pool. We've seen it, and this is also why I think that, like, the Emma Vigeland thing really stuck in his craw, is because she was one of the ones that he really couldn't do that, like, alpha male fucking questioning your masculinity type thing, because she just saw through all that bullshit. And also she did kind of like outbro him a little bit. I will just say this much: she could probably outbro me because of the fact that she, like, still knows, like, names of players on teams and stats and all that shit. I'm just like, oh, I just saw that they won and they weren't that bad. Like, that's where I'm at with sports anymore. Like, I quit paying attention pretty much after the Cubs 2019. And after the Hawks started missing the playoffs consistently, and then we just got rid of everybody that was part of the dynasty, where I was just like, I just don't care. Like, we got Connor Bedard and, oh, God, who's our goalie? I don't even know. Oh, Spencer Knight. There we go. Spencer Knight. So we have two players that I'm just like, yeah. That is not the way it used to be anyway. What do you think about Epstein directing some of the things in the White House? I think that was, yeah. I think that the popular idea that Trump could have had something to do with Epstein's demise seems to be gaining traction amongst the people that were kind of like, you know, I didn't really want to give the conspiracy crowd any credence. And that's where this comes from, by the way. And I'm thinking that was a psyop all the way back then, was get the craziest people to take over the conspiracies that are right, feed them the conspiracies. So it seems this like it's this outrageous thing that we just could never believe, because the conspiracy fucking nuts are already there. So why would we listen to them? Because they're nutty. Listen to me. I'm literally doing the thing where it's just like, they were trying to say we were crazy. Meanwhile, God. I think they are, though. I really do. I think that they tried to play this little bit of a psyop with it. And we're now seeing the consequences of it. But we're also seeing a lot of people do the, hey, like, because I kind of made my peace with this one, where I'm like, okay, I have to say I'm sorry to a certain contingent, and it sucks. Like, I don't like doing this, especially when there are, like, I'm saying sorry to the same people that were like, JFK Jr. is coming back to life, and he's going to be in Houston on this exact day at this exact time. Even those assholes, I'm going to be like, you were wrong. That was crazy, but I'm sorry. But bringing it back to Tim Pool, I don't think he would be able to do that, by the way. Because these guys really, it's like they saw Donald Trump and they heard about the Ron or Rob, I keep forgetting. But either way, they're the school of Cohen, who just never admit that you're wrong. Just, again, these blatant, just always be an asshole and just be unabashed about it. And then that you can escape whatever the fuck you want. Saddest part is, he was right. People like Tim and Andrew need other men around to validate their dumbass opinions. Yeah. Same with PBD. Okay. That kind of makes sense. You should pull up Alan Dershowitz Wikipedia. I don't need to do that. Trust me. I already know about the I kept my underwear on Dershowitz. We've discussed this plenty of times. I'm not going to make Alan Dershowitz the center of my ire, though, because he's already kind of been exposed, and there's nothing you can do to get the general public to go like, yeah, you know what? That's fucked up. We should totally get that guy fucked. Roy Cohen. Wow. Out of all the R names, I was still wrong. Great. Yeah. The underwear flap guy. Yeah, it's disgusting, but it's well known, man. And then he goes out there, my name was cleared, it was a case of mistaken identity, it was in a civil court case that It's like, oh, there it is. The civil part. Got it. That's what you're hiding behind now. Okay. Someone also said Ivana was scheduled to be deposed the day that she fell. What? Huh. See? Excuse me. But they are going to have to deal with that. Everything is sketchy as fuck right now. You got Hillary Clinton's, alleged ex-lover, Vince Foster. You have Mr. Jeffrey Epstein himself. And then you have, like, I don't know, man. Because I think that my theory on the Donald Trump, him getting behind this and using it was that he thought that was his version of taking the power back. And then just being like, I'm going to have full control of this. There's no way that this could ever blow up in my face. Meanwhile, it's like a Looney Tunes cartoon where you just hear the tick, 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 tick. I just got bristled at the idea of someone who controlled the party so much that any leftist thought he was just a lawyer is in danger of spreading the wrong consciousness. I don't think that anybody really just thought he was a lawyer. The thing is, there was a lot of people that were calling it out, but they just couldn't say, like, there was, like, this degree of, if I say anything, then my career could be over, and they're a target the fuck out of me. Legally, and, I don't know, man. This idea that, these powerful people do not have the ability to just get rid of people that are super inconvenient for them. Yeah, no, that's a thing. I mean, look at the Boeing whistleblowers that we all forgot about. 2 of them. I have a very special place in my hate zone for Dershowitz's not ever leaving. I'm not trying to get you not to hate him. I'm just saying, like, personally, I'm not going to reserve that space in, like, he did it to Cornel West twice, decades apart. What? Dude, Cornel West has talked himself out of positions in power plenty. He was never going to win any level of the presidency. I hope you understand that. I don't know what he did to Cornel West. It's just the fact that you brought him up, and I'm like, yeah, well, Cornel West is also just, unrealistic. Oh, getting him fired from Harvard. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know he got fired from Harvard. There was a helicopter in the 80s that mysteriously went down with all of with all the Trump people, so he got out of some massive thing or deal, I forgot. Wait, who? Alan Dershowitz? Cornel West was also problematic, but he cost him tenure twice based on letters written by Dershowitz. Okay, see, I didn't know that. And yeah, that's fucked up. No, try not to understand what I'm saying here, because I'm not saying that, yeah, Cornel West didn't have anything done wrong to him. Trump. Wait, so Trump got out of... Really? Huh. See? This is interesting that there's like a new Q contingent that is going through all of Trump's like dirty dealings, and oh, good luck with that. Dude, we spent 4 years in his first presidency trying to convince people that it's like, hey, that grab her by the pussy thing should have really been a bridge too far. But enough people were just like, nah. Hey, so what? He grabs a few here, grabs a few there. Who cares? You know what? I want my taxes cut. Like, that's realistically what happened. Both time over Palestine, which, like, Cornel West is a misogynist. He's praised Ron DeSantis. That's what I'm saying. Cornel West has had some just idiotic takes. Also, I think that his whole, like, I'm going to run as an independent. No, I'm not. I'm going to run on the Green Party. No, I'm not. It's like, wait a minute. What are you doing? Anyway, I'm so mad at Dershowitz for a lot of shit that led to the campus arrests and deportations. Were you, like, part of that or something? I don't know. I usually have like my ire reserved for people that like did like you know what? You know who my guy is? Rahm Emanuel. Fuck Rahm Emanuel. Like seriously, fuck that guy. That guy is, you want to talk about politicians costing like you money, that kind of shit? I'm right there. Rahm Emanuel was personally responsible for taking some legislation that would have benefited my industry at the time, but no, he had to give him his brother a sweetheart deal and then just kind of say this thing where he was just like, hey, yeah, you know what? There's these other companies that can come in and do what you're doing. Another big win for private industry. No, well, no one else will ever recapture the Perot magic from '92. I mean, do you think Ron Paul didn't get close? I mean, Bernie got really close. I mean, as far as... I think that Bernie would have been a Perot had he been able to run as an independent. But, then again, hold on. There's a reason he caucuses with the Dems. See, I'm trying not to speak too far out of my ass. I know that I do that, but... don't need to just be Ron Paul still doing his thing, calling out bombing ships in open waters. Oh yeah. Again, somebody that's, I don't know, this is the thing about libertarians is like, I would much rather engage with a libertarian because I know that we will find common ground on, you know, extra, I hate this word, extra judicial killings. One of these days I'll just be able to say it without even thinking. And then, yeah, Israel-Palestine, but depends on the libertarianism, or on the libertarian. Again, I can picture myself having a conversation with Dave Smith. I actually think that me and Dave would probably be completely fine with each other as far as at the end of it type of thing, just being like, hey, it's good talking to you, you know what, 420, smoke in peace, and have a good day. Actually know some of the people that opened for him and have said that he's just overall a really nice dude. There's a libertarian here in Virginia named Nathan something, glad I forgot his name. Yeah, you know what pisses me off? We actually had like a libertarian win one of our open positions because it was an uncontested position. And I was like, wait a minute, really? Damn it. To see that he had a libertarian, like, we had a libertarian on the ballot, I was like, oh, this sucks. I'm not sure if you guys have that thing too, where it's like you can't just leave it blank, and sometimes there's some shenanigans there where they don't let you do a write-in. I don't like that. This dude wanted parents to own their children. Wait, what? Like slaves? Wait, for real? Like that's a thing? Wait, what? That's a thing? You know what? Why am I saying that with so much surprise? Of course it's a thing. Of course it is. Why? In 2025, why wouldn't any of these ideas that at first glance you go, huh? Just have a bunch of people going like, yeah. Contracts. Ugh, that's depressing. I'm just gonna be real. That's fucking depressing. Kidnapped his own daughter and wanted to do you know what? Dude went on a hunger strike and died like 10 years ago. Wait, who? Who are we talking about? The guy, like this Nathan dude? Cornel West and the will he, won't he thing. It was right out of Perot's playbook. Oh. Wasn't Perot also like, I don't know, pretty popular like beforehand? I thought that he had like enough people to listen to him. Cause God. Serena, I might have been 6 or 7 when this shit was going down. So I was a little too young. Like I remember it, but I don't. Like I remember my parents reacting to it. And I do remember Bill Clinton being on Arsenio. I remember that. We used to watch Arsenio as a family. Then I remember, was it Ross Perot was on, it was either Jay Leno or it was the Johnny Carson show when Jay Leno was guest hosting, but I don't know. Maybe my brain's like just mixing up all my all the media that I've ever watched, and I'm just like getting that completely wrong, but I could see that then, because again, being on late night in the 90s, that was a totally different thing. That's the first election I remember watching the results come in on the news. Really? Yeah. Yeah, I remember my dad being really pissed. That was one of the first times that I could associate the word Republicans and lower taxes, because my pops, and I did ask him, I also was like, did you vote? He's just like, no. I'm like, then why are you mad? Again, as a child, understood that. I'm like, well, it's almost like you could have contributed to the person not losing by voting. And it's not like he has anything on his record or anything like that. He's just lazy. I'm sure we all have people in our lives like that where they love to bitch about like the current political system, and then you just ask, you're like, who'd you vote for? It's like, I didn't vote. It's like, you put that much time into your little tirade, and then just I can't get with the age of consent crowd. Oh, I forgot. Oh my God, I forgot about those guys. I put those dudes out of my mind. And yes, now I remember there's this contingent of libertarians where that's all they're about. We're going to watch this video coming up today about like the beauty pageant stuff and why rich dudes are obsessed with teen women. Because, yeah, I think that we should probably, I know it's uncomfortable, but we should probably acknowledge it because, dude, this idea, like that, like the Megyn Kelly thing, that should have gotten so much more pushback from everybody. She's actually lucky that Donald Trump got to be the main news this weekend. Otherwise, I think that you would have seen her little spiel there circulating a lot more. My ex-roommate did the same thing, talked for months about how voting against Ted Cruz was important, and then just didn't. Awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, don't you just love when... Yeah, great. And the red flag, anybody squawking about age of that should go without saying. Yeah. I'll just say that for me, anybody that even knows the age of consent, immediately I'm just like, oh, you're a problem. You're definitely a problem. Because I remember hearing somebody say 17, and I was like, what? Like 17? Like, I can't, that's not right. I'm like, I thought it was 18. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought it was 18 federally. And then everybody's explaining to me, they're like, no. When I found out it was a state thing too, I was like, oh, dude, child marriage is still legal in states. How are we not making that a bigger deal? How are we not constantly just being like, hey, so you know these southern states that like to go around touting about the big old scary cities? I mean, there's some shit that we should really just kind of, I don't know, collectively go, yeah, that's fucked up. What's up with that? The Dark Horseman took out our atheist flank. The Dark... Wait, who's the Dark Horseman? Because all I can say for, like, the current, you know, situation, I want to talk about that coming up here. You know what? I know that I've put off this Tim Pool thing and everything else for too long. So, first off, we're going to go through the smaller stories that are just more, like, passive, that not much to really commentate on outside of the headline. Sometimes that is just how it goes. You can use a certain site for that, but I really do think that the whole dark web, new age, atheists like Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson, and others, Tim Pool is a creation of this space and the enlightened centrist archetype. You're not necessarily wrong. Yeah, because I could see how, like, that pipeline, how he skated on that pipeline. See what I did there? He's literally trying to appear as a classical secular liberal. Yeah, well, that's why it is always infuriating. Honestly, I think that the Majority Report wouldn't even talk about him half as much if he didn't do that pretend like, well, I'm just technical. I'm a classic liberal, you know. I came from the left and, you know, I used to work for the left and I just kind of, I see things now like being a little bit more moderate and blah, 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 blah. Going back to my original point that I may not have made. Oops. Realistically is that he just said, he's like, yeah, I skim through the headlines and then I formulate a quick opinion and then I defend that opinion. Yeah, Tim Pool is not affiliated with this space. I have to say. We have been through this a lot, and I know that I'm not the only creator from this space that's run into this problem. Where we're just like, oh, fuck. Yeah, sometimes. Excuse me. Dude, I can literally taste the sneeze about to come. I thought about it. Now it's going to hit me randomly. Great. Tim Pool is no Cornell West. I wasn't saying he was. That's a... I have to just... That's a... No, he's not. He won't fall from grace because he has never inspired me once. You do realize that he has, like, an audience of other people, right? Like, not us. But now, I mean, I'm glad that you're not going to be got by it, but I'm just saying other people have been, but this is where it is kind of beneficial to just point out where it's like, hey, man, he's kind of stupid, and he admits it. If you listen close enough, he just says, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm going to just fight like I do, which I don't know about you guys. Why waste your time on something like that? Fuck. I don't know about you guys here, like what you expect from me, but if you think that I am going to go out of my way to argue something that I truly know nothing about, then I don't know what to tell you. You're watching the wrong show. Go watch some fucking Debate Bros for that stuff. I ain't here for that. I know that I've pissed off a few, like, debate lordy people because I wouldn't entertain that. And it happened just last week I talked about, where it's just like, no, I'm not going to entertain the trans debate. Just because you need content, I'm not going to entertain that shit. I did actually have a pretty banger follow-up, though. To that request, I just said, no, you know what? I'm not interested in debating the trans issue, but I will debate the Epstein files. Been a little quiet on that end. We'll see what happens, though, because if I could be wrong, hey, I could be scheduled coming up here. I already kind of mentioned that I have some other debate stuff coming up. Maybe. Full story on that one is they kind of gave me an idea of who and what, but not an official topic. So I'm kind of like, hold on, because I don't want to. I'm not going to get railroaded. I'm not playing that game. you understand how cynically people just use leftist content creators like that? And then we're caught in this weird space of not being large enough to really justify not doing it, because pretty much anybody seeing you at that point, whether it's good or bad, will be decent for your channel. Maybe. Or it will bring about a whole bunch of fuckwads that want to just shit on how bad you are and blah blah blah. I personally don't understand the need to go on the internet to shit on other people. As I'm sitting here shitting on Tim Pool. But the thing about me is I'm not gonna just hammer him on that one. Like, I'm not trying to troll, man. I'm also a match energy type of guy, so in Tim Pool's case, the second that he would start in with that condescending, fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not smug, because smug would imply that you actually know what you're talking about. Yeah, maybe smug. But if he actually like came at me with the same attitude, then immediately I'm just going to match him with that. Yeah, they definitely want to be able to prepare for topics without you knowing. That's exactly it. That's what I've been that's what I've been seeing and calling out. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's disingenuous, and for some reason, it seems to be, the norm. You're gonna get hate mail. I get plenty. Although hate mail, I haven't gotten hate mail. That would imply that people actually take the time to even email anymore. I have gotten lots of hate comments. Dude, I would argue that 90% of the comments on my normal YouTube videos are hate-filled. Also, real quick, guys, like I said, if you haven't already liked the stream, please do that. Helps me out a lot. And there's one more just small request I have from you. I know. Danger. But if you guys can do me a solid, and for fuck's sake, why is this link not working? There we go. Head on over to my page and give the latest video a watch and a like. I would really appreciate that. Obviously try to do so after the stream, but I promise you Tim Pool is unmatched in the smug prick category. Dunning-Kruger on steroids. Well, the fact that he... Yeah, you know what speaks to that? The way that he reacted to Emma. Because think about it. And that wasn't just a misogyny thing, because I have a feeling that he would react... I've seen him react that way. I can't even say I have a feeling. I've seen him react that way to other people, like Lance from the Surfs. I caught you guys. I just saw the time. I was like, oh, hold on. Let me do that real quick. Excuse me. The rave is dying. The dim is nigh. Well, the thing about, I was just saying about Tim, is how he just, after a debate kind of wraps up, he will do the, hey, you want, a tour, poker, sushi with the boys type of attitude, or he'll do that, it's almost like the pro wrestling thing, where immediately, he'll just be like, yeah, that was really good stuff. That was that was great material. Maybe we can make something of it. And I have a feeling that he'll already try to work it into a sequel of some kind. I mean, am I saying that he's a little bit more cynical and disingenuous? Yeah. I much prefer Dave Rubin as the locale of choice. Wait a minute, I didn't know we had to FMK this one. I'm not playing that game. I'm just going to. Oh my god. Technically, there could be a white supremacist joke written in there, if you know what I'm saying. He wanted to hang out with Emma. He wanted to do more than hang out with Emma. He legit got that vibe that he could mac on her, because I have this feeling that this was right before he met his girlfriend. Yeah. And I think that he, little boy had a crush, and he got really upset when, she didn't want to see his cool toys. She didn't want to check out my room. And then he's just like, you know what? She's a pedo. Brr. Oh, shit. Are you saying that Pool's fully invested on maintaining kayfabe off camera and dropping the act off camera? Yes. Yes, I do get that classic wrestling vibe there, I will say. Tim Pool needed his wingmen. Well, didn't he? I thought he had his wingmen there. A wingman. Wait, who would you consider his wingman? Is it that guy that's like all deep voiced and oh god, I forgot. Does he do the Black Rifle Coffee or something like that? He's got his own thing. I remember finding that out and I was just like, wait a minute. So he is putting off his own podcast because he wants to be Tim Pool's freaking stand-in? Like, that's Tim Pool need. Oh, hey, recognition. Look at this superiority. I knew it. If only a fan and the sidekick of Tim Pool and this asshole can be recognized for his greatness, that means that we can recognize all of Tim Pool's greatness. The beanie doth shine bright. We need to just say thank you, Tim Pool, for being out there and giving your bold takes. I really appreciate it, because had you not given us that, then this asshole wouldn't have any comments for me to go kick flip. That sneeze came. Oh, shit. And I exploded. God damn it. Ugh. Man, I was not kidding about that. Holy crap. Oh, did I just really sneeze in my hair? Please tell me no. No, I'm good. Fuck. It's all over. Gross. Sorry. Yeah. Dude, that was fucked. My whole head just exploded. I'm okay. I can breathe now, though. Woo. That was a good one. Sean Hannity has the same issue, which is funny, and also, who cares? We need to basically brush past these fools and start making policy ASAP. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they're not the ones who... Wait a minute. With all due respect, kid, what am I going to do about making policy? I was about to say, I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? I can't do anything. Your Honor? I am here in the in my local district court to put forth that I want to table this bill and put it up for a vote. They're just like, how do you think this works? It's just like, well, this is a court. I live in the state. I am a representative of the state. Therefore, I want to table this bill. Okay, for real? Do you think that they would have a moment of just, what? Not saying like you and me. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I kind of figured. Whew. Yeah, I'm good. I like how I have to use this as a mirror occasionally. All right, now I can breathe. And my screen just fucked up. Hold on. Okay, library, I just have to bounce. Oh, hey, well, have fun at the library. But I will catch you later. All right. Let's do the news. It's the news. Time to do the news. So there's good news. And for some reason, I haven't seen this really popping up on any of like the YouTube pages yet, so maybe tomorrow. Hundreds of National Guard troops deployed to Portland and Chicago are being sent home. What? Here, let's go to AP. Hundreds of National Guard troops deployed to Portland and Chicago, Oregon. Or wait, Chicago and Portland, Oregon, being sent home. Those who remain will continue to stay off the streets amid court battles. The withdrawal soldiers. Okay, so they still have some being here in the coming days. All 200 California National Guard troops currently deployed to Portland will be sent home. 200 National Guard troops from Texas are being sent home from Chicago. Okay, so there's like nothing here. As for, like, yeah, so they're all getting sent home because the current National Guard from Chicago, like, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but they were already stationed there. So we don't want them back. Well, too bad. You're taking them back. We don't want them here. We're literally we're playing volleyball with your National Guard. Like, no, you have no. All right. Like I said, this was just going through this very quickly because we got a lot of other stuff to get to. Judge fine. All right, so this is pretty funny. The judge not only kind of issued a surprise ruling, but James Comey, it looks like he's going to get off just based on the fact that this woman was a complete moron who didn't even have she didn't apparently doesn't have the experience, but there's the whole issue with the way that they filed it. Apparently, like the judge was just like not having it bad. So Fitzpatrick wrote that the problem includes fundamental misstatements of the law by a prosecutor and a grand jury. The court recognizes that the relief sought by the defense is rarely granted, Fitzpatrick wrote. However, the record points to a disturbing pattern of profound investigative missteps that led an FBI agent and a prosecutor to potentially undermine the integrity of a grand jury proceeding. Good job. Very, very cool. All right. Yo, we'll be lurking. I'll pick this up. Thank you for the $2, man. I appreciate that.
At
Actually, you know
Pendulous
what?
Dragon $2.
Woo! We got some new treats for the boy. Let's see. Will you like them? Because I bought these I bought them on a whim because we're coming into the holidays, folks. So gingerbread flavored milk bones. Now, I have some high hopes though, because he very rarely will do something where like I'll put a box down and he won't like sniff it or anything. I put this box down and he was just like, "What is that? I want it. I want it now." Yep, see? Oh boy, I think that we have a winner here already. Watch. I'm completely wrong and he's just like, "No." All right. By the way, guys, if you didn't know, anytime that you make a super chat, the good boy here, otherwise known as Stan, I think you guys know by now, he gets a treat. Why is this not opening? Ted Cruz. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. So apparently the new tear tab, you have to rip it off and then I've never seen that before. Okay, yeah, it was on the inner tabs. That was really, really weird. And this one, man. All right, buddy. Ooh, look at you being all good. How you like it? Oh, you're taking your time. I think he like. Hey, Mikey. I think he likes it. Oh, you dropped a little bit. I'm going to have. Oh, you got some snackage there. Just vacuumed. Pot. Oh, I wish I was high on Potanuse. Well, I'll tell you what I am. Kind of. I mean, technically, yes. Come on, guys. We know what we're doing here. So I need to just tell you guys this little quick story. I shot my shot with a CBD company. It was funny because they didn't tell me no. They just said, "Oh, we unfortunately have already committed to other stuff, but you do have a." It's like your channel definitely fits the parameters for one of us. It's like okay. So yeah, guys, just so you know, in the near future, could have a CBD sponsor. Which, if that happens, I want everybody here to go and support them because yes, there's a good chance you already do. If you watch a certain other show, I think you might be catching my vibe here. But, all right, guys, are we ready for this Donald Trump shit? I have been putting this off for over a half hour because it's a lot. But once we're in, and then the Tim Pool is yes. I have to come on, guys. You gotta stick around for a little bit, or you gotta come on back. This is how my show is. This is how I do the longevity is what it's called. Hey boss, you know that tear tab that everyone used for years is super simple? Yeah, why? Let's change it and make it super complicated. That was dumb. I've never had one that was like, seriously, like the fact that they put both of them there and they're like, yeah, rip that. What? Not cool. Actually, I was just watching, that was the other movie that I watched, The Black Phone. I had never seen that before. Good movie. But at one point, there's, like, it takes place in the 70s. Not sure if you guys have ever seen it. Should probably preface. So it's set in the 70s, and there's a scene where a bunch of, like, dudes are, like, cracking old Coors cans, and it's got the old school, like, peel. Now, they didn't fully do away with those until, like, I want to say early 90s, because unless my uncle was drinking beer from the 70s. Because, yeah, it's the same as, like, soft pack smokes, where you just see them and you're like, whoa, that's from a bygone era. Holy shit. But it did make me go, like, okay, so when they pulled those tabs, they looked super sharp, right? I can totally see why it's like, oh, yeah, design a tab that is, circular, not stabby, and then also, you don't have to rip it off. Just saying. It made me realize that the ingenuity in cans was, I totally see him. Look at him. I don't want to let him know. I don't want to let him know that I know. But look at that face. It's just... damn it. Guys, I think he really likes the gingerbread snacks. Dude, I can't get over him. Look. Oh, fine. With your cute self. Screw it. I can't look at that face and not give in. All right, this is all you're getting, though, okay? Unless somebody else says otherwise. This is my donation. They smell good. This literally smells like a fucking Christmas cookie. Guys might have to figure out something. How much? And I monetize that. He is okay. Well, you know how I was worried about those? Apparently, those are my go-to now. Merry Christmas, buddy. Oh, I just realized I still have to decorate. I guess I'll decorate the studio too. Anyway, let's get back to this new stuff. We want Trump. We want Trump. Cass, wait a minute. Why are you trying to be a fake troll? Are you trying to get the one person in here to just be like, yeah! Yeah, we actually like Trump. Yes, I knew that there was another person in here. Come on, guys. Faking this entire time. Wouldn't that be a trip where all of a sudden I just pull out the red hats like, I fooled you all. Ah, you should have known. You should have known. What? 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 They're getting all bold. It's just like, yeah. I want more cookie. He dropped a little bit on his bed there, so he's just like, all right, now he's gonna stare at me. Heel turn. That would be kind of, let me tell you something, brother. I've been wanting to get this off my chest, but Charlie Kirk was a hero, a national hero. Let me tell you something. I went back and I went back in time and I got named after Charlie Kirk because he's such a great man. Uh-oh, somebody's gonna clip that. Oh no. Oh shit. Looking for matching funds. Oh crap. All right, well, now he's going to get real bold. I still appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Despite the fact that, yeah, he's, I've never really seen him do that for another treat, so now I'm starting to think, I'm like, oh, well, you don't like the marrow snacks as much? I wish he could just answer me so he could just be like, yeah, you know what? I've just been putting up with those. It's like, no, those other ones, those are the best. You should stick with those. All right. So, CNN stunned by Epstein-Israel connection. This is great. I did already watch a good portion of this clip, which I will say was kind of surprising because I found this while kind of doing my normal research for the show, and yeah, it was one of those ones that I was kind of just I put it into the personal log, started playing it, and like halfway through I realized I was like, oh man, I have to just watch this on stream. Oh damn, got a good
at Bandit and 11 $2. Who's a good boy?
Did you just
is a
see
good
it?
boy?
Oh, Stan. All right. Yeah, oh yeah, you're getting spoiled. We're getting spoiled today. And you deserve every bit of it. Here you go, my good boy. He had a rough weekend. So you guys know how PAX was here. If you were not here on Friday, I was watching my buddy's dog, who he occasionally pops up on stream. Well, this weekend when his dad picked him up, Stan was outside doing his own thing, so he came inside and he was just like, wait, where'd he go? And he was pissed. LOL, Stan getting some attention today? Yeah, I mean, did you not see him sitting there like just a good boy, just head up, staring right into the camera too? God, at this point, I might as well just hand the stream over to him. We all know why you guys come here. Like, let's be real. I would not judge that. I would totally come to watch. You know, I'll just go upstairs and turn on my phone and just be like, yeah, this is a kick-ass stream. That dog is pretty cool. Like that room. That Godzilla poster pretty fucking cool. You know, Snorlax is a bit bold, but also, you know what, contributes to the overall personality. Anyway. As I was saying about this clip that I was watching, yeah, I was not planning on doing a double of breaking points because I've been trying to institute a new thing where if I'm going to watch, you know, other people's content, then guys like Kyle, he's like one of the special ones where it's like he puts out so many a day that I'll allow 2 to 3. Breaking points, I realized I was doing the same thing, but it's yeah, what am I doing? Like at that point, just link you guys to breaking points. I'll be honest. But yeah, this one is a good segment, and this dude and his dad's root beer tie, I cannot get over. If you know, you know, right?
Turning now to the question of...
He didn't get rid of the Diet Coke. It's right here. Look, it's right here. Right here. Nope, he's still on the Diet Coke thing. He's still one of my buddies. One of my Diet Coke bros.
Israel in the American right. And
I pushed the button for him, you know.
So, as I mentioned,
not anymore, though. Sagar. Oh, my God. Could you imagine that? That's like the whole thing. He gets his interview. He's like, I can't believe it. I got my interview with Donald Trump. And it's just like, you know what, Sagar? Buddy, I heard you were saying some nasty things about me. Nasty. Well, unfortunately, I got to push this Diet Coke button. I know you would love one because you're a Diet Coke bro, but you know what? Diet Cokes are only for winners.
Mentioned previously about not just the right, but also the mainstream media. There was an incredible...
Here, I got you a dad's root beer since subconsciously that's what you wanted all along.
Incredible exchange.
Did your dad leave you? Is the only people I think that want dad's root beer are the ones who didn't have fathers?
Between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Dana Bash over at CNN. Dana Bash has been pretty vehemently pro
Dad's root beer. Did your dad go buy cigarettes and never come back? Buy dad's root beer.
Israel from the beginning of the October 7th attack, and has consistently defended the government and made accusations around anti-Semitism.
Or wait a minute, it's for deadbeat dads.
On CNN.
Is your name Gary? Did you leave your kid and your wife behind? Do you go to the bar daily? Well, let me tell you something. We made a root beer just for you.
But here, in particular, Marjorie Taylor Greene raises drop site news and Ryan Grim's reporting around Epstein and Israel connection, and Dana Bash seems aghast, unaware, and this is one of the most exposing clips I've ever seen yet on the issue. Let's take a listen.
You questioned who and what country is putting so much pressure on Trump to keep the Epstein files
Rhino,
hidden.
MAGA.
And you included a picture about donations from pro-Israel lobbying group.
This cat's already out of the bag, though, so that's kind of nice. Like, he kind of did fuck up by, like, going so hard at people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, where you do realize that she is nuts, but she was, like, loyal nuts. So to make her a disloyal nut, trust me, man, that's a lot worse for you and your whole constituency.
AIPAC. What are you trying to say there?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think...
Which, color me surprised by this one, but it really does seem like her district is behind her.
It's the question that many Americans are asking, especially when we saw information recently come out in these emails that the Oversight Committee that I serve on has released. And we saw Jeffrey Epstein with ties to Ehud Barak. We saw him making business deals with them, also business deals that involved the Israeli government and seems to have led into their intel agencies. And I think the right question is to ask is, was Jeffrey Epstein working for Israel? And I'm proud to say I don't take money from AIPAC. I don't take money from any special group of people. I'm just representing my district and the American people. And so that's what I was referring to.
I just want to be clear. Are you saying Israel is pushing the president of the United States to cover up the Epstein files? And what evidence do you have that that is the case?
I simply just asked out loud, is there a foreign government? It could be any foreign government, but is a foreign government pushing to keep this covered up? Because people
Dana didn't like that.
Just don't understand the big fight against.
Well, you had AIPAC up there. It was pretty clear which government you were talking about.
That I'm questioning that government in particular and questioning any other foreign government.
Oh, it's pretty clear which government. Yeah, what's wrong with talking about that government? Yeah. The evidence is straight up. It's right there. I mean, what's the problem with it? It's just so ridiculous. And it's just...
Okay, so this is kind of funny because I've always given, like, Dana Bash, like, the criticism of just being CNN's talking, like, mouthpiece, where you don't really necessarily know her positions. This is a little more obvious.
It's you know, I really believe that the Israel-Epstein connection is one of the reasons.
I think that is the explicit opinion of Dana Bash.
Why? Not just Trump, but a lot of the conservative media was so reluctant to actually go full on in the release of the Epstein files. I've actually always found it a little bit ironic. I've been at the story, you know, the Mossad theory and all of that with Epstein. It was a theory. Now it's basically confirmed in terms of his acting as an agent, often on behalf of Israel, not just for Israel, many other foreign governments. But there was, you know, originally like this belief, oh, it'll just be the Democrats that are going to be implicated. No, well, one of the reasons why it appears he got the sweetheart deal and more, at least, again, you know, my personal theory, is because of his power-broken connections all across the world, Israel, Russia, Saudi Arabia, all of these different governments, Mongolia, the Cote d'Ivoire. That's what Ryan and the full picture have revealed of the backstory behind Epstein. Money laundering, pedophilia, and all of that was the pedophilia was like a thing that he did with, at times with the global elite. But the money laundering and his connections, his ability to be a power broker, perhaps at times intertwining the two, although there's not a ton of evidence, to support that, at the very least was why he was protected at some level by some of the most richest and powerful people. So the very fact that CNN had Dana Bash are acting like this is new information that they'd never even heard about before, it just shows you still the information bubble that a lot of the mainstream media and all of them are swimming in. And it's just such a disgrace that Ryan and Drops are the only people who are willing to report those emails. The shows like ours are the only people even willing to talk about it. And a lot of the public is just living in, they have no
He won't stop staring.
idea if they're not reading or paying attention. The New York Times will talk all day long about Epstein and Trump, which is fine. I don't care. Publish it. Sure, it's definitely a story. Epstein Israel is also a big story. Where are you guys? Nothing.
Yeah, Ryan Graham and Murtaza Hussein on every single byline with regard to the connections between Epstein and various Israeli figures, spies, former prime minister, dealings with foreign governments on behalf of Israel. Like, they are literally the only ones who are doing this reporting. And then not only are the only ones that do the reporting, then the mainstream press just pretends that this reporting doesn't even exist. I mean, I actually believe that Dana Bash doesn't even know that it exists. And so she's conducting this interview like these questions to Marjorie Taylor Greene are some kind of a gotcha. Like, are you insinuating that there's some Israel connection here? And she's like, yes, I am, because that's been reported out. So if you aren't aware of that piece, then, Epstein is just effectively about morality, which is important. Like, I think people want to know about the sleazy behavior of politicians and global elites and the way they're all interconnected and cover for themselves. And that has a lot to do with power. And so I don't think that you can just dismiss that on its own. But if you're not tying that in with Israel specifically, but more broadly, any other foreign governments, as Marjorie Taylor Greene represents.
Ooh, I like the lights on the bookshelf
there as well. If you're not tying those pieces together, then you're not really connecting it to the present day and the risk and the danger from this president right now, and why this should be a central story and why it is really important and has immediate bearing on the conduct of our own foreign policy. So it's just wild to see her living in this completely different universe where any sort of Israel-Epstein connection is purely like fever swamp, conspiracy, anti-Semitic garbage. That's how she sees it. Yep. And that's, I think, how most of the mainstream press sees it as well. Either that or they're just like,
Well, it's almost like they've been working really hard to make sure that was the main line that we were all getting.
Themselves covering up for Israel, which is certainly possible in many cases.
But a lot of 2-3 years.
It is just, they sort of see that as,
where even if you questioned like the IDF or Benjamin Netanyahu, then you're leaning into anti-Semitism.
Icky conspiracy that they're not going to dirty their hands with. And so she sees it as some like gotcha question to Marjorie Taylor Greene rather than
Trump trying to bribe the working class with the stimulus check. That's not going to take, if this is what sucks about the general populace, is that they have half of each story, right? So they know about the Supreme Court, right? But they don't know that the second that they rule against the tariffs, then Trump will be able to be like, oh, too bad. $2,000 not coming your way. Blame the Supreme Court.
Then
it's the same way that it's happening with the Epstein files, where he's like, hey, you know what? I said to just fucking release him. I don't know. I finally gave up. And very convenient that all of a sudden Pam Bondi needs to keep them shut because there's an open investigation. Crazy.
A legitimate line of inquiry, and probably maybe the most legitimate line of inquiry and concern with regard to releasing the Epstein files today.
I think this is a problem. I want to normalize, because a lot of Democrats are very new to Epstein, right? They never paid attention. Now that Trump is involved, they're frothing and they're like, this is great. And I've noticed this with Ezra Klein and all of them. They see the political utility, but to them it's still icky because Republicans have been talking about it, let's say for 5 years, and they kind of think, like you said, it's conspiracy. Guys, the Israel thing, it's real. Okay, Let's talk about it.
Jesus, that's the second that Sagar has the moral high ground on Ezra Klein.
Let's talk about it. It's not just they're so new to the story that they think anybody who's talked about that in the past, conspiracy brain, they don't know what they're talking. No. We have the evidence now. Look at what Ryan and Murtaza have reported. If I had that 6 months ago on Tucker Carlson and all that, I would have blown it out. And I was trying to be careful at the time about, in terms of theories and speculation.
Oh, bullshit.
It's over. Security agreements.
Bullshit, dude.
With the presidents of Mongolia, it's done. Military technology, Ehud Barak, you combine that with everything that we already had in terms of a lot of the evidence. There's not even a discussion at this point in terms of acting on behalf of Israel. We need to get this into the bloodstream of the Midas touch folks and others, because right now everything is just focused on Trump. The point, as you just said, is the connective tissue from, yes, just Trump also.
Oh, now, so wait a minute. Now he's doing the thing too, where he's going to point out that the Midas touch isn't doing enough about Gaza. How?
Being mentioned.
Ah, crap. I just I don't like it when he's right about
But
something.
the Israel part and its potential
Damn
relation
it.
to foreign policy, and also of the double standard that we use in terms of counterintelligence and more on the issue, and potentially why Epstein was able to get away in the sweetheart deal with his non-prosecution agreement. That's how you connect the two sides of the coin. And unfortunately, CNNs of the world and others still want to brand that as anti-Semitic. No, it's just a fact. It's literally just a simple fact. I also did, if I would be remiss if I didn't show the more recent developments in conservative media. Let's put this up here on the screen. The American Conservative published this. I love it. From Daniel Boguslaw, who's great. New FARA filings, which are the Foreign Agent Registration Act filings, show plans to promote pro-Israel messaging at the conservative Salem Media Network. So, you know, people at Salem Media include, they say 82 radio stations.
Good luck with this.
Across the U.S., major websites, manages high-profile websites, Town Hall, Red State, influential platforms conserving discourse. Some of the programs that are featured include The Charlie Kirk Show.
That moment when the Zionists on like from the Israeli lobby kind of didn't really think about the whole crazy bit of evangelicals where they truly believe that they're the chosen ones and technically you guys are enemies because you guys kind of did that thing where you didn't believe in God and Jesus.
The Dinesh D'Souza Show, the Josh.
Well, no, you believe in God. You just don't believe in Jesus, so you don't believe in the right version of the same God. I know. Confusing, right?
Hammer Show, The Right View with Lara Trump. Well, now, according to the company data, the network generates some 80 million monthly page views, 37 monthly ads, which, it's obviously it's influential. And so these new FARA documents show that Salem Media may have already begun integrating paid-for Israeli government narratives across its extensive network of platforms. This is according to this report from the American Conservative. Salem did not respond, by the way, to the American Conservative's request for comment. The Israeli government retained Salem Media's chief strategy officer, Brad Parscale, who's the former campaign manager for Donald Trump, to advocate for Israeli interests through a $6 million financial arrangement. So this is all directly acknowledged in FARA, but it also, by the way, Dinesh D'Souza very recently has been attacking Tucker Carlson. Perhaps it's legitimate, but it does, genuinely raise a question when you see vast amounts of money like this being thrown around to Brad Parscale, who's working for Salem, and its potential influence on the conservative landscape and discourse. So, that's part of the reason why all of this is so important.
Isn't Parscale also doing some trying to train AI chatbots to be more pro-Israel?
I did see a story behind that.
I think he's involved with that as well.
I did see a story behind that. I definitely would like to. I would like to explore it more. I hadn't seen it fully confirmed, but this one I was like, ooh, they have him dead to rights. So yeah. If you see people from there, I mean, look, it's a legitimate question. That's part of the reason our business is set up the way that it is, primary funded. Nobody can be coming around here saying, oh, you're getting paid by X amount interest or whatever. And if your views just happen to align with the advertisers, maybe that's just the way it is. I don't think Josh Hammer is pro-Israel because he's being paid by pro-Israel. You can say a lot about the guy, but I don't think that's. I think he genuinely believes it. With Dinesh, though, I really don't know personally, and with a lot of the others there. But at the very least, it just goes to show you buying influence because they recognize, or trying to buy influence with Brad Parscale and potentially with ads and all this other stuff, specifically because they think that they're losing the information war. And
I think that there's a certain dim tool.
And it's because they have a reality problem. Hey, if you like,
I mean, they'll start leading us into that story. We're only one away. So, real quick, I haven't watched any of this guy's content in a while, but apparently he's the only one covering this, which is kind of crazy to me, I have to say. But Trump panics as fired advisor leaks worst Trump Epstein texts yet. So, how bad can it be?
Donald Trump has been more panicked in the past week
With everything that's come out, how bad can it be?
than maybe at any other point in his political
speed him up
career
here.
because he sees everyone abandoning him as the Epstein scandal.
By the way, if you guys are ever wondering who's with Chorus, look at the background. If you see the same wood paneling, you got a pretty good chance.
Ruins his term. Not only is the MAGA base fractured, but of course, the biggest backers of Trump in Congress have become his biggest detractors in Congress. And it's not just that. It is the people who have been abandoned by this administration and Donald Trump, specifically one fired advisor to Donald Trump.
If I ever actually had like an entertainment manager, they would be so pissed at me. They'd just be like, shut the fuck up!
Who has leaked an Epstein text that not only exposes some of the criminality of Donald Trump, but raises suspicions about Epstein's death. We are going to get into it all, especially that text. But before we do, if I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if you haven't already and you enjoy our channel, to hit that subscribe button because it goes a long way in supporting our
Chorus is like a hotel franchiser.
Before we get into that leaked text,
Well, it's the same with like the way that Midas Touch did it, because you can literally see the way that they just bought en masse a whole bunch of microphones from the same company.
We see how it is.
Bought a whole bunch of like knickknacks and like gave ideas to these guys to just be like, hey, you know what? Instead of having the room and stuff like that, hey, you know what? Market research shows that that's kind of passe now. Now people want, you know, more of a streamlined look. Sometimes they even want like, dare I say, like you guys to look a little bit more grown up because again,
is raising new questions about Epstein's death. I want to start with a very...
It's almost like a certain somebody had this conversation with someone and kind of told them to politely go fuck themselves.
Very, very powerful message, a new video shared by Epstein survivors that I think we all need to take a look at.
They should just be happy I'm not naming names. Well, apparently, because this is what we needed, by the way. I saw way too many commentators doing this thing where they were talking about how these were grown women, blah, 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 how we're not talking about children, a la, you know, Megyn Kelly. Although Megyn Kelly then did remind you that it's like, no, they were still kids. They were 15 years old, but that's not a real kid because you know what? Technically, I had it explained by someone, which makes you wonder who. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know a single woman that has heard the aphiliophobia, or not phobia, because that implies that they're scared of them. Whatever. The teen, you like teens version of pedo. Yeah, apparently, like, that's something that has been around for a bit, like the Roy Moore stuff. I just thought that we all unilaterally, as a whole of the American contingent, just went, nah. No, that's not something you should ever say or a hill to die on, but oh, here we are.
I suffered so much pain.
So much pain.
So much pain.
I suffered so much pain. I was 14 years old.
I was 16 years old.
I was 16.
17.
14 years old.
This is me.
This was me.
This is me.
When I met Jeffrey Epstein.
This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein.
You know what's really unfortunate about this is this will be devastating for anybody that was questioning and doing that shit. And like I said, a certain Megyn Kelly should definitely be a little worried. Wow, she looks like Ivanka. Yeah. Weird.
There are about 1,000 of us.
It's time to bring the secrets out of the shadows. It's time to shine a light into the darkness.
I don't know how someone like Mike Johnson could hear the stories from these survivors, and Democratic members of Congress have talked about this. The meeting that they had with Mike Johnson.
Okay. Honestly, this is the thing with Jack. I just can't. I'm actually getting this way with most of these commentary guys.
Senator Massey says he's concerned.
Which, I understand what I'm saying here. Trust me, guys.
That the Epstein program
But I'm not commentary. I'm a streamer.
you are calling for could be a smoke screen
Different.
to block the release of more files. Is that the case?
Well, I don't want to talk about it because fake news like you're a terrible reporter, and fake news like you, they just keep bringing that up to deflect from the tremendous success of the Trump administration. So a guy like Massey, his poll numbers are showing.
This is what sucks. This shouldn't work anymore. The fact that he's bringing out the hits from over 10 years ago. Come on. Do better, America. Everybody in America needs to just wake up and just go, no, you don't get to just fake news your way out of this bullshit every fucking time.
Showing is at 6% approval rating right now.
Yeah, but Virginia Giuffre cleared Trump, so 99.9. Yeah. No, seriously.
We call him Rand Paul Jr. because he never votes for the Republican Party.
Again, the convenient
Just
one
minutes
that's
ago
dead.
on Truth Social, Donald Trump wrote, as I said on Friday night aboard Air Force One to the fake news media, House Republican...
YouTube removed my chat. I do know that YouTube has been a little bit more finicky with that stuff, so...
should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide, and it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by the radical left lunatics. So Donald Trump is both simultaneously saying that the Epstein files are a hoax and there is nothing in them, but the Epstein files should be released because there's stuff in them that people need to see, and there are Epstein files that have been hidden. What I think Donald Trump is doing right now is pretending like he's going to release these files, pretending like he wants transparency, because the investigation that he has called upon Pam Bondi and the DOJ to carry out might mean that some of these files, which will be under review, will be blocked by courts. And so Trump can say, well, it's not my fault. I'm just following the law, which of course Donald Trump never is, and he's always breaking it. But this will be another layer of the cover-up. But what makes the
None of the reporters asked him who Bubba was.
cover-up so clear is this text that was shared by Steve Bannon.
Yeah, because I have a feeling that they're just like, oh, that's gulag. And that one will end, like, dude, that's where we're at.
Between him and Epstein about Donald Trump. 2 weeks before he's arrested, Epstein
That's different
texts
from
Steve
Russia.
Bannon, now you can understand why Trump wakes up in the middle of the night sweating when he hears you and I are friends. Earlier this month, Steve Bannon said, if we lose the midterms and we lose 2028, some in this room are going to prison, myself included, at a Republican conference. So Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon, who was fired from his position in the White House in the Trump administration, they both acknowledge that Donald Trump is very worried about their friendship, very worried about the information
Oh, pendulous.
that Epstein
Wait, is that what the one that YouTube censored? Not a good look, YouTube.
could share about their past. And of course, it was Steve Bannon who was working with Epstein to
Oh, boy.
rehabilitate his image, to change the public's perception of him, and has hours of video footage that he hasn't shared, that he said he would, that he hasn't yet. And now Steve Bannon is saying that if Democrats take over, if Democrats have the power to release the full Epstein files, it could mean Republicans going to prison. So is that part of the normal criminal activity they engaged with Jeffrey Epstein, or is that also part of the cover-up, the reason they would be going to prison? Because I don't know at this point. All I know is what this text shows is that Steve Bannon was well aware of how terrified Donald Trump was of any more evidence coming out about he and Jeffrey Epstein having a criminal relationship. That is what is clear tonight, is that Steve Bannon was well aware of that, and Donald Trump was terrified. Was it a reason he broke ties with Bannon? Was it a reason that he had Epstein at Thanksgiving dinner, allegedly at Mar-a-Lago? I don't know. But again, all of these questions need to be answered with the release of the files, which is why it is so important. We are getting an update from Congressman Robert Garcia right here.
I mean, clearly, he is completely panicked. He is desperate. He knows that the American public is all now lining up to fight to ensure that the release of the files.
Yeah, I do think that as stupid as this sounds, I do think that he saw the pushback finally and went, I don't think that I'm going to be able to just be like, are we still talking about this? And it's going to work.
Actually happens. And he's doing
like at some point he did like admit defeat where he just went, I guess I got to do this shit.
Everything that he can to intimidate, to politicize and weaponize the government to stop the files from
At
being
least
released.
say it.
I mean, this
Because no matter what, because even though he said this, we cannot do the pivot too, where it's just immediately like, no, he fucking was going on months. This goes back to July. What, June or July when the first wave was hitting? No, man. Like, he has gone out of his way to try and dodge this. And now that we're finally at a vote, he's just like, nah, I got to try to do this. All right, we got to do the PR thing.
last week, we were able, of course, to get out
This
really
guy's been
important
talked about for years.
documents and information about the relationship between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Some of those documents, read them for yourself, I think are quite disturbing. They're quite damning. There are definitely connections there. And I think the one thing that has become crystal clear this week is that this is a White House cover-up and that Donald Trump is absolutely hiding something.
And this is the interesting part, right? We don't know from the documents that were released what legal culpability in this matter Donald Trump had. It wasn't clear
Just
enough to
saying,
make
if you're a loving parent, you would walk through hellfire for my kid. No offense.
that determination. But what's the cover-up for? What is this now? This was a
Shouldn't be his
MAGA-fueled thing
surprise.
to say that this was a Democratic problem and let's get these files out. Donald Trump said he would. His
Maybe to
FBI
Megyn
deputy
Kelly
director
it
and
is.
his FBI director were all on the same team on this one. They were all going to get these files out, and now suddenly there's nothing to see here.
That's exactly right. You can't spend your entire campaign, have your vice presidential nominee do the same, have the entire MAGAverse saying want to release the files, and then, as we remember, they tried to actually fake a release with a bunch of like far-right influencers that went nowhere. Then Donald Trump says, oh, wait, there's actually nothing there. This is over. The reality is this. We've been successful as Democrats to essentially fight to get these other documents released. They haven't come from the government. They've come from the Epstein estate because we've been successful in forcing some
I
subpoena
still can't
votes with you
believe.
at the oversight committee.
Guys, can we acknowledge that this all stemmed from somebody being like, hey, did you subpoena the Epstein estate? And a prosecutor went, well, that's a good idea.
But now we know that what's in the DOJ dwarfs what we've already received from the estate. For us to solve this case, for us to solve and get justice for these women and these survivors, who were in many cases girls and children, where they were raped and abused, we have to get access to the full Epstein files at the DOJ. They are under subpoena right now from our committee. They've been unresponsive, and now they're forcing the entire Congress to take this vote. It's going to pass with substantial numbers, and they have to release the files.
So let's talk about this. You've been working with a number of Republicans, including Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie. Donald Trump said some nasty stuff about Massie last night. The White House put the screws to Lauren Boebert the other day. But the bottom line is there is this sense that if you're not the 218th vote, like Adelita Grijalva was, and you're a Republican, you may have no choice but to vote for this thing, what Congressman Swalwell referred to as a jailbreak.
I think that's right. I mean, look, you've already seen in the last couple of days, there have been Republicans that have come out publicly and said, I'm going to vote for this. And this is on top of the handful that actually joined Thomas Massie.
Yeah, like John Bacon said that.
John Bacon, Kevin Kiley, I mean, you're hearing that.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that privately from other Republicans as well. So I do think we're going to have a significant group. Now, what kind of pressure is Donald Trump going to try to put on these members? What kind of operation will the White House try to implement? It was not successful last week. But to take a member to the Situation Room with the director of the FBI and the leader of the Department of Justice to try to intimidate them, to release
totally normal
and remove their name from this effort is insane. I mean, that just does not happen. And so the question, again, I think is really clear.
What's this all for?
What the hell is being hid by the White House?
Tell me how this works, by the way. This is called a discharge petition, which means it's not like a normal bill that has to go through party leadership and wait for a vote. If a discharge petition passes in the House, Mike Johnson has no say in what happens next. But what does happen next? Is this a bill? Does it go to the Senate? Does it go to the president for signature? Can he choose not to say? What's the process?
You know, this is something I have to remind myself to do when I'm interviewing people, is to frame it just like that. Because we all know that Ali Velshi knows this, but he's asking for like just the average person. That was very well done.
That's the process.
That was a masterclass in how to simplify a pretty complex question.
It's exactly like a bill. So essentially, the House is now forcing the vote. It has to actually happen. The Speaker can't stop a vote. The vote will likely happen this week. We expect a good number of Republicans to vote yes. That bill will then move on to the Senate, and the Senate will then take up this bill. It's important for us to get as many Republicans as possible so that the Senate understands that it's bipartisan and that the country wants.
Oh my God, he does look like the human version of Dr. Bunsen. Oh my God.
Will then move on to the U.S. Senate. They're going to have to vote this thing, get it through, and then it goes to the president. And the question becomes, is the president once again becomes the one man in the country that can sign that bill or choose to release the files immediately and bring justice for these survivors? Why is he protecting Ghislaine Maxwell, a monster who has been involved in the rape and abuse of children and women? Why is he moving her to a less secure facility? Why is he now going after other people that he feels as enemies in the files, yet he's been mentioned in what got released more than anybody else?
I am so glad that we have had Democrats like Robert Garcia, like Ro Khanna, people fighting constantly for the release of these files. We have desperately needed that type of leadership.
He hit 1.34 million subscribers. Guys, maybe I should have done that fucking chorus thing. Fucking A. How come having, like, morals and principles always does this thing where it's... When it comes to finances, it does kind of hurt sometimes, where you're just like, right. Had I just not done X or had a problem with Y, I could have definitely made some. Not too late. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Oh, no, dude, I put out enough content burning that bridge, which I'm not necessarily mad about it. No, that's one thing you guys can always take from this show is I'm either too stupid or principled. I don't know which one to even allow that to entertain that thought process. That's why I was having a problem when they were kind of, sending me stuff. Which, again, I'm flattered. I think it's cool that at least my channel got on... my channel was on their radar, which is cool. I will admit, not sure if it was BTC himself, but somebody in Chorus knew, or at least saw my channel and went, hey, this guy kind of fits the criteria a little bit. Remember how I told that story, how I've talked myself out of a lot of entertainment stuff? Because I either start asking too many questions, or I just say, oh, I don't feel like that really vibes with me. This is why today I made the announcement that I did, that I now have a channel manager. So now I at least have somebody that I can run this, like, you know, over to and be like, hey, what do you think? So I don't just burn all bridges. But, no, dude, the dark money thing, I don't like it. I have to be real, and it wasn't even the Pac-Man stuff. It was the way that there were... I gotta be careful here, because even reviewing what I did, I have to make sure I don't use any of the language that was there. So, in some of their onboarding stuff, I will just say that they had questions that made me go, That's all I will say. And not just, I went, no. You guys know what a slap suit is? Kind of seems like they give themselves the benefit if that were to ever be a thing. So it's I think chorus is the chorus issue is overblown a bit. Maybe it just needs discourse. Pac-Man may have also taken some pointers. He kind of rebranded as a hipster like BTC. Yeah, I saw that. Dave, you said it. I didn't. I'll just say that much. Etch. Chorus would not be real growth. Yeah, I do agree with that. Robin, hey, joining late. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you're here. But yeah, I don't... One of the benefits of doing this is, especially the way I have, where I built this from the ground up, literally day one, no one else. And I kind of want to maintain that. You know, having a channel manager is a little bit different, but I have nobody telling me what I can't do, what I can't talk about, and holding this golden carrot right over my head, you know? Now, if you break this down into YouTube technically has TOS and they do this, they do that. I have had that I broke that down in a discussion where I was like, oh shit. And like I have also said that when I originally started wanting to do this type of entertainment, that having a program director and having a salary would be nice. But I think that I've also come to terms that I was wrong about that. I like this. I like doing my thing. So hopefully you guys enjoy me doing my thing. I know occasionally it gets let's see. What are my biggest criticisms of streamers? Sometimes they get repetitive, which, come on, especially if you do this long enough, it's gonna happen. But nah, you know what? Fuck that. I want to be positive. What's something that I love about streamers that I like? The authenticity. The fact that the ones that have been big, I actually got to give Vosh a little credit on this one. Where, yeah, he kind of had the same attitude. And I have to say, you know what? I applaud that. I do wonder what the contract NDA look like for the Tim Pool and Tenant Media people, because there's no way the Kremlin handed out millions for no guarantees. It's not like you guys think it is. It's the same thing with the dark money thing. I'm going to say that much. There's... Yeah, had Taylor Lorenz not come out and said that... you know what? No, I don't want to be a prick about this, because I will give her a little credit. I'm glad that she at least exposed it, because that was fucked up. It was fucked up. I don't agree with the way she did it. I think that she might have blown up some spots that didn't necessarily need to be blown up, especially because two of the ones that she did, you find out that she has a personal grievance with. It's like, come on. Let's not do that. But, yeah. Rest in peace, Amber Check. Who the hell is Amber Check? I don't know who that is. The guarantee is they make you fall from a tall building if you cross them. Well, yeah. Repetitive is okay. I didn't hear it the first time, but really repetition is a good way to stay yourself. Oh, hey, thank you for that. That means a lot to me. Glim. Hello. How's it going, Glim? Miss being able to just see your old handles. I will admit that. It sucks. I tried to change it, by the way, guys. There's nothing I can do on my side. This is all YouTube's fuckery. True Etch. Defenestration is the NDA. Well. Alright, I'm gonna be careful here. Like I said. Because you already said the three magic letters, right? Right? Now, I said the magic word. Slap. Now, if you guys don't know what a slap suit is, and if you think that people did I already say too much? No, I didn't. Alright, so far. I get the full definition of this. Just so I also don't miscarry. Strategic lawsuit against public participation. A type of meritless lawsuit filed to silence, intimidate, and punish individuals or organizations for speaking out on matters of public interest. Now, was there something to possibly be concerned about that with inside that contract? Yeah. To the point where I did have an attorney look it over. Yeah. Did I have to... This sucks. Like, I'll admit this. Because I don't see any... What are they going to do? I didn't sign shit. I didn't like feeling pressured about it right off the bat. Like, you're telling... And the fact that I even had the ability to have somebody within the legal community take a look at it is not the benefit that a lot of other people got. And when you're using that type of language that that's the first thing he said to me was like, do you know what a slap lawsuit is? I was just like, kinda. He's like, all right, well, here's the... And then he just broke it down for me, where he was like, here's how they could do that. Now, and he asked straight up, he's like, I'm gonna ask you, is there anything in here that could be constituted as breaking that? I'm like, yeah, shit. And like you said, guys, I like the freedom here, and I don't have to play this legalese bullshit. The only thing I have to do, again, is YouTube TOS, which, not that hard. It's when they change the TOS, and I do have, like, the daily fear that one day they will just ban all, not just political content, but leftist political content, and then do hard bans on the channels. Like, that scares me. I will admit that. Because there are only so many avenues that you can really reach out to. And then I've also had people in here legitimately just say, like, they will not go to Kick because they don't like gambling. You know who you are, but I agree with that. I just have to acknowledge that it's like, no, if I was forced to go to that type of place because of this, I would definitely lose some audience. That's for sure. But Twitch is left wing. Bullshit. Have you checked out, like, Zach, with all due respect, man, and I'm pretty sure that you came from Twitch. Did you not see the options on Twitch in the political category? I'm one of the few ones that actually keeps his stuff in politics. Because, yeah, doing Just Chat gets you, well, actually, right now. Let's see how many we got. Go to Just Chat. So we're about to go into the Tim Pool bit, which isn't exactly politics. Kinda is, kinda isn't. We'll see. I wonder if that's why when Taylor's Chorus article came out, none of them were like, yeah, it's sketchy and I apologize. Instead, every single one of them was like, it's awesome and nothing is wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to reignite this discourse because honestly, I've already kind of said too much and yeah. I don't want to burn all the bridges, let's put it that way. Like I may not want to work with them specifically, but if they were looking for like a guest, you know, I'm pretty sure that, oh, I'm wondering if there's any provisions there. Who knows? Either way. East Coast, dirty side. West Coast, shaky side. Me, high side. Oh, dude. So I'm not sure if you guys were listening to MR the other day where Sam said crusty, like for talking about a person, or crunchy. Not crusty. That's a little different. But yeah, he's like, yeah, like a crunchy personality. I got exactly what he was talking about. I'm like, yeah, it's like a hippie. And everybody was like, crunchy? I was just like, oh no. Am I like one of the last like generations to really get that? Or is that not a generational thing? Is it just like you have to be maybe one of the types that got called crunchy? Oh my God. So somebody sent me a podcast about like the advent of the hacky sack. It was really funny because at the end of it, he's just like, yeah, let's all just get stoned together and then I'm going to just fill up this bag with beans and we're going to kick it. It's pretty fucking funny. Well, we appreciate that you're not a sketchy sellout. Oh, thank you. See, now that's like the little bits that matters because that's all I get. Let's see if I don't eat for a little bit. I'm just kidding. Oh no, I knew what Sam meant. Okay, cool. I don't know if crunchy refers to granola or what happens when you don't wash your hair for 6 months. Now, I don't like that connotation. I've never appreciated that. I've never appreciated the smelly hippie thing. Now, do I have patchouli? I like the smell of patchouli. What's wrong with that? Do I burn certain types of incense, like Nag Champa? Yes. Does my house very much smell like a, Dude, that's one of my dad's favorite insults. He walks into my fucking house and he's just like, God damn it, your house smells like a head shop. It's like, yeah. It's like, that's not a good thing. I'm like, oh, really? Like, I love the smell of head shops. Yeah, the smellier the hippie, the better the drugs. I've never heard that. I could see that. I could see that. Hippies smell like patchouli. I know. I get it. Okay. Okay. I understand that. Yes. I actually, funny enough, my buddy, he worked at a head store. Head store. That's a bit different than a head shop. You know what? If you catch my drift. No, but he worked at a head shop, and he had like a whole bunch of like these like patchouli oils. And he's just like, yeah, man, like you just put a, you know, it's like he explained it as like perfume for your hair, and I was like, huh? He's like, yeah, man, don't you ever, I mean, he's a black guy, so he's just like, yeah, you know, your hair, you tend to stink a little bit. I'm like, yeah. He's just like, here, try this, and I was like, oh, hell yeah, man. So I use a little bit. Whatever. I mean, let's be real. My other fragrance, me walking around in my daily life looking the way I do, I think that everybody looks at me and immediately goes like, it's that guy. Or if anybody goes, like, no. Me. It's me. Trust me. I know. It's me. Now, dude, I did have a interesting back and forth with somebody that they were in good faith about like their curiosity because you could tell that they don't smoke a lot. I have a feeling that they were just like starting to date a stoner because they like asked me a lot of questions just about that kind of stuff and like the whole, you know, culture behind it. You look how you smell. That is awesome. I kind of do. You know, I hate the fact that I do have this. Hair oil is underrated by white people. Thank you. Again. Whatever. I love how the people giving me, like, pointers online and, like, shitting on me for the way I look are usually bald. Nothing against my bald folk in chat here. You guys know I really appreciate you. But, yeah, like... if I'm on a social media platform, that's usually the thing that they'll lob at me is just like, we can't even tell if you're a female or a male. It's just like, I've used this joke before, but it's like, did you really just use the line from Bob Seger's freaking Turn the Page on me? It's just like, okay. I see how it is. Why white people have to be so lame all the time? God, I got into that discourse not too long ago where this dude came in here, he's just like, you hate white people. Just... okay. That is just hair jealousy. I kind of get it. But, my broader point was that, yeah, there are times that I feel like I might have leaned in a bit too much. Because, like, I'm happy with the fact that I had the confidence to just do it. I was talking to my buddy about this. He's really big into the emo scene. We're about the same age. He has gotten called everything. I made fun of him when I met him. Because I met him at this party thing. And he comes up, he walks in, and I'm like, yo, check out My Chemical Romance over here. Now, at the time, I thought it was a banger joke, which, you know, time and context. But now I feel really bad because I'm like, you know what? No, fuck this. Because he was wearing like the guy liner, but like he kind of looked like Davey Havoc at the beginning of AFI. And I was just like, you know what? I was jealous because it was like a thing where I'm like, oh, I never leaned into that side of my aesthetic. I never got the tattoos. I never, you know, I never just leaned into like my emo whip hair, even though I had it. And then, yeah, just giving into the overall, you know, not punk, but, you know, hardcore aesthetic, I guess is what it would be called. And yeah, man, I was talking to him recently about how I'm like, yeah, I over a certain thing. And I was just, hey, man, you know, I dig your style and everything. I was like being very complimentary because I felt bad. And he said the same thing to me, though. He was just like, yeah, man, I really wish I could just get away with like having like the long hair and just sometimes not caring. Like, I really appreciate like the fact that you can make not caring look so cool. I was like, oh, that's a nice little compliment. Emo is such a Midwest thing. Shut up. I know. I get it. I get it. I had to... All right, so this is kind of funny. So he got really, really big into Falling in Reverse, which if you guys know, then you already know what I'm about to tell you guys. But Ronnie Radke is a piece of work, if you don't know this. Just look up Ronnie Radke, and then you will get the full context of everything. He's a bit of a crazy right-wing douchebag that may or may not have burned down his entire career because he is also just an asshole. And I kind of brought that up to him, and he's just like, really? I didn't know anything. And it was one of the first times that I've seen somebody like get really kind of iffy on a band after being told like, hey, you know that lead singer is kind of a piece of shit, right? and and this is proven, and his own fans have turned on him. It's like, you're one of the last like holdouts, and I think it's because you just don't know this news. And yeah, it turned out to be true. But yeah, moral of the story is we are both pushing 40, no kids, and somehow we've never really changed our aesthetic, and we both, gave a fist bump over that one, just like, hell yeah, you're cool. No, you're cool. All right, man. And even just that right there, it's like, yeah, totally kind of playing into it. Does it ever make you salty to think about how kids these days will never know what it's like to live in a state where smoking in public could send you to jail? I mean, that the fact is there's still states out there that you can. Like Tennessee, it ain't cool. I'll tell you right now. I got told off in Tennessee where they were just like, do not do things like you are walking around Chicago. Because I was walking around Nashville being a little too open with my vape. Yeah, my sister, of all people, my sister's not, trust me, she got my back on this. She even told me, she's like, no, put that away. All right, fine. No, don't get the good vape. She's like, no, you just need to, she even said, she's like, you need to kind of just treat it like you did when you were a teenager. You got to hide it a little. It's like, oh, really? Damn, even a effing vape made them nervous? Yeah. Yeah. And again, my sister's not one to like flinch. She's lived all over the place. Like, she's in Colorado, so trust me, she's not one to be like over cautious. But yeah. As far as playing into the aesthetic, though, that also played into my little Texas mishap where nothing really happened outside of just like, hey, we got reports that somebody was out here smoking something illegal. It's like, I got nothing on me. It's like, are you sure? Get a vape, like a nice. Oh, I have a low profile one that they don't know that. The funniest part is, the bigger the vape, the more they don't even question you. Like, if you got one of those like rig things, Now, did I have to get a special bit of stuff for that coil? Because, yeah, that sucked. By the way, guys, not sure if you know this, but that also ruins like the coil, and yeah, it wasn't good. Pissed off my sister's boyfriend because he was just like, "The hell, man, you burnt it out." To buy him a new frickin' whatever the top, like I think it's called the coil, right? It's like, no, that's what it's called for this, but I don't smoke normal vapes usually, so. Yes, as I was also saying, vapes are not something that you should be doing, kids. Delta juice is one way. I can tell the difference, guys. I've been told, and I've been explained the science. I literally cultivate my own, and I can tell you right now, no, D9 is different. It's definitely different. If you guys can use it and it works, I do not begrudge you. I am happy for you. I, personally, it doesn't do anything for me. I wonder how many Trump supporters will be pissed about Mitch McConnell's provision to clamp down on hemp. So, trust me, Nashville's about to learn, and they were already having this fight locally because apparently there is a hemp bill in, I think it's the entire state. Oh man, here. Is it just Nashville? I was right. in 2025, Tennessee passed significant legislation, HB 1376, to crack down on intoxicating hemp products. So, this started with them. All separate efforts to legalize medical and even... Wow, medical's not even allowed there. I just realized that, which makes sense. Okay. Yo, what up, Joe? How you doing, brother? It's good to see you. Always enjoy when you pop in here, man. I like the way you announce yourself. It's very cool. I like the consistency. I just realized that I'm still Oops. Which, guys, I may have made a mistake on my last stream on Friday. I don't know what I did, don't know what I said, or how I said it, but yeah, something hit where they were just like, you are not ad friendly right now. I was like, oh. But they didn't tell me what. And that sucks. I try to say hi every time you're live. Oh, bro, I really appreciate that. Thank you for taking your time out of your day to do so. And also, you know that I appreciate y'all. For real. I love seeing all you guys. Now, I wish it was more consistent over on Twitch. I will say that much. Like, dude, it's so fucked up. You can tell that it's kind of true that they don't run off an algorithm like YouTube, but that's not necessarily good or bad. Say hi to my bro. Hell yeah. Alright. Trying to bribe the working class with a stimulus check. Okay, so Twitch just reloaded. And I'm not sure if this was a new chat or an older chat. I think it was an older chat because there was PP Jackson here. Okay, shit. Hold on, guys. Speaking of Twitch, I like how I tried to get my link to work and all of a sudden it's just like, hey, no, you're actually having a very bad problem. We have a long-distance brotherly bond. Fuck yeah, dude. That we do. I can be an older or a younger bro to anybody here. I like that a lot in life. It's better than being a parent because you get to teach, you know, your siblings or my political siblings. In this case, you get to teach them, but also get to use a level of language that you never would with your parent, like again, with your parents around or anybody else. Like, you know how it is. If you got siblings, fuck, I shouldn't have to describe this to you. Like me and my sister, we essentially have our own, like, not like language, but we definitely have our own way of talking to each other. I really want you guys to see that. Unfortunately, she is also busy. And he recently swapped jobs. I know that I made that announcement like a few months back, but yeah. One of these days we will get her on the show, whether it's, you know, through whatever. She has a Discord, so it'd have to be like Skype or something, which, ugh. Wait, is Skype even around anymore? I think that Skype got deleted, so Zoom. Ugh. Even though we've never met each other in person, but we are getting to know each other slowly but steadily. Well, again, you guys are... This is the nice thing about being part of like the community I've always been in. Yeah, stoner communities, I have made very fast friends. Like, I've always been that way. And I hate to kind of credit MJ to it, but it is. Because before I started smoking, I had like such hardcore social anxiety that yeah, I didn't really go out of my way to try to meet people or be that way. And then yeah, started smoking a little bit, started inviting people to come and join. Hacky sacks were always involved, by the way. And yeah, I've met some of my best friends through that. What is the name of my Twitch stream? High on Politics. Same thing. Did I not link it? No, I did. Okay. Hi, Shrek. Groovy to see you there. Oh my God, hacky sack. Yeah, balls with beans. This dude called them balls with beans, and I can't stop. I'm like, oh my God, they technically are. And did you know that when hacky sack first became a thing, it was just like, yeah, some call it foot bag. It's like, nobody calls it foot bag. We call it hacky sack. I just love seeing your handsome face every time I'm here. Aww. I appreciate that. Also, thank you for calling me handsome. Even though that's what my mom used to call me. Oh, man. Nobody loves you like your mother does. Got caught up in the Akash Singh drama. What the fuck? What's going on with that? Oh, I haven't watched Abba and Preach in a while. What's going on with Akash? Which, that doesn't surprise me. Pep Talks TV is my stream's name? I thought that's what you asked. Pep Talks TV is my Twitch stream's name? Really? Oh, it is. Oh, shit. I never realized that. Oh, because it obviously ties to my channel. All right, that's a bit embarrassing to realize that I have been totally fucking... I have been promoting my stream wrong. Well, that might... I hope that explains things. I mean, that'd be nice. But... let's be real. Yeah, shit. Okay, that does... and I can't change that. So I'm just Pep Talks TV. Okay, here be me. No. I did say... did I just not say I don't like... I don't mind being me. If I misspoke. Not to give you guys the speech from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, but you know what? My friends like me. My wife likes me. I like me. That fucking scene makes me cry every time. Because if you know the ending, then you... Akash said Myron from Fresh and Fit was corny and his wife and him were virgins. Now all these videos are coming out of her being a bit scandalous, so Red Pill guys are calling it out. Oh, really? I'll be on both for a while for the algorithmic blessing. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Also, I don't know how it works with Twitch's algorithm. They claim that they don't have one. They just claim that it's interest-based, so... it's on the streamer to do the thing where they're just like, okay, like right now, I'm going to do it. Here, let's see. Politics. Let's see how many people are in politics. 87. 87 people I am trying to share the algorithm with, or whatever, the tag with. So, you know, assuming that there's people that actually want to come and see that. So this is why most of us hang in Just Chat, which also I'm not sure how honest other people are. Don't want to blow up their spots, but I'll just say that Just Chat does pay out a little bit better if you are a partner. So, hope I'm not breaking TOS with that one. Shit. Man, I really am Hagrid. I gotta shut the fuck up. Not bad vids, just saying her, her saying wild stuff, but sounds like rage bait. Oh. I've doubled my existence in real time. I am in 2 places at once. Hey, you know what? If life is perception, and you can perceive it like that, and I can, so yes, you've doubled your existence. It's awesome. Wait, I'm not sure if you meant to double. Oh, yeah, you did. Okay. I was about to say, I'm like, you don't have to do that because they can see you on the main chat here. I at least made that, you know, my website chat. There's a reason I had to take the logos off, guys. It was both a good thing and a bad thing, because technically I made it to a certain point where somebody was like, all right, cool, your stream's good. But hey, we kind of got this thing where we don't like a certain logo being on there. Huh? Either way, guys, you know that I appreciate y'all. All right, so without further ado, we are gonna get to this Tim Pool thing. It's time. It's time. Hold on. Let me get my little sidekick here. He's having himself a little. He is freaking the fuck out. Oh, get to it. Let's go. Where's my hero? Put him on. Put him on. Put him on. Put him on. Oh, by the way, before we start, if anybody wants to change your guess, we're gonna go until Friday, and then we're gonna make the reveal, tally it up, and then we're also hopefully I unfortunately can't speak because to like the whole final merch drop, because now it's in the hands of who's like the producer. So Tay, how's it going? I'm a pony. You're a pony? Okay. Well, did you know that statistically, when you ask people what they would want, that you're in like the high percentage of like, I want a pony, even if they're like joking? At least you're wanted. By the way, so make the guess. How many peppers did Pep pick? And I really did pick these. So these are from my garden, from my failure of the rest of my plants. Holy crap. Still mad about my tomatoes, man. Not a single one this year. And today's... I gotta say that the weather did not help. 23. Wait, didn't you already guess? No, you didn't. Shit. Alright, got you down. My bad. At least one. We're going for exact numbers here. So, Tay, I'm not sure if you know this, but, Tayski da Demon. Tayski da Demon. Or I'm assuming it's Tayski. I don't know. Either way. A non-zero number. All right, now you guys are being smartasses. Watch it. I'm the only one that gets to do that here, okay? Okay? No. Yeah. We know that's complete bullshit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to interact with my chat. Sometimes you guys roast me better than, you know, the trolls. That's happened a few times, by the way. Where a troll came in here saying something, and then all of it, like, just without missing a beat, you guys were just like, "Nuh-uh. Pep at least admits that he sucks." It's just like, oh man. All right. But like I said, I'm trying to see how long I can tease this because we got one more minute. LOL. Wow. I mean, also, real quick, haven't done this in a while, and I know that like everybody's kind of leaving Twitter, but I've been sharing like not just the stream, but some of my, you know, rando thoughts. I've also not been using my Facebook nearly as much, even like down on my computer. I think I've done it, guys. I think I broke my whole, like, go look at Facebook just when you're bored, which I kind of do feel like my brain is rewiring itself because now I can handle boredom a little bit better. I've learned to handle that awkward moment when you're standing in line at something and you're just like, I'm going to look at my phone because everybody else is. Nah. Now I just do the thing I used to do. Find something to space out on the menu and just kind of do that. Admit it. It's not that big of a deal for people to just kind of be in their phones, especially when you're in line at something. There is a mixture here. I want to be that guy where it's like, I want to be honest about like our online habits. Now, should we feel bad about how we abuse them? Yes. I think that everybody here, and I know that, again, this is bad for me, but I think that occasionally we all lose sight on how much we're using social media and how much it's affecting our brains. Because, yeah, I know, hot take here, but after not going on Facebook every fucking day, having arguments with a bunch of boomers, because that's all it was. God damn it. Can I just say that, like, I know that this is now commonplace, but it really is nothing but a bunch of brain-poisoned boomers that they don't understand how to do anything online. Like, as far as discourse, it's all like 50, 60-year-olds acting like teenagers because it got the reaction, and they're like, yeah, this is how you do things online. So, wow. You guys really took it, ran with it, and ruined it. Cool. Way to ruin an entire platform. But I also did realize that I was giving it way more credence than I should have. Where I was kind of I was fooling myself, where I'm thinking, like, yeah, this is how people out there are seeing things, because I'm connecting. That whole touch grass thing? There's still a reason that is, decades later, or decades, a decade and a half later. I'll even be fair there. But that's where, it's true. Most 60-year-olds never emotionally matured past then anyway. Well, I understand that, and I have come to realize that, yeah, that's most people. At least I just admit that I didn't, and I'm just like, fuck it, I'm running with it. Have we not established that at least I have found the benefit there? And I just realized I need to go get Stan. So here, before I start this segment, I'm gonna go get Stan real quick. But while I do that, I need you guys to do me a favor. I'm going to go to this. Oh, what happened there? Never had that happen. Really? What the fuck? There we go. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for the like ratio. Appreciate that. All right, so here is my homepage. Now, if you notice here, right here, there's this little video I did that is definitely not getting picked up in the algorithm because I made a little mistake. I didn't listen to some advice from YouTube's own, I'm not sure if this was AI or an actual person, but they did I got an email that gave me a nice suggestion of, hey, your channel would grow if you just put out videos. And I'm like, I am putting out videos. I'm doing pretty well. My lives are doing well. And yeah, you notice how live is buried behind all the home videos, shorts, and all that? Yeah, thank you, YouTube, for making it that much harder for me to kind of break through. So I did the segment. You guys, if you are regular viewers, have most likely seen it if you watched my stream on Friday. But what you guys can do for me to really help me out is hit the like button and share that video. That means the world to me. I'm going to leave this up for a second. Go get Stan, and we will go to the Tim Pool. The Tim Pool bit. Let's see what the drama is. Aren't you just so proud of yourself? All right. Yeah, you did good. You did good. You listened. Just posted a meme on Discord that made your day. Ooh, I'll take a look at that in a little bit. Okay. I do have to say that sucks when you see that. I do think that I need to keep the premieres going, though. Oh, it's in the politics section. Okay. All right, that is pretty funny. I like the bad Photoshop. Why not? Oh, man. All right, so Tim Pool. Stan's ready for it. You guys ready for it? I know that I got a sidekick ready for it. Let's go. Everybody into the shallow end. Let's go. Let's do it. Tim Pool. Now, I have to just say that I really appreciate the fact that they just did this. I love the thumbnail. For you to start the video just with such a golden thumbnail, which I love that he did this to prove, like, it's you know what? I own it. It's not that bad, but then he simultaneously, like, scrapped that picture from the internet. I don't know, man. Like, he really does have, like, that I have to be fair here. You can't control genetics. So I'm gonna try. I'm trying my best.
So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then
I love the fact that this is just, all right, let's go more.
say whoopsie.
Whoopsie.
He has a
I don't like this. Slander.
Personalized poker table. Sam found this out after my appearance that says poker with the boys.
Oh my god, dude.
Boys. For people that don't remember, this like interview I did with him was just like crazy, and he got really upset at me and really triggered and started screaming in a high-pitched manner.
I love how Tim Heidecker actually has some drops from that.
I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can.
Oh, geez. Cosmopolitics rating with a party. Hey, I really appreciate you guys coming by to check out the fun. We are just about to make fun of some Tim Pool, which, come on. It's so much fun to make fun of this guy. I literally have a sidekick named Tim Pepper to make fun of this guy. Hi, I love Tim Pool. This guy's an asshole. Fuck him. But look, my hero. He's got the coolest sword and gun combo. You guys can't even play guitar. You guys can't even imagine how cool he is. He has the original Magic the Gathering set. Did you know that?
Can play songs with bad audio and then say whoopsie.
Kickflip. Whoopsie.
Then the show is over. I want to catch my flight, and I don't feel like hanging
Okay, that was like so well done.
out with him because I don't like him.
Yeah, why? Yeah.
But Like, he doesn't seem to pick up on that, and so he's asked me, like, do you want to hang out? And then
All right, Tim Heidecker's editing team is on point, man.
infamously, he said he invited me for sushi, a tour of the compound, and poker with the boys.
The pounding.
I don't understand.
Hey, Cosmo, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. Now, do you like being called Cosmopolitics, or do you like being called by your name? Because I never have actually asked you that.
And the mentality of these people, I don't like you.
Why does the guitar look fake with those oddly thin pickups? The thing is, according to Lance from the Surfs, he does play it because he walked in to the studio and he was sitting there with like the gun and he's just like sitting there. Oh yeah, check it out. I just it reminds me of that Thai guy that used to like, I forgot his full name, but he got in trouble for doing like a scam. Surprise, but the guy that would be like, hey, I'm just chilling in my garage here with my Lamborghini. Yeah, reading books. You got to read books and you'll be just like me with your Lamborghini and the hot chicks and the birdie. I think that it's in the vein of that.
Like, I'm here to debate you because I think your ideas are bad and
Tim Pool being a grifter? What?
You're creating a misinformation kind of ecosystem that is leading people down.
And also trying to like big dick it, like, because a guy like Lance, he had to already feel like intellectually inept. So that had to be the reason. Oh my God, can you imagine that? Like, we've all been there. We've like, but it's mostly like on a date. That's when you do this type of flexing where it's just like, I know this girl's about to walk in, or like we were teenagers. Like, actually, that's what it is. It's literally the thing where your crush walks in, right? And you're just like, hold on. I just gotta, oh man, I got this muscle that's going on. Oh, hold on. I just gotta, let me pick that up for you,
Right-wing rabbit holes. I mean, he's in a hole into the incel thing. Like,
He wasn't lying. I read one book. Now I have a Lambo.
What's going on there is because he doesn't really believe
Oh my
any
God.
of the
The biggest scandal was that Ty, what's his face, was actually like he was right.
shit he's
Right, he found a
Yes.
game.
But you
when
do.
the show's
But
over,
I do.
the character
No
goes
way.
to...
Also, bobbing for giblets. Welcome to the stream.
Right, and that's where, and there's so many people like that. I mean, you would be shocked, like the amount of when the cameras go off. People have said this, that Charlie Kirk was like this, like that he was very nice interpersonally, but he goes out there and
It's the same thing with all these grifting POSs. Like I've done this. I brought this up about Andrew Wilson. So I've had the displeasure of doing a debate with Andrew Wilson. Again, this is lore here on Pep Talks, but yeah, he could not have been nicer in the green room. But then the second that go live button went on, he turned into just such an ass.
this performance. It's like, no,
Right.
I'm here because I care
Wilson
about
the Worm.
these things.
Nah, Queen Andrew. I still like that one.
And so when I rejected that offer, that's when he
Emma's
called me
so
a
tan.
pedophile.
He called me a pedophile too.
She actually just went on when she was hosting the show about how she needs to wear more sunscreen and how like she really regretted going out and tanning this summer.
Ooh, I don't know if you saw
Nice.
that one. That was fun.
But I couldn't understand why he wanted to have sushi and play poker with the pedophile. Like, when did he figure out I was
Yeah,
the
exactly.
pedophile? Right?
Oh my God, dude. The fact that she called him out, like, right there to his face. Well, as much as you can on another program, but the fact that she just said it, like, you called me a pedophile, dude. So you're going to do this thing where, like, you were going to beg for the attention of a pedo? Like, come on. Tour, sushi, and poker with the boys. I do love how they, like, spiced it up a little bit because, number one, tour. I like the way that like MR Chat will always like kind of they willingly misheard that one. And then yeah, sushi and poker with the boys. I think that's just the Chicago vernacular to the New York crowd. Am I right? All right. We got a part 2 to this. Because Tim Heidecker actually does this very, very smartly. He breaks up his segments instead of releasing the full streams, like a pro. And yeah, so we get the good segments already broken down for us, which I also really appreciate coming from the channel directly. I don't have to go through like one of those, Hassan clip channels or something like that. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, we have a little bit more to this appearance that I want to check out.
First of all, I mean, the Epstein emails.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Is this guy? Is he? Oh, dude! He's on a green screen with his two guys behind him. He is. All right, this is what we call in the business, and when I say the business, I mean the radio biz. Bob and Tomming. So he, I think, is working remotely from his home. He has the green screen with the guys who are in studio with Emma, but he is I guess Howard Sterning now could be applicable to this as well. But Bob and Tom did it first.
Right?
Right.
Did you know that those guys broadcasted for, I think it was something like 6 or 7 years? They never set foot in the same room.
Whoopsie.
That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, oops, my bad.
Is anything going to change, or is it just going to continue to, or is it actually big news?
Well, I mean, I think we're on the left. I'm inclined to be less interested in something like this because I'm like the material things. This is what I care about, building power. But what's also important in this time when Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and also the Supreme Court, is to create as much internal division or foster that as possible, and as much as possible. And I think that this is like the first time since Trump really got elected around a year ago that we're seeing these internal divisions within the party and these factions and fissures that we can exploit. Like there's a fracture. We got to make it a clean break. That's the job of an opposition party. Although Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries don't seem to have gotten that memo fully.
Right.
But like the good news, I do think it took a little bit of the sting away of those 8 Democratic senators caving to the Republicans, because now, fortunately, Grijalva was able to be sworn in when the government was no longer shut down, and then we get the release of these files. And my contention about this...
I was kind of surprised that they didn't try to double down on, like, that one guy that won that other special election, so they were just like, we could technically wait. We could wait and see what happens, and, well, you know what? Oh, we just happened to get the canceling vote. Too bad.
Stories is just like that.
At least that was the narrative that the media was going with right up until the point.
Trump presented himself as kind of a class traitor to his base. He was saying this.
That was a big mistake for him. We cannot, like, overemphasize how big of a mistake that was for him.
I've been in those rooms where politicians like Hillary Clinton have been bought, and I'm going to be the person that cleans it up because I have.
Oh, to your point earlier, I sympathize with MR Chat. It totally sounds like it twerk.
I have the understanding internally, and I have this like bizarre charisma that people can connect to, and they live vicariously through my ability to say slurs and act how.
I just wish that like we could have like an interactive emote over in like MR Twitch where it's just Tim Pool with a little cartoon doing a little twerk dance. Oh my god. What's her face from Bob's Burgers? That would be perfect. Just superimpose his face there.
And they get this kind of thrill out of that. But this cracks that facade. This makes it so that like, no, you're in the Larry Summers camp. You're in the Bill Clinton camp. And it creates a credibility problem for them. And the fact that they brought in Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room, which suggests that this has national security implications. Just to put that out there about, because Epstein was clearly, in my view, just a theory, because we don't have proof, but like involved in intelligence.
An asset.
An asset. And so the fact that they brought her in and they tried to squeeze Nancy Mace on this.
The fact that we're saying allegedly about a dead guy kind of shows you that there is still somebody out there that could sue.
And it didn't work. I was about to make a crude joke and I stopped myself.
Right.
With both hands,
they're painting her as like a crackpot, which she might be, but
but they didn't bend. And like that shows Trump's weakness on this issue. He was not able to bully them. And that's, I think, a significant development, regardless of what we find out.
What's going to happen with that MAGA base? Because it feels like they are fractured, and the people like Tim Pool and Nick Fuentes, like they seem genuinely aggrieved by how things are going.
I mean, it was
Right.
already such a fragile coalition to begin with because they almost won by default with like Biden being literally unable to use the bully pulpit to advocate
Yeah.
for his policies. They also went with the like inflation isn't.
To be fair, he tried, but he kept going. He kept going and tried to sell other policies, you know, like the grocery store policy and the water park policies.
A real thing, or like
Yeah, Jack, just make sure that you don't run where there's water. You don't want to fall in the pool.
it's getting better. And the economy was growing under Biden, but
I did just have this really funny visual of him standing at a fucking water park, just like, hey.
but and unfortunately the administration was
A little
reticent to
sunscreen on
like
his
actually
nose.
put the blame on the corporations that were artificially inflating
Retirement treating you well there, eh, Joe?
prices. It was
Yeah.
this concept called greedflation
He's got
that was
his ice
called a
cream cone.
left-wing conspiracy theory until we saw basically the earnings reports from these some
Joe.
of these companies, and they're taking home record profits and bonuses as they're inflating prices. They went up naturally due to inflation with supply shocks from the pandemic, but they kept them up and they kept raising them. And so the strategy for
Yeah, but this is where, unfortunately, the pushback from the American public was not good enough, because we had a bunch of people that were kind of just showing their ass, where they were like, hey, I'm okay with paying $4 for eggs.
from Biden to not really address that.
When I heard that from somebody where they were just like, yeah, you know what? I was out at the grocery store. I found a dozen eggs for $4. It wasn't that bad. I was just like, yeah, that's not okay. Anything, you know, $2.99, maybe I'll accept like that extra dollar, that extra buck, if you will.
I left this huge opening for Trump to just go out there and be like, prices are falling or prices are too high, excuse me, and I'm going to fix that. And also Biden was unable to communicate. And then there was no Democratic input. Kamala
Farm eggs are $4.
Harris became the nominee. There wasn't a robust debate about what kind of candidate the Democrats
Well, shit, I guess all the eggs at my grocery store are fucking farm eggs, because
should put forward. And of course, the genocide in Gaza depressed turnout.
Yeah.
And so like he said he would lower prices. He got people to vote for him on that basis, and they're just getting higher and higher. And he now
on everything.
has like Bush 2007 level of approval rating.
He's
minus
extremely
18.
unpopular. Yeah, extremely unpopular.
This early on into his second term, this is like the fact that he's extremely unpopular, I think, is really important to remind people of that, because they rely on this perception of strength.
As I said, I really appreciate Tim Heidecker and the way that he's breaking things up like that. As far as the full appearance, I don't think that we have that yet. All right, so Nick Fuentes went on another tirade. I know, right? Like this MAGA civil war couldn't already be heating up enough when all of a sudden Nick Fuentes sees his opportunity to stay relevant and possibly make himself even more relevant with other. I mean, it's all the wrong people. Let's be real. Like this guy, I still have no idea how he built his career doing this. I wrongly thought that we lived in a time where punching Nazis and just in general not condoning anybody saying that like what they did was based, or the whole Hitler comment that he made. Yeah, I thought we lived in a time where it was actually completely normal to be like, no, dude, that's fucked up, and honestly, you should be canceled. Like, in all of the people that should be canceled, somebody like that should be canceled. Well, now his career is bigger than ever. He was just on frickin' Tucker Carlson blowing up the right wing, which, again, thank you for doing that. At least there is some good to come from the fuckery that is him. Also, I hate the fact that he's local to me. Like, ugh. It really does suck. Him and Charlie Kirk,
Epstein,
I have to
obviously.
constantly remind myself, I'm like, that sucks.
Dovetails to a much broader sort of breakdown.
And Tim Pool. Man.
Going on within MAGA centered around Nick.
All right, guys, give me some cool left-wing Chicagoans because Tom Powell Jr. There we go. We got Tom Powell Jr., folks.
Who is an overt racist and neo-Nazi, and he is another element and factor here that is splitting the Republicans apart at this moment. And he had some pretty interesting comments recently about how he believes that MAGA is dead, and
That's a really nice copy of the Iliad and the Odyssey.
also pointing out some of the hypocrisy of the right and of other MAGA influencers, where they want to draw the line at him, but they are perfectly okay with hateful racist rhetoric when it comes to other
Mockler? Oh, I forgot about Mock. I guess I got Mock.
other groups, ethnicities, religions, etc. Let's take a listen to.
I'm so ecstatic about that.
Me too.
I got Rick Strom. That's right. We got Rick here.
This year,
I hope that I run into him at a sporting event.
2025 is the year that MAGA died.
Vitengale, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Also, guys, over on Twitch, I know that I kind of just posted it without any fanfare, but if you guys can also do me the solid of heading on over to YouTube real quick and just leaving a like and subscribe on the channel, it really, really helps me out. And yeah, I'm trying to grow the left, and you guys, by the way, you're all awesome. Thank you. And I don't think she answered, did she? Yeah, because I'm not sure like which creators want to be called by like their channel name and all that, but shout out Christina. I really appreciate that.
The year that this hat is no longer controversial. The hat is not edgy. The hat is not provocative. It doesn't even mean anything.
See, it was all
this
about
hat
that.
Is dead. This hat is dead. Now, metaphorically speaking, and this is the future. And let's look at the ledger.
It was all about being an edgelord. It was all about just the lulz.
On the side of MAGA, you have Lindsey Graham, Ben Shapiro.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Marco Rubio, Randy Fine, Mark Levin. Apparently, all of that is MAGA. Together, they support war with Iran. China.
Never been here before. Came in with the No Justice MTG raid. I'd be happy to boost your YouTube. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that.
Any students, H-1B.
Needs a swirly. Oh, if there's ever a prime candidate for getting a good swirly. Oh,
visas. 300.
Even got the hair that would definitely. It would do like he would look like David Tennant's Doctor Who with the like his. It would turn into a faux hawk. He would bring. Oh my God! He would accidentally bring the faux hawk back.
1,000 deportations. All
of a sudden, all these broccoli-headed idiots coming out with the faux hawk
here. And then on the other side...
Can you tell that there might be a picture of me with that stupid haircut?
Apparently what is not MAGA, what is kicked out of MAGA, wacky, crazy, haters, Republican haters, Democrats, third worldists. You got Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Golden Glove Boxing Chicago.
And Thomas
really?
Massey. Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones. You got all these people on the other side in favor of America first, mass deportations, no foreign students, no foreign workers.
Oh, thank you for the like. I really appreciate that.
No war with Iran. No war with Russia in Ukraine. What has become of the movement? It's been inverted, and it is now dead. This coming Monday. And I said, fuck Islam.
What the fuck? Guys, this happened so fast. I really was not prepared for him to go full scorched earth the way that he has. This is so welcome, but holy crap.
I said, these Muslims.
Oh, hell yeah. We just reached 490. Thank you.
Need to go home. Fuck them. They're barbarians. They're third worldists. They like to live in open sewage and bomb crap. You think any conservative would disavow me? Any of them? Any Republican? You think if I was known for saying that, do you think I would have any trouble getting into CPAC or the New York Young Republican Club Gala or the GOP? Of course not, because Laura Loomer has access to the White House and she says stuff like that. Ben Shapiro has access to Trump and he says stuff like that.
I mean, he's got a point, doesn't he?
No, he's
Sauger?
right.
And
yeah, he's right.
Listen. I want people to be totally clear because Nick Fuentes is trying to whitewash his image right now and is being sanitized with the help of any number of podcast hosts, but Tucker Carlson being one of them. This is a man who says he loves Hitler, thinks Hitler is cool, and denies the Holocaust, and is an avowed racist, hates Jews, but all sorts of other ethnic groups as well. But he's completely correct there at the end when he says, you know what? If I said all the things that I say,
Did Vasora and I not tell you that Nick or Tucker would be starting a nationalist party movement? I mean, as the logical progression goes, it's not exactly that shocking, but it's just like I said, it's the amount of time that they did it in where it's just like, it hasn't even been a full year in his second presidency, and here we are.
if I said the things that Randy Fine says and Lori
Bloodstone,
Loomer
hell yeah.
says about how Muslims are disgusting and they're savages and they all need to be deported and it's a horror show, it would be no problem. So you are not going to be.
Also, if you guys are interested in joining the Discord, we got some. We have a fun community over there. I have a fun community just in general on this channel, so I appreciate you guys being here and joining.
Be able to draw the line. Like if
you
all
guys are
that
having
hateful
fun.
shit is fine for all these other groups, you're not going to be able to
Obviously,
draw the
I
line.
use the term "guys" as non-gendered, just so you know.
When it comes to
Guys, dude, man. I'm kind of like Midwest stoner, just so everybody here knows.
people. And he's 100% correct about that. You know, I also think, like, I'm curious too, your view though on his assertion that effectively MAGA is dead. I think that.
Oh, by the way, I also only do exclusive invites to my Discord. I don't keep a live link up, so anytime I post it is the only. It's kind of like the way that Stephen Strange does the sling ring. I always say, I'm just like, yep, portal's open for a second, but
in a sense, he's correct about
once
that.
it's gone,
and
it's gone.
the fact that they have completely compromised any sort of moral credibility they could possibly have in order to gatekeep a character who's an overt, like,
that does not mean they're gonna stop trying.
neo-Nazi
Come
like
on.
Nick Fuentes. I mean, these people support a genocide. They're, you know, they are implementing a refugee policy that is whites only. They're doing mass racial profiling of Latinos, including Latino American citizens across the country. They're sending people to CCOT. And you think you're going to have any sort of moral standing to then be like, no, here's where we draw the line? It's ridiculous.
I think that on the Israel issue is where it's the cleanest headshot. And this is also why this entire conversation about trying, it's like, oh, they must disavow. It's like, guys, nobody more embodies no enemies to the right more than the Zionist right. You can say literally anything about dual loyalty for Muslims, about wanting Palestinian children to starve in Gaza, about wanting and having joy, which here's the thing, they say all this shit. They're like, I get joy when I see Palestinian children, you know, being killed in Gaza. One of the
do say that.
The people who has been openly going after the Heritage Foundation has been increasingly making fun of Palestinian women and children who are in tents in Gaza, who are being flooded by, you know, by more recent rains, which obviously is a mass spreader of disease. So you want the moral authority to tone police what is or isn't. I mean, it's like, again, you know, I can't possibly be lectured by the likes of Randy Fine, who said he wants to.
You have before though, Sagar. Let's be real.
Gaza. It's like, dude, you are literally openly celebratory of death.
Okay, so somebody in chat might know this a little bit better than me, but has Sagar always been this way on Palestine, or did he kind of catch up around the same time that most people on the, you know, the right wing or even the center did
of women
about a
and
year
children,
ago?
and the same standard that you want applied to rhetoric against Jews is ones that you directly use against Muslims, not even really just Muslims, because it's really just anybody who you disagree with, period. They most openly, you know, go after Muslims. So in what, and by the way, then also, you know, they talk about damage and about how hurtful and hateful rhetoric and all that is. Who has the most power? Who has the most power? The people who have openly cheered on the deaths of women and of children, of funding, you know, much of what is going on there, of directing U.S. policy. So it's very obvious that, you know, if you look at actually who's been the most harmed by hurtful rhetoric, it's you. Like, you're the biggest people for mass murder.
Dude, I heard that with my headphones on. You just let one rip.
And yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
no.
look, on the MAGA being dead point, We have counted out Trump before.
God.
And that's why I don't. I mean, look, back after January 6th, you could have made a good case that people were going to move on. It didn't work, right? He won, not only just won the nomination, he won the election by popular vote, right? So I'm not ready to just sit here and discount their own political talent because they've pulled many, many rabbits out of a hat before. Now, whenever it does come to the Israel issue, and specifically with the current fight that is happening right now, this is something.
It's very weird for Sagar to have a correct take.
Where you,
I know. That's kind of why I'm wrestling with this.
Cannot both
I'm
sides.
like, wait a minute.
And I think that perhaps is where he is most correct in terms of it is Rubio.
This is uncomfortable. I am actually like more comfortable disagreeing with him because he has such bullshit takes on everything else.
It is Laura Loomer, Mark Levin,
broken clock, I guess.
The pro-Israel crowd, which have most directly hitched their wagon to Donald Trump. And more directly, they're making it the direct litmus test for 2028. Now, the anti-Israel right, or I guess the
good luck with that, though. Like, look at the way that AIPAC is already losing ground with most of, like, so anybody that is, paid for by AIPAC, they're actually, like, they're the underdogs, technically, in these upcoming elections based on the polling because AIPAC is now a no-no word.
America, right?
I saw an article recently where they were talking about how now it's becoming one of the political third rails, which if they're already using that language, that should tell you that there's movement.
He's also doing the same thing. Part of the reason that Tucker Fuentes interview happened, I believe, I have no inside information, is genuinely to force, a choice for a lot of people who are in the American right wing to be like, okay, well, what do we find most offensive about what's happening here? And, like you said, look, I mean, God, Nick, he's a very, very smart guy in terms of calibrating a lot of his language now currently to be the most appealing to mass audience in the hopes that a lot of people may forget. However, for all the people who complain about him, as I have said here before, he literally was working on the Kanye West campaign. He was dead, irrelevant, and a joke back in 2023. October 7th resurrected his entire image because he had something to criticize, to expose, and to fight against. And that's part of the reason that he is in the prominent position of where he is right now. And that's entirely a creation, I believe, of the Zionist right and of the way that they've handled themselves over the last 2 years. It's one where they correctly see them as a threat, but they are the mirror image.
Like you said, it's weird to agree with them.
In a lot of ways, rhetorically, and to the effect also of destroying MAGA. Israel is destroying MAGA. Israel is destroying the Republican Party. It already destroyed the Democratic Party. It's destroying much of the Republican Party because it's about generational lines, and it's not just about the actions in Gaza. It's fundamentally a question of who do you work for and who do you care about the most. If you care about this foreign nation at the expense of ours, which you can directly say about Islam, but you're not capable of saying it about this, well, you're a hypocrite, and you're the people with all the power. You're directly, it appears, this is the one issue in which you're willing to compromise all of your principles. That's what makes people go crazy. I read that quote from, you may not have seen it, there's a long piece in the New York Times about Tucker Carlson. What he says there is he was like, I was truly shocked to find out that many of the Republicans who I have been friends with and others do not care nearly as much about free speech as they allegedly, pretended to over the last 10 years. I feel that way too. I mean, I actually do feel more galled by a Ben Shapiro or by, a myriad of other right-wing figures, the Trump administration, to not only run on a position of free speech, to, be against the woke left and to say that this is bad and anti-American, and then to come into office and directly use, anti-free speech measures to shut down dissent, again, over an issue, of a foreign country. Like, that's why the Israel issue resonates, is because it's the one where people are willing to compromise everything that they've ever said before in order to act seemingly on behalf of this foreign power. And it's what gives the cleanest hit to a Nick Fuentes than anybody else. And so, in my opinion,
actually going back to the chorus thing real quick, again, without saying too much, just because I don't want to get into trouble, that the main critique that I had heard was that there was no way to really figure out who was part of like these dark super PACs. And two of the donors that were kind of well known did have ties with, some Zionist programs and shit like that. So
They have nobody but themselves to blame. Why should we listen to you about tone policing?
gee, I wonder why people would be kind of a little uncomfortable with
We can't. I can't deal with it.
aligning themselves with somebody like that.
I mean, I think it would be ideal if you had two political parties that both were able to gatekeep actual neo-Nazis.
Yeah.
But when you have, I mean, listen, on the Democratic side, why was Israel such a problem for Democratic leadership? It's because it exposed the hypocrisy of the distance between their rhetoric about human rights, right, and these like liberal international humanitarian values.
Yep, it's her internet.
And
I was
claiming
like,
to care about democracy and international law and all these things, and then an act of genocide. And it just, the base looked at that and it's like, this is disgusting. Like, we actually do believe in these international human rights values. Like, we actually believe people should have equal rights and we shouldn't support ethno-states and apartheid and genocide. And we cannot understand why you would be such incredible, disgusting, murderous hypocrites when it comes to this.
I mean, I can only because I came from a religion that was steeped in it. Like, I was technically part of an evangelical Zionist cult, is the way that you could really frame it, because their tactics weren't just that of your average church. They were more extreme in the way that they pushed it, and like they had like these what do you call them? Oh my God. They were tests, loyalty tests and stuff like that. Like they would test our faith constantly. And when I say test your faith, they would even ask you, like, where are you on your walk with God? That's the way they would try to frame it. And right around the time that we got into high school and we started learning about this stuff pretty like comprehensively, that's when they really started pushing the narrative that, technically we are the true chosen ones of Christ, and through some mental gymnastics and white rewriting of history, let's just put it that way, where they somehow came to the conclusion that, like, yes, the white suburbanites of Chicago somehow are the true chosen, where I had a teacher that specifically, I need to preface this, it wasn't my whole school doing this, but I had a teacher that called them placeholders, where they're like, yeah, technically, Jews are just placeholders for Jesus to come back, and then when Jesus comes back, we'll be able to, that will essentially be our entrance into the kingdom of heaven. I'm like, so are we not getting raptured right away? Do we need to go to Jerusalem to do so? He's like, well, you would figure that most hardcore Christians would want to go there to fight, to be part of that battle, because technically that's, showing your devotion to God. But he even says, like, no, but if you believe, then you would get raptured. I'm like, so you're telling me I wouldn't have to fight? You're telling me I don't have to go anywhere, right?
The right, to go a level deeper, even than Israel.
The suburban Knights of Canyon Terrace.
MAGA is increasingly centered around Christian nationalism. So it's okay for you to then say, okay, well, the Muslims have to go and the Hindus are disgusting and they have to go. But no, because that's where they try to conflate this, where it's like America's a Christian country. That's why they've been working so hard to do that, where they're like, no, technically Jesus and God are mentioned all throughout the history of the... No, we're going to draw the line
through the Bill of Rights and all of America.
And we're going to protect. You can't say anything hateful.
Could have been more articulate on that one, but honestly, my brain just was just like, oh, fuck you.
About Jewish people. Nick Fuentes is the logical conclusion of the philosophy that they have centered within the MAGA movement, increasingly centered within the MAGA movement. So when he says MAGA is dead, I think he's absolutely right, because he is part of, he is like the logical end state of MAGA. And the fact that he is critical of them from the right, and you have Trump, who is incredibly
We still
weak
have how many days to go until the end of the year? Holy crap.
Who just took this electoral shellacking, who is a lame duck, who is an old man, increasingly looking like an old man, falling asleep in meetings, falling asleep while he's standing up.
My favorite one was this one.
At White House events, who's lost control of his...
Or his neck ussy. It's like you didn't know what to focus on, that or the fact that he was probably making this noise. Like...
His own political party can't even get them to vote his way on the Epstein files, has to completely...
Hey, what do you mean? I was listening. I was totally here the entire time. Let me guess, you were talking about what's a hot button issue here? You guys still talking about that Epstein guy? Come on.
180.
I just wakes. Wait a minute, that'd be even funnier. He wakes up out of a dead sleep.
Everyone
Hey, you guys, everybody talking about Epstein still? What's going on? Whoa, where am I?
is jockeying for
Fake news.
what is going to come after Trump. And so through the fact of his political weakness and the exposing of the ideological fissures, flaws, hypocrisies, and lies of this sort of core MAGA ideology.
All right, so at what point do you abandon fun stuff like, the occasional action figure or posable collector's item to go and buy tchotchkes like this? Like, do you think these matter to her? Do you think she saw these two little guys up here and just went, oh my God, this is what the thinking pose, totally appreciate that. And definitely, yes, these are thinking poses. I really enjoy those.
I think
Sorry.
Fuentes is
This is me fighting with my adult consciousness. It's just like, hey, asshole, stop looking at collector's items thinking that those are decorations.
absolutely right. And, you can already see, and this is part of what's happening with Marjorie Taylor Greene, part of what's happening with
I mean, my Snorlax is pretty happy, right?
Massey, part of what's happening with Ted Cruz. You can see everyone starting to jockey. And JD Vance obviously
came into the most shocked freeze frame ever.
Starting to jockey
nice meta.
for what is going to be
What's up?
next.
How you doing?
This administration is already a failure. There's nothing Trump could do at this point to pull a rabbit out of the hat and totally remake the economy that
Another visual, that'd be great. He just shows up to the podium just like, hold on guys, I got one more trick for you. Look, there's no rabbit in the hat. Flip it upside down, flip it again. Oh my God, look, it's a rabbit. Oh, it's dead.
the economy is going in a
God damn it, somebody told me that I didn't have to feed the rabbit.
is headed south and probably only going to get worse. None of his 50-year mortgage
That somehow just act like that went from funny to kind of sad.
ideas
It's
are
like,
going to pull
oh,
it
the
out of the
buddy.
tailspin. They're betting massively on AI technology that's going to replace, millions of workers.
I like how her outfit matches her silk flowers. I bet everything in her, like, she's got interior design mind, but it looks like her interior design inspirations are, and forgive me, I know I'm being a little catty with this one, but she looks like she's stuck in the early to mid 2000s with it. Lots of pastels in that house. We've seen it. Trust me. Look at what she makes Kyle wear now. Dude, the guy was wearing double beige. Like, how you got double khaki, not double beige, but double khaki. He was wearing a khaki shirt with a khaki tie. Now, listen, we all know of the travesty that is the Canadian tux. I think that that's even worse.
In their ideal.
What do we call that one? The safari tux?
The whole thing is completely bankrupt and is increasingly exposed as so. So, I've been wrong about Trump before. I thought he would lose to Kamala, so people should take my words with a grain of salt. I've been wrong in the past. There's no doubt about it. But I have never seen this level of weakness in the coalition, this level of genuine sort of foundational
Watch as I pull a tariff out of my hat. Oh, wait, why is there a rabbit in here?
fissures. And I've never seen someone from within the
Wait, oh my God, there's a hanky and another hanky and another hanky and another hanky. They just keep going. So many hankies.
the movement be able to go up against Trump
Connecticut casual.
and get the better of him.
Well said.
And
I know they're in Virginia, but still.
now we have effectively multiple people who are able to do that and pull it off.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, this is one of my main sales points. We're the working class here, folks.
Look, let's talk about MAGA, right? Again,
Tell you right now that my house is probably worth a quarter of hers.
About what you were saying. Now, I mean, I think that's a convenient left explanation because one of the things that they dream about is that anybody who is opposed to immigration is racist, right? I mean, that's literally kind of been the talking point now for over a decade about Trump. I personally did not believe that. And I don't think that a lot of people believe that either who supported Trump in the 2024 election. People wanted less chaos. There are legitimate legitimate, non-racial arguments to make about immigration restriction. There are a lot also to make, let's say, even about Israel, anti-Semitism, about nationalism itself. If we talk about the intellectual heirs of American nationalism back to the early
Kyle looks more like Florida Man than Xander Hall, an amazing feat.
early days, let's say with the Progressive Party under Theodore Roosevelt, there was an explicit element.
That's such a fair assessment. And honestly, I think that even Zan would just be like, hey.
Specifically to fight against know-nothings.
Actually, just watched Zan the other day. I saw that he's doing quite well. So you know what? Good for him.
The other strain.
Although he was talking about Yellow Flash, which I've heard of that guy one time, and the only reason I know that is because how are you going to take the name Yellow Flash and then all of a sudden blow up with that, where I'm like, no, really? What? A comics channel that goes and does the Geeks and Gamers thing and casually is just a right-wing piece of shit? No way.
Of racialism and anti-Catholicism that was in the right, and instead to make it about the...
But yeah, he was covering that, and he was talking about the fall off, and then it was funny because he caught himself where he was just like, you know what? He's still doing pretty well. Maybe I should just shut up. I was like, you finally did it, where you realize that, you're sitting here criticizing people's fall offs, and then you look at your numbers and you're like, well, I'm still only making, content for maybe, again, not to use the ratio too often here, but like a quarter of the audience.
The nation centered in and of itself, to include the Irishman, the Scotsman, as long as people were able to forego, their
MFers are straight up orange
attachments to foreign nations and to buy into a national civic project. Like, you're saying that's what MAGA's all about. I don't believe that. I actually don't believe that that's really what a lot of the people who voted for Trump and believed, America first itself as an ideology itself. Now, I think Fuentes likes MAGA to be this because that's what he wants, right? And part of what Trump has always done is he's been kind of a Rorschach test where you could see civic nationalism if you want. You could also see overt racialism if you want to. Some of the actions of the administration, don't necessarily make the case, that I'm making.
It's an eggplant. What do you see? A swastika
here, and that's where.
What do you see? Mein Kampf.
That becomes the logical endpoint, where when you start to use free speech, to go after
what
people
up, hey, Jehu, how you doing?
Criticizing Israel, when you are overtly just not really allowing, ethnocentrism itself to be a primary argument for immigration instead of anything economic or to be to your own benefit. That is where it validates some of the MAGA, that you're talking about. One that I've personally been trying to, go fight against now for 10 years. But I'm not going to sit here and say...
Yet somehow be a mouthpiece for simultaneously on multiple subjects? Come on, Sagar.
That I...
Go talk about the demon... go demonize potheads some more and say how, we're the bane of your existence. And how, we're the gateway to everything else that's wrong with society. It all starts with the devil sticks.
Successful. I think that movement itself about competence, about civic nationalism, which, again, I still believe validated in the 2024 election. A lot of people were actually on board with that vision, and they did win the popular vote. First time a Republican has done it since 2004. That is an extraordinary achievement. All of this is to be said here.
The thing is, he's met with Donald Trump and he glazed his nuts and even said he was just like, I voted for him and I thought he would do fine.
Is that if they want to go down the right...
this is the thing. I don't like how he gets a little confused sometimes because, he does the show with Crystal where it's like, no, Sagar, you forgot your place here. You're the right winger. You're the one who admitted that you didn't really care, that you just didn't like Kamala Harris's platform. And that, you know what, that was enough for you to take a chance with Trump again.
Rabbit hole of people who vote for Mamdani or socialist Muslims, and that Mamdani itself, socialist Muslim, needs to be denaturalized, be deported. Then don't be surprised when the other side of that coin is going to be exposed when we got to start talking about dual loyalty and about foreign...
Oh my God, are you guys just waking up to the fact that it's like some of the most reprehensible human beings that you have just welcomed on your side because it helped kind of cater to your message, all of a sudden might be pieces of shit?
About being beholden to foreign ideologies or any of that. You cannot gatekeep in that. The better option is to basically embrace everybody on the terms as Americans and to debate, but that's not what they've chosen to do. And that's also why.
Well, no, because we live in an America now where debate is just I'm right, you're wrong, I won't listen to you. And that is a problem on both the left and the right. This is why I won't debate like that.
You know, that's why
I debate in the millennial style of I'm actually curious about how you came to your position and whether or not you're even able to change them.
If you accept that
leopards faces, you know the drill. Yeah.
Framing, which many current modern Republicans do, which is to make it about foreign entanglements when it comes to Zoran Mamdani, and not in.
Can we make it a baboon? Like, because technically, like, or just any type of. Oh, actually, no. A chimpanzee. A chimpanzee is more dangerous, and they're more face rippy.
Instead, about the campaign issue and the campaign-related stuff itself, for why a lot of people vote.
I didn't realize that the chimpanzee would rip off my face. Oh!
Voted for it, let's say on affordability, then you do go down the ethnic rabbit hole, which is to his direct benefit. That's what he wants more than anything. I mean, you know, it's ironic because he's talking there about if I said this about Muslims. It's like, dude, I'm pretty sure you have said all that about Muslims, number one. But number two,
I'll fix that. The only debating done in this country is masturbating.
You like
it's not
this.
like he's some
Yeah.
lover of Arabs or Muslims.
Yeah, and
all right.
you know what? Look,
Yeah.
let me
He's
also
a
say,
disgusting
I'm no great, fan. I mean, I've made plenty of comments.
Don't leave low-hanging fruit if you don't want it picked
here, and I think it's totally legitimate to talk about Islamic migration or any of that. I will talk that all day long.
The baboons with the giant red asses, just to add insult to injury. It's just like, did you see that fucking baboon? It just ripped my face off. And did you see its ass? Its asshole was outside its body.
As long as what we're trying to strive for is American values and a non-racialized view of the world, okay? That's very different. But what they celebrate openly is this discussion of, about what they celebrate openly is this framework explicitly around America must be a, Christian white nation, which a lot of the Islamic stuff.
I mean, I think that you'd be perfectly fine if your name wasn't Sagar and you had a little bit of a history with a different religion. Honestly, bro, I think that if you grew up in this shit, you would be right there with them. That's the difference here. You're only able to see this because you're able to actually correlate that, yeah, you're not fucking white. And you do see that they'd come after you for that. It's weird, but your political ideology totally fits with theirs. That's what you're not escaping here, Sagar.
Kind of basically, tacitly embraces. They just have a Jewish carve out for it. And he's like, well, no, I don't want that Jewish carve out too. So then you can't be surprised when this happens, right? So in a lot of ways, you have your own,
This is where, Crystal, with all due respect, you push back. You say, well, Sagar, then where were you on, I get it. They have to work with each other daily. And somebody even said, they're like, yeah, they're not going to go for the, mini arguments here. But that one's big enough to where it's like, can you please explain to him how he would be thinking differently if there was just one little difference? And I think he might understand it.
Only yourselves to blame. And this is really where Richard Hanania, I have to give credit where due. His Abelio 5.
Yeah, if his name was Seth, he'd be on board with for white nationalism because he's fundamentally a weenie.
Defense not with.
Yes, more of calling people weenies.
Standing is which he docs has recently taken up as a cause. What he says is about the Groyperization of a lot of Republican politics. Is if you
that you were all for, not even again, dude. The fact is that you were perfectly fine with everything that he was saying beforehand.
Openly embrace,
except for the Nazi stuff. But then I've heard, dude, I know I've heard you just going well, if he didn't just say all the Nazi stuff, then he actually might be a kind of agreeable.
Denaturalized, deport type rhetoric about anybody who opposes you. Then it's not an accident that some Fuente.
It's almost like he figured out he was brown. I swear to fucking God. These sycophantic douchebags that are part of MAGA, until Kash Patel's doing this one too, because he's like, oh, what do you mean I'm getting a bunch of pushback from people that don't like my religion and don't like the way I look?
As literally anti-Jewish is going to be.
I mean, the fact that he has an Israeli plant as his girlfriend is kind of hilarious. Or the country singer from Nashville. My bad.
Openly embraced within that framework, because that is the end point. And if that's the choice, well, I think it's pretty bad, and I'm out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds, and I don't remember who said this. It might have been Hanani, I'm not sure, but it reminds in a sense of the rise of Trump, where, you know, people, Fox News or the George W. Bush Republican Party would flirt with rhetoric, but he would come out and say it more directly. And so increasingly, especially in Trump 2.0, with Stephen Miller being such a central figure, who is a blood and soil white nationalist, like once the ethno state is you know, quite a...
And always speaks like he's so angry, but also like his mouth is just stuck always in an ooh position. So he must talk like this, where it's not quite a slur. It's just his teeth and his hate has just constricted his jaw so much that he just has to constantly yell and spit.
Upfront about that, and that is his ideological project, and it drives him day and night. When you have him in charge, and you have the DHS
butthole mouth. He does have butthole mouth.
The way they are, and the videos and the social media content that they put out, and the way
oh my God, South Park needs to get on that
they conduct themselves, and the things that they say. And yes, Laura Loomer being a close advisor and describing herself as a proud Islamophobe who is just openly racist. You have embraced a racialist view of the world. That is your...
It's the lemon he chews in between takes.
That is the policy you're implementing. That is a lot of the communications that are coming out.
So you're telling me that I could just be like, hey, Stephen Miller, go suck on a lemon, and he would just be like, oh, okay.
But you aren't going that next step being quite as...
Like telling a kid that, go to your room. Oh, wow, okay. I got all my favorite stuff in my room. It's like, what? Damn.
Overt, or frankly, quite as consistent as Nick Fuentes is. Nick Fuentes says, yes, I am an overt racialist. Yes, I want this country to be for...
Stephen Miller speaks like a valid... He does. I got the cadence right, but you're right.
White
he does.
Christians. That's what...
Like, it's almost like these Mexican females didn't look at me, so I have a bone to pick with all of the Mexicans because they called me puto, and I didn't like it.
We should have. And guess what? Jews are not...
You know that motherfucker's been called puto a lot.
White Christians. So they're out. So he is taking the more overt, consistent view of the ideological project that they set.
Stephen Miller's motto in life: when life gives you lemons, eat them.
In motion. Now, I think that my own view is that you're right, Soccer. I don't think that many of the people who voted for Trump, I don't think...
Oh my God, man, that is so dead on.
...that they want an overtly neo-Nazi, outright racist party. I think that there are many people who voted for Trump who are...
Make full eye contact with life while you eat them.
...going to be repelled by that. But that is sort of that is what...
All right, I didn't know that the whole...
what they have set in motion.
Lemon thing would take on a life of its own.
Endpoint of the ideology that, especially in Trump 2.0, they have put in place. And
I was watching a Taylor Lorenz video the other day, and I was like, Stephen Miller speaks exactly like Taylor. Was it the one where she had to do the vocal fry warning, and I couldn't make it 2 seconds into it? Where she brought on her guest, and she's like, oh my God. So let me tell you about what's going on in the middle of the country. Like, oh my God.
Heavily flirted with. So
it's so fucking bad.
So that's why I think, you know, when I say I think he's right that MAGA is dead, because Nick Fuentes and others, but Nick Fuentes is sort of forcing a choosing. He's forcing a divide. He's forcing a choosing. Are you going to be this overtly racialist, white nationalist, ethno-state, blood and soil project?
It was the one with her Valley girlfriend. Yeah, it was the one I'm talking about. I think that Stephen Miller should be on there. He'd fit right in.
Are you going to do that?
Like, oh my God. Like, oh my God. Like, oh my Trump.
And are you going to be consistent about it, even when it comes to the Jews? And there aren't going to be any sacred ethnicities or religions or, you know, or sacred cows. Everybody's on the table. Or are you going to be, you know, some sort of a squish and believe everybody should have equal rights and that we should live together in this sort of like pluralistic democratic project that, you know, has been imperfectly practiced in the US for many years? He is forcing a choosing. And that's why I think when that plus Trump political
Massa make America slay again.
weakness and like being a lame dunk and all of that sort of stuff is why I think he fundamentally is
Sorry,
correct
guys. I know I'm
about
pausing a bit too much.
MAGA being broken apart and being dead and not meaning anything. And now people are going to have to pick sides of where they are.
Yeah, but that was like they were delaying the inevitable. I mean, with him being so unpopular right now and them only having 3 more years to really get their shit together, which again is an eternity considering that the Democrats every single time are just like, we're going to wait until the very end of this cycle to even get our shit going.
And, you know,
I was going to ask you guys this, and I meant to do this earlier. Who do you guys see as the leader of the left and the Democratic Party? Because right now, everybody is talking about how Gavin Newsom is the front runner.
Picking the bench.
But there's also people talking about how if that's the case, then we're fucked.
Shapiro side of it's fine to hate everybody except the Jews. I don't think that that's going to be a sustainable place to continue to stand.
No, it's not a sustainable place. And that is ultimately what is
Interrupting ads, blah. Sorry about that.
Fracturing all of this. You can't support a literal Jewish ethno-state and overtly to the point where you're willing to sacrifice all of your American principles and then say, no, we shouldn't have an ethno-state here. You're like, come on, okay? I mean, it's just so ridiculous. And this is part of what is broken down a lot. I mean, look, I find it really tragic. I think it's bad, you know, and I think that
because you can't be part of it. Can you elaborate a little bit? What, like, this really does come across like you're mad that you know that you wouldn't get invited to the, you know, parties with these people.
I think it's really
and you do see that, unfortunately, there's a large contingent within the side that you caucus with that's just like, yeah, you know what? We really don't like you.
Grim. Because what they don't understand is that their embrace of Israel has led to this embrace now of overt racialism.
Please not Newsom. He shreds enough homeless people in CA in California. We don't need him shredding them
They also
nationwide. Yeah.
So don't understand.
Oh, dude, can I just say that in Pokemon ZA, completely random. I know I'm not going to stomach too long, but in Pokemon ZA, they have these benches that you can wait on to go from day to nighttime, which is already annoying in itself. Trust me, I'll go on a tangent about that later. But the fact is, they're normalizing anti-homeless benches where it has the armrest in the middle, and it really made me upset.
That for a lot of people, let's say
that an entire generation of kids are just going to normalize anti-homeless architecture. And it's bullshit.
If you're younger, you're 22. You know, and you're just getting into politics. You haven't, you know, Crystal, you and I have been aware of Fuentes and like the Groyper phenomenon or whatever.
I wish I was
years,
hot.
Right? So we remember a lot of the past. But they don't. They actually have no idea. They don't, you know, they currently see, oh, this is very reasonable. Of course. Oh, calling out Trump. Well, yeah, if that's the tack that we believe in, we should fully take it, you know, in this direction. And
Soccer's way of blending in is just walking around with a Miracle Whip sandwich.
So
he still carries the Miracle Whip. He's like, look, I'm one of you guys.
Fully understand how disgruntled, and especially people who love degenerate activity and are seething, coping with a variety of...
Or the handicap accessible benches that are just hostile architecture in disguise. Those are the ones I'm talking about.
Vices, of which everybody knows, that I hate, and you embrace hateful politics, especially also in the age of large unemployment and inability to meet a spouse. You're fully addicted to porn.
I love mayonnaise and tater tots.
Phone. You're
you and Stephen Miller would be best friends.
Really in a place where it does not seem society wants to help you. I can always intellectually understand.
Dude, his own wife said that, by the way. Like, that's not a joke. His wife said that, like, the only thing he eats is mayo. And then she kind of looked around like, what? You guys don't do that? It's like, ew.
As I have read many books.
It's like, way to confirm everything we thought. And just say it. And I bet it's not even like good mayo. It's not like Duke's. Duke's and Kewpie are the two that, like, if you have those, then you know what's up. You actually know how to cook. The rest, I'm sorry. Like, if you got Hellman's, what are you doing? Improve your life. Get some Dukes.
Previous countries where this has happened, how this can go down that direction. I don't think that that is an embrace of that.
Or Kewpie, but Kewpie is too expensive for too little.
I think we can just all simply understand that radical politics are.
Did you guys see the CNN interview with a white town guy in Arkansas? If that's a real thing, please send it to me. Pep, what do you know about Dukes? I know that it's an amazing mayo that I have chosen for quite some time.
Logical consequence of the current conditions that we live in. Part of the reason why I attack those conditions vehemently. Part of the reason why we talk about AI and many of these other.
Although my grilled cheese sandwiches, Kewpie all the way. Like I have very certain things that I will reserve the Kewpie for.
Phenomena. But the problem too for the Republicans is they're not really trying to address many of those issues I just described as well. If anything, they're probably making.
Ooh, I think I might make one of those for dinner tonight.
Worse with a lot of the rise of AI. So in a multi kind of factorial way, I always look at who's in power, who is to blame. I think they're the ones to blame. Now, people have agency. If you're going to say overtly racist shit, be openly anti-Semitic, yeah, screw you, okay? Nobody is absolving people who hold.
Oh my God! You spent the last 2 fucking years doing that. What are you talking about, Sagar?
Those views, but it's also not difficult to see how that it could be a logical endpoint.
Yeah. Again, this would be much different if you had these takes even a year ago. Even then, I would kind of be like, all right, well, Sagar's finally coming too, but this long? You want me to give you credit? No credit for you.
For how you end up in this right now. And, Charlie Kirk saw that coming with a lot.
Ooh, roasted garlic butter yesterday, and I used that for grilled cheese. It was so good.
Of the Israel stuff that they were dealing with.
How do you do that? Just, yeah, wait, how do you make roasted garlic butter?
Over at TPUSA, it's a problem now for the entire.
Is it quick enough for me to actually make it tonight, or is it something I have to put in the fridge?
Just Republican Party. That's just a problem for the nation broadly, because like you were saying about norms and gatekeeping. If you're willing to blow gatekeeping, institutions, rhetoric, and all of that on behalf of a foreign government for Israel, then you, in my opinion, again, are the person then who opened up the so-called gates to every, crazy person in America. So, because you have no moral authority anymore. You have to restore some sort of moral authority and civic understanding between people so that we can all re-agree kind of on what guardrails and all of that were. That's part of the reason I hate the mainstream media, right? Is because I'm like, listen, I know, independent media isn't some great bastion, but I thought that some of the norms and the things that they find offensive, whatever, are horrible and are bad. But what we're living through is kind of a reformation of that. And we're living with the logical consequence of what I think, again, a lot of these establishment people propped up and they normalized ethno-state worship and sacrificing principles on behalf of foreign government. Well, where did you think it was going to go? And many people were warned about this too. Zed Jelani in particular has been at the forefront always about how openly embracing and supporting current Israeli government, Israeli policy, the destruction, a lot of the domestic policy, which is overtly on behalf of Israel, not only increasing anti-Semitism, undermining American values, and how ultimately the idea that we should all just be treated equally is kind of directly undermined by a lot of the pro-Israel project. And so when people take that seriously, that type of rhetoric, they will embrace the American kind of end of that. And that's scary for everyone, Jews included, but not just them.
Yeah, indeed. And I want to be clear. I don't think that Fuentes-style neo-Nazism is going to succeed as a political project. I don't think it's a majority coalition. But
Roast a bunch of garlic. It takes about an hour-ish in the oven. Squeeze out the garlic goo, mix it with the homemade or store-bought butter and herbs, then shape and chill. Okay, so could I theoretically do a cheaper version of this if I have some already minced garlic and it's got that garlic juice? So I could just add a little garlic juice to some butter and then maybe put a little basil in there, or actually oregano would probably be better.
But
would that work?
I do think it is succeeding at destroying MAGA. And I think that it, an
hour-ish in the oven, though? Oh, okay. No, it's baking. I get what you're doing.
Look,
never mind.
Put it on full display. Let people see, what the views are, the hate and the ugliness that is embraced by, people with an avowedly, central racialist worldview.
I have a feeling I would have done my version of that and been very disappointed.
And, I think most Americans, I have enough faith in this country that I think most Americans will be repelled and disgusted by, you know, a group of
Garlic, butter, bottled herbs mashed together. You get something.
people who, you know, follows a guy who says that he thinks
deliciousness.
Hitler's great and the Holocaust was faked or exaggerated, and that he's worried about quote unquote organized Jewry and, you know, all the horrific things that he says about
Christ,
every
in
minority
2025
group.
they're
I
saying
think
this
that will
shit?
be rejected by Americans, but he certainly has caused, like I said, he's
Well, the problem is that we're really ignoring here, and this one's just right in front of us, is the fact that we've normalized people like Nick Fuentes, even though they are such a small contingent. Like, they're sitting here talking about a MAGA civil war. You do realize that, like, not many MAGAs really think that way. They're looking at the online discourse, and this is where I always say, I'm like, nah, guys, like, even as somebody that does this, this does not translate to the real world. It really doesn't. And unfortunately, people in this space tend to forget that.
cost of choosing within the Republican
Look at her.
Party.
Yeah.
And it's probably
Like, I also do kind of find it rich when people like Crystal and Kyle will talk about terminally online people. Like, they're not terminally online just from even doing their job. Like, at least be honest. All right. Oh, guys, hold on. This is hilarious. Before we get to the 420 fun half, where if you guys, by the way, actually, I'll take a just quick breather here. If you guys are new here, welcome. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. I really appreciate you guys hanging out today. Hope you guys are all having fun and understand that this is kind of a fun place to hang, talk politics, but also we just bullshit and do the main bit, and that's about having a good time and vibing. I also have a 420 fun half in the vein of you know, the Majority Report. You know, shout out. Michael Brooks is a big influence on my life, so at the 420 mark, which we're coming up to on my stream, I kind of throw caution to the wind, kind of play some video roulette. Sometimes I'll have a video already prepared for you guys, but realistically, it's all about having a good time and just chilling. So, hope you are all having a lot of fun. And I know that I linked this before, but if you guys can all do me a solid and you're hanging over on Twitch, and I'm going to do the vice versa over here. If you're over on Twitch, can you just do me a quick solid? Head over to YouTube, hit the subscribe button. It really, really helps out my channel. And also, it will give you alerts, even though I do understand that my Twitch is actually a little bit faster and more interactive. But if you are on mobile, unfortunately, it doesn't, it is a battery killer. I do know that from my own experience. But, and vice versa, guys. If you're not already on Twitch and you are over on YouTube, please do me a solid and head on over there and drop a follow. All this is free. Really helps me out. I do have the non-free options. My memberships over on YouTube, they do come with perks. Like, if you do the top tier, you guys get my gaming codes for Switch 2, well, for Switch, PS5, and my Steam account. And then I also have members only content for the lower tiers, where it's going to be I haven't been able to really get much out there, but it's mostly like personalized content. Sometimes I'll do like shorts catered to you guys, but yeah, little sneak peeks around the house and just kind of like in the life of me. We used to call that MTV Cribs, which I'm 90% sure all of them are fake. 90%. I think that I'm 100% at this point. Come on, let's be real. But like I said, if you guys are new here, this is for you, and I truly appreciate you guys hanging out. And everybody that has hit the like button, thank you. You know, you're the real MVPs in my heart right now. So, and we're at the 12-minute warning for the 420 fun half. Perfect amount of time to get this fun little bit in. So, Luke Beasley, who I have not watched in quite some time, actually had a pretty funny clip here about Logan Paul crashing out in front of Neil deGrasse Tyson, which if you guys don't already know, Logan Paul's life is not going great, which is awesome. I love seeing him suffer, because you see this Lunchly product right here. Apparently, they are about to pull that entirely, and Prime is in several class action lawsuits, and they haven't pulled a profit since, I think, it was either first quarter last year or the end of the year before that. But, yeah, what a curse sentence. Yeah. So he's still doing his impulsive bullshit, and he's still in the WWE. God, the day he leaves will be great. You too could know when Pep is playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Shut up. I love that game. A prestigious award. Yes. Well, and also get the surprise, like, Sean's gonna shit himself when I pop up on PlayStation chat, just like, hey man, you ready? And he'll just be like, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, you know what? That's gonna be fun. I am getting better about this, guys. I'm finally able to get some of my life back into the normal range of scheduling and overall just be in a headspace where I can play video games and enjoy things again, because things have been a little bit hectic in my life. If you guys have not noticed the bar on the bottom here, it is for my wife's cancer fund. She was diagnosed in September, and we are currently I'm not going to say I'm in the middle of this. I am just along for the ride and here to support her. But she is fighting hard. She is in her second week of chemo currently. And any bit goes a long way, guys. I really appreciate all the support. But I know that I pulled this up, and this is always weird to segue from, because
shared with the world. Please watch.
Here.
Station is part of the evidence that
what about the physical evidence that was brought
physical
back?
evidence? We have rocks from the moon.
That's what I'm asking.
Shared with
oh my god the
world.
Please watch this video.
The dumbest person you know. We've all had this debate with somebody, whether stoned or not, but I think we've all been here.
I remember that. Old enough to remember it.
Is that how gravity functions on the moon? Like, doesn't he not look ridiculous hopping around on the moon?
He does look ridiculous, but how much you weigh here? You 220? 215? 215?
Yeah.
So on the moon, you...
I like how these two bros are about to try and out-argue a theoretical physicist, even though Neil deGrasse Tyson is not exactly the greatest person. We can get into that in a minute.
Would weigh 35 pounds. So you have your musculoskeletal strength to accommodate Earth weight.
Yep.
Even if I put on
Look at his brain doing the thing where he's like, yeah.
100 pounds of suit, okay? On the moon, that's adding 16 pounds.
Man, that must be something. Like, I can't smoke enough pot to be as stupid as Logan Paul, but this motherfucker is a multi-millionaire. So what's that? You know what?
Pounds to your body. So now there you are. Now, those suits are not, like modern flexi suits.
Yep.
That's like first gen moon
CTE guy trying to figure out space.
Suits. But with your current musculoskeletal structure,
oh my god, it's definitely the CTE guy. It's just
now skipping around with 40 pounds of total weight. So your slightest muscle movements, you'll
dude, if his mouth could open anymore,
just float.
Don't you think that video looks a little silly though? Like
that doesn't mean it's not true.
But is that really how you would?
Yes, you would bounce around like a fucking moron. I mean,
he's on the moon.
Fucking Luke Beasley coming in with it.
The moon.
He's on the moon.
If by silly you mean not how we jump around here on Earth, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. How do you imagine it?
Okay.
The funny thing is,
he's on the moon.
Like, how would you know what looks silly? How would I know? That video is pretty wacky. Podcast listeners, it was a vast.
To be fair, I have watched Logan Paul and KSI at a WWE event fucking as dressed up as a giant Prime bottle. So yeah.
Bounce around on the moon?
Yes, on those kind of outfits. I mean, they're not doing jumping jacks. They can't because they don't have that flexibility. But if you don't have much flexibility, that's when you go up slowly and down.
So
slowly.
you think we went to the moon?
I know we went to the. What do you mean? I think they brought back rocks. Okay, rocks shared with laboratories around the world. That's what you do as scientists.
And that's evidence for you. That's the concrete evidence you need to believe in something.
Plus the Saturn V rocket
on the fucking
launched. You can calculate how much fuel is in it. And
I mean, the idea that you can just look at the fucking moon and see the goddamn lander.
What that could do to the little capsule where the 3 astronauts were. It's enough fuel to go into Earth orbit, go to the moon, go into moon orbit, come back to Earth.
Don't people look super goofy swimming around underwater? Must be fake.
And land. Where do you think those rockets were going?
No, come on, dude. Bobbing. You know how, I mean, you bob for giblets, so you must know how it goes, where you look at somebody and you see their tiny little body. No, that means they have a tiny little body and a giant head. Come on now.
Piggly Wiggly down the street? What, like, so it's
a good point.
Thousands of people who would have to keep this a secret. So
trout with clout. Thank you for the follow.
So just ask yourself. No, here, I'll answer it the cleanest way I can. You ready?
Moon rocks are evidence the moon is real, Logan.
NASA was concerned that Russia would beat us to the moon.
This motherfucker would watch that one video from like the 1900s, that stop motion one, A Trip to the Moon or whatever, where it's like it's actually made of cheese and like the rocket just lodges in its eye.
Yep.
So they and the government got together, say, we're going to have to fake this.
Yeah, even Logan's friend is like, bras, right?
So they say, but we don't know how to do that. Let's go to Hollywood. So they called Hollywood, and Hollywood said, we got to fake the moon landing, but don't tell anyone. Okay. So Hollywood studies the problem and comes.
God, Logan Paul literally made me like look into the story of PewDiePie, who you guys all know who it is. I'm so old. I'm just like, you guys heard of this PewDiePie? No, for real though. He is 33, retired, doesn't even make content anymore, lives in Japan, focuses on his family. I look at shitheads like this dude, and it's like he's never going to be able to do that. He's always going to be miserable because he's always trying to be something that he's not. And that is the billionaire. Because like you do realize that once you start making this level of money, which again, nobody can really comprehend, that the less you will be able to actually be happy with your accomplishments.
Comes back and says,
like, you do realize that if he walked into my home, he would literally think that I'm like damn near homeless.
Turns out we can fake the moon landing, but it's way easier if we do it on location.
That was good from Neil. That was good. And yeah, you know,
he has the influencer brain disease. Yeah.
I have a similar thought here, and I'll show you.
I was a little worried about that I was gonna like start getting into that shit, but after doing this for a year now, I don't really check my analytics as much, and you guys know that when I do, like, I almost joke about them where I'm like, whatever.
Kardashian, as I do when we talk about the UFOs, UAPs, and there are certain people who are just out there in the world living their life, barely making ends meet. That doesn't apply to Logan Paul and some of these celebrities, but a lot of just random people out in the world get really fixated and experience some angst over flat Earth, or the government needs to reveal that there's aliens, or moon landing. And those are different. The UFO thing actually is reason to want to know what they know in relation to the things that have been documented. But similar category of these concerns people have, and fixations even, to which I respond, and I'll go back to what I said during our alien segment. The gas company keeps calling and your bill's overdue. Like, there's some concerns that I think should be a little bit more pressing to us specifically. You had a night out, you were drinking, I get it. But then I know you remember this, you remember? You thought you would take a little pee on a tree. Cop was there. It was next to a school. Now you're a registered sex offender. Can't go within 100 feet of a school. There's some other problems that I think you specifically should put your
Points for the Dunder Mifflin.
Focus on. You know, you never turned in that library book. You're at like $1,000 of library dues. Let's do that. Then see
Cole
if you
in the corner with his tiny desk. He's just like,
you can be the person to expose the flat Earth. I've met some of these people.
he deserves
at
a bigger
rallies.
desk. He really does. I just don't understand guys like this that have that team. Like, I understand having a team, like an editing team, but not even on site. This, you don't need all this. It was the same thing with TYT. I was looking at TYT Studio. They don't need 4 fucking studios for 2 shows. What the fuck? And they're sitting there just like, oh, we need money. Polymarket Studio, we need this because this legitimizes us. Like, fuck off. You can do all this from just a tiny little studio and then have the rest of them do it from a home studio. Fuck. But it would be so much fun.
They have some real struggles.
Listen, I don't mind having a guest in studio. Oh, shit. 420, real quick. Let's do that. Yeah, don't want to miss it. Sorry, guys. I have to step off camera to do it.
Their kid won't talk to them. They cheated on their wife. And they're putting a lot of their life, instead of fixing that, into proving the moon landing was fake. Something always confuses me about that. Make your bed, right? That whole message. Get your own house in order, then see if the entire house of the world is a conspiracy. That's my message. And if you look into what did we just recently talk about
The problem that I have is that Logan Paul, he doesn't have an audience that aged out.
The chemtrails.
That's weird.
Tucker Carlson.
That's weird that kids that grew up, from the age of like 10 are like 21 still watching that asshole. That's weird.
Was perpetuating the conspiracy about the plane, the condensation in the sky that trails a plane. Actually, that's spraying chemical.
Yeah, just stream from the basement like a true professional. Studio Schmudio. Don't need just some. Yeah, you need some plushies and a gaming chair. Yeah.
And you think about how many different engineers and staff members and airline employees and mechanics would have to
Don't forget comic books and you need a refrigerator and your games behind you too.
In on doing that. Similarly here, the amount of people at NASA, thousands contributed to the technology that ultimately got us to the moon.
Well, I mean, even the I've Had It podcast figured it out.
All of this process would have had to be such a large conspiracy. And then I ask,
maybe I should focus on my health and finding a doctor before worrying about warning others about Palantir catching up with the atrocities of the day.
With both flat Earth and with the moon landing, what is even the point of the cover-up you believe in? That's what confuses me.
Yeah.
So they did all of that for flat Earth? For what?
Yeah.
What is the great... Because if they ever get exposed for every different country, every single, even our biggest adversaries agreeing on the Earth.
Yeah, this motherfucker will talk to Elon Musk about going to Mars.
On the makeup of the Earth. All of them are in on a conspiracy together to lie and say that it's not flat. And if that ever got exposed, no one would ever trust anything ever again. For what? For why? What is I can't even think of what do they say? To trick us.
They're both just like,
for what? So that we won't go explore.
Oh my God, that's not a desk. That's an arm table. My mother-in-law has that same one.
Or the edge of the Earth. I don't know.
It's one of the ones that you like just kind of keep on the side of your couch.
I don't know what it means. You remember that Republican who was like, and then I started noticing globes everywhere. If it weren't a cover-up, why do they put globes everywhere? Oh, I look at a store. They have a...
Guys, because they're all certified R words that have the reading comprehension of a sixth grader, but the confidence of somebody that has lived for thousands of years.
Globe. Oh, I see a map. It's a globe. Everything's a globe. They must be hiding something. At least give me a conclusion to your theory. Now, with Logan Paul, I don't know if this is another the moon landing questions, if it's another thing like this. He previously went viral for pretending like he believed in the flat earth conspiracies to make a video, but he didn't really.
My name is Logan Paul, and I think I'm coming out of the flat earth closet.
Yes, you heard that right. Controversial YouTube star Logan Paul laying it down in the trailer for his film about the flat earth movement.
Do you think the earth is flat?
It's all for content. Oh my god, I'm playing it. Oh my god, I'm such a rube.
Believe the earth is flat. The earth is flat. Internet headlines declaring YouTube's baddest bad boy had finally lost it. But
I think that you can look at Luke and then look at me, like his streamception, but we're both just losing brain cells as this hits.
It was
I just smoked, and that's not what's doing
all
it.
a prank.
This is an absolute grift.
Now that it's all over, do you think the earth...
Yeah, no, actually, this is because this is one of the contingents that even if they get grifted out of money, people like CoffeeZilla are not going out of their way to be like, hey, we got to go make sure that these flat earthers don't give all their money away.
News voiceovers are.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Why can't I just... I wish I had that little bit, that's like, you know what? I'm a good person, but fuck this guy. I'm going to fuck him over.
Always iconic. YouTube.
And all these other people, I'm going to like...
YouTube's baddest bad boy has finally lost it.
I mean, maybe we could do a comedy grift. Like, what do you guys think? Stephen, like, we can make like a Stephen Colbert-esque character where they can totally get lost, but the rest of the people in the know, like, they get it.
Is flat? No, I don't think the earth is flat. I think that's the dumbest shit I've heard in my life.
It turns out Paul's YouTube movie, Flat Earth to the Edge and Back, is a mockumentary, a flip satire following Paul and his team to a flat earth conference. Where
God damn it. Now I want to fucking high five him.
Always.
Fuck.
You know,
what a 180.
The birds aren't real guy.
Yeah, it's the bird. Yeah, dude, that was hilarious. Oh my god, his call with Howard Stern where he wouldn't break character and Howard legit got pissed at him.
Did a similar thing where he built a whole following saying birds aren't real and they're government drones.
Yeah.
And then Logan Paul does this. And I've definitely mocked conspiracy theorists and flat earthers and stuff. But somewhere in my heart, I feel a little bad for them. Like all these people at the conference, Logan Paul's with us.
I mean, I hate to say it. God damn it. This is how I felt when he had a banger of a wrestling match against this guy named Ricochet. And like he's actually pretty good.
Hugging him. Thank you for telling the truth. Yes. And then they see him going,
this is exactly how I felt.
Obviously, that's not true. I was making fun of them.
Fuck.
Sweetie, I'm so sorry. He lied to you. I might mock you, but at least I'm honest about what I believe. Kim Kardashian, right? I never know which Kardashian, Jenner, who are they? Who are all these people who are just there all the time? It's crazy how many people spend their whole life trying to build a career and really establish themselves as something. And then there's some figures that almost not.
Did Luke discover a certain greenery? Because it seems like he's a little bit chiller than usual.
None of us even know what they
I don't know. I'm catching the vibe, guys. What do you think?
do, but are the most.
I mean, I'll just put it this way. If I saw him just kind of hanging and like, I'd be like, hey, man. Yeah. Yeah?
Rich and famous. You're like, I don't even know which one of you are, but all of you are famous because your life's dramatic. I don't know. But
dude, one of my favorite things that ever happened was I hadn't even talked to this guy, but we caught the vibe. We were at a wedding and I was getting bored. And it was just that thing where I saw him hanging by the bar and I was like, hey man, you want to, it was, it's just like, let's go.
Kim Kardashian had this go viral.
Oh, man.
I'm sending you, like, so far, 1 million interviews with both Buzz Aldrin and...
Luke discovers nepotism and growing up rich.
Yes, the other one. Do it.
Yeah.
And this girl says, what was the scariest moment? And he goes, there was no scary moment because it didn't happen. It could have been scary, but it wasn't because it didn't happen. So he's gotten old and now he like slurs on his thing. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. So I think it didn't happen.
I'm going to go on a massive deep dive is what's going to happen. Okay. I'm going to go on a serious deep dive.
I center conspiracies all the time.
And our entire society are running everything. And they are well compensated. I fucking hate everything. This video just instilled like the brain chemistry that usually comes with manic depression.
YouTube's biggest bad boy. Moving on to our next story. After decades of government
Your brain on pep talks, it's just Luke in this video.
cover up, investigators of all different sorts
Okay. This is almost over. All right. Yeah, we'll see it through.
trying to confirm that the moon landing was fake. We now have exclusive breaking news into ABC News that Kim Kardashian has blown the lid off of this conspiracy and revealed that indeed the moon landing was fake. No one thought it would be her, but Kim Kardashian revealed the bombshell.
Dude, Buzz Aldrin literally punched out a guy for fucking doing the same thing to his face. Which, still to this day, one of my favorite videos. But I know I can't show it because I tried to show it once on stream before and got copyright strike. Or threatened with copyright strike.
Now, of course, it always feels.
Hey, what's up with this? What's up with this? What's that? What's that? Huh? What's this pet? Huh? Huh?
Weird. They did fact checks. I think this was people
Someone gotta sue somebody.
who had to do a fact check. The flag wasn't blowing, which is one of the why wasn't the why
All of a
was the
sudden, it's just like actually you owe us money. It's like God damn it.
flag out like that? There's not the wind couldn't have been blowing it like that or something. It was held out by an angled rod, and the shoes that Aldrin Armstrong wore on the moon were left behind, not kept in a museum back on Earth. As for why the stars weren't visible, that's because of the shutter speed used by the cameras to compensate for the amount of light being reflected from the sun, a problem professional and amateur photographers still face today when shooting up at the cloudless sky. There's a large body of physical evidence as well, including moon rocks, subsequent photos of the landing sites, and the existence of a retro reflector that can bounce back beams from Earth. So if you were skeptical, there's some of addressing some of her concerns. Maybe that will push her over the edge. I don't know.
Ooh, MAGA meltdown over revolt. Ooh. Proven it's Mossad. Ow. Oh. Oh. Oh, which one, guys? Which one? Which one? I don't give a shit about James Franco because, yeah, it's over for him. But, shit. These all... I think that I've seen the full-on meltdown if they're talking about, like, the people that burnt their hats. But, god damn it. Jacob Piers Morgan, and then you got Scaramucci there too, who's not going to 100% with either of these dipshits, because Scaramucci did the funniest thing by becoming, like, in his grift, he did, like, the thing where he, like, pivoted so hard that he was just like, yeah, you know what? These people are fucking assholes. I know these people. They're fucking assholes. Damn it, I think I gotta go with the mooch. All right. Let's do it. I'm going to get rid of all of these tabs before I do so. I don't usually do this on stream, but it's okay. Let's go.
You see, there's the infamous Bubba email, whatever that means. I don't know why people aren't
Oh, it's that one red pill dude.
talking about that more. If Donald Trump...
Dude, this guy gets fucking intellectually bodied on the internet like it's his job.
Some guy, and they had an email, they would at least leak that email.
We know a lot about Bill Clinton's sex life. Do you really think large blonde men, that's Bubba's type? I don't think so. somebody else is running our government. Who ran this horrible scheme? There's no question Epstein was working with Israel.
Officer Tatum.
The optics, the gold, the opulence that he surrounds himself in puts on full display that this guy does not give a flying fuck about the people that he pandered to on the campaign trail, and his priority is solely himself.
He's not worried about 3 months from now or 2 months from now. He's worried about next week. I think that's the move until he can come
Oh, wow,
up
what
with
a
another
gross panel.
distraction, perhaps killing more people off of the coast of Venezuela.
I'm trying.
Marjorie Taylor Greene has changed her position on so many different things. She just apologized on CNN and said she's sorry for contributing to the rhetoric.
The mooch.
That is insane to me. This is why
I hate to admit that he might have been one of the guys in out of Trump 1 that I was just like, I don't care. This motherfucker has said some of the funniest shit.
he called her a traitor. This is why people think that
It
she's
rivals
changed.
anything that Donald Trump said.
This has come down to Israel.
Lawmakers could vote as soon as tomorrow on a bill to release the Epstein files in full, and it now seems certain that it will pass. President Trump has given Republicans the green light to vote for full disclosure.
Oh my
announcing-
God, listen to how immediately he's just like, yeah, see? He's totally running cover for Trump already.
Truth Social last night that quotes, "We have nothing to hide." Only last week, he summoned Lauren Boebert to the Situation Room, no less, in a frantic push to persuade Republicans to vote no. So what's changed? Well, first, Democrats have been selectively drip-feeding Epstein's emails to the media with their own spin. Second, it's becoming increasingly clear that the Epstein files are a bipartisan outrage. Everyone from Michael Wolff to Larry Summers, Peter Thiel, and even Noam Chomsky remained in contact with Epstein after his first conviction. One Democrat lawmaker even appeared to be coached through a congressional impeachment hearing by the pedophile, as illustrated by the Washington Post.
Attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out, misled this committee even today in a written submission that contradicted your testimony. You have suggested you are going to review that. Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record, yes or no?
Yes.
Question, you helped out the president's campaign or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman, even in your words today. It was your idea for the campaign dating back to 2011. Is that accurate, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
Uh-huh.
The
You got to
Trump
quickly give us
organization.
as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his, and she's involved in a lot that went on.
Well, one thing missing from the files and the testimony of the many people involved is any serious accusations of wrongdoing against the president. Many are now highlighting this vintage Trump interview from 2015, in which he torches the former Prince Andrew and says Epstein could be a political problem for the Clintons.
You raised the question of Jeffrey Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think he's got a problem. I mean,
what do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool. So,
the Clintons are friends
and he's
of
been
yours,
there
right?
for many
The
times.
Clintons are friends
Well,
of
I
yours.
can't say friends, but I know
You're
them.
friendly. You know them.
They play at my clubs a lot. I
They were at your fucking wedding, dipshit.
have clubs, and everybody likes to play at my clubs.
One of my favorite ones was where Howard Stern just produced the picture where he's just like, you don't know them that well, eh?
The political problem for her if she runs for president?
It could be a political problem. Look, he could be a political problem. Right now, he's Teflon, and right now, maybe not. But he could end up being a political problem.
Well, if Trump has nothing to hide and has always known that, it's not unreasonable to ask why this ever became such a mess. It may simply be that a lot of people, including some of his friends and donors, are about to be declared guilty by association. It's very likely that there's no list of VIP.
Hey, Piers. Hey, Piers. Hey,
no
Piers.
paper trail to Tel Aviv, which means some people will simply never believe they got the full story anyway. But one thing is very clear, as it has been all along. This won't be going away until we know absolutely everything. Well, to debate, I'm joined by a star-studded panel. Cenk Uygur, the founder, CEO of the Young Turks. Brian Tyler Cohen, the host of No Lie. Brandon Tatum, better known as the Officer Tatum. And Michael Knowles, host of the Michael Knowles Show on Daily Wire. Plus, Anthony Scaramucci will join us shortly. Okay, Cenk, let me start with you. Donald Trump has flipped around on the Epstein files and their importance, significance, and need to be fully transparent about them. for the last few months. I'm trying to scratch my head and work out exactly why, not least because when I interviewed David Boies recently, who was the attorney for Virginia Giuffre and a number of other victims, and also one of the most eminent criminal lawyers in American modern history, he was crystal clear to me that from everything he's seen in the files, there is no suggestion of any criminal culpability for Trump himself. So what is going on here?
It seems like Trump is hiding things for, from us to cover up for his billionaire friends that are definitely in there.
Yeah. So first of all,
That's my take.
Obviously there was
Yes,
things
me, right?
that were embarrassing there for Donald Trump. And, in your intro, you talked about how there isn't anything that says that Donald Trump actually did something illegal. That's true. And that means it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just means that we haven't seen the files yet, right? But if it turns out we see the files and we're sure that it's the complete files, and it turns out Trump didn't do anything illegal, I wouldn't be overly shocked. This isn't about Trump. I know for the partisans, they think, oh, this is about Trump or Clinton or whoever, right? No, we just want to know who's running our country. And my guess is that Trump was hiding it both out of personal embarrassment, and let's get real. I mean, in the emails so far already, we see, Epstein saying that he's with Giuffre in my house. In 2011, when Trump claims that he broke off his relationship with Epstein in 2003, obviously there's the infamous Bubba email, whatever that means. I don't know why people aren't talking about that more. And you've got a lot of really embarrassing stuff for Trump. But on top of that, this is clearly an intelligence agency, and at this point, pretty much proven that it's Mossad. Drop Site News has Ehud Barak's emails where they are Epstein and the former Prime Minister of Israel are conspiring to get America to bomb Syria and to get America to bomb Iran. And Epstein is so powerful, he could set up a meeting with Vladimir Putin for Ehud Barak. He's more powerful than the former Prime Minister of Israel. This guy was a lot bigger than we realized. So, look, for the partisans, the Democrats will want to get Trump, and the Trump loyalists will pretend that he did nothing wrong and it was all the Democrats. But I think that's actually missing the point. The point is somebody else is running our government. Who ran this horrible scheme to rape American girls and then use the tapes to smear or maybe hold hostage American politicians and powerful people? I mean, the answer seems to be clear. There's no question Epstein was working with Israel. So why are we not talking about that? And of course, since Trump is a huge client of Israel, has gotten hundreds of millions of dollars from donors who favor Israel, he's going to want to hide that as well. And why is he giving up now and saying, okay, release the files? Well, number one, he isn't. He could release the files himself right now. So he's lying. He doesn't really want to release the files. And number two, it's because he already lost the vote. So what else is he going to do? He hasn't, because some portion of MAGA and a huge portion of his voters have rebelled, and they rightly rebelled. This isn't America First. This isn't anything that he promised before.
Okay, Brandon Tatum, welcome back to Uncensored. I saw you pulling a few faces there, suggesting you're not entirely in agreement with Cenk's assessment. So what's your response?
Well, I think it's interesting that it always got to be about Israel, which is insane to me. My assessment on the totality of circumstances is that
it's in the email.
I don't think this really affects the American people. Most people are.
Oh my God! Now we're at that point. Now we're at that point where it's like, no, we were America first. This doesn't affect us as much. So you know what? We don't need to talk about this. Go fuck yourself, dude. Again, this guy.
Good livable wage and all this other stuff that we're talking about, housing costs, you name it, insurance, you name it.
And populist. So you're gonna reverse populism because this is this is a issue that is killing you and your side, but you're just like, well, what are we? Yeah, what level of cope is he on?
And nobody really is thinking about.
He's a fucking ex-cop. He's a fucking ex-cop.
This. I don't know why this is such a major deal.
What the fuck, man? Why is it such a big deal that they're investigating this cat? I don't get it.
If Trump was implicated whatsoever in any of these files, I think we all agree that the Democrats would have at least hinted to it when he was running for office, so he'll never get in office again. And for someone to think that
you guys make millions doing this fucking commentary, if I hear the same lame argument from BTC and Cenk on this one, and he gets away with this shit because I'll tell you what, they need to get a little bit better about countering the blatant bullshit argument that is the Biden would have used it. Biden would have used it. It's like, you do understand that it was still being investigated, and there were judicial injunctions to make sure that he really couldn't.
About Israel, then you have to say that both sides are covering for Israel. And I don't think so. I don't think that the Democrats were.
Yes, they do say that, you dumb fuck. Yes. That's kind of the whole, like, again, this is what happens when you're not intellectually consistent.
In love with Israel, as Cenk is claiming that Donald Trump is. I don't believe so. You know, the CIA could be just as involved in this as you claim Assad is. So we don't know. We don't have any evidence to even project this, to be honest. So I would say this, like everybody on this panel, they need to release the information so we can have clarity. But for this to be an ongoing thing and everybody's just so hyper-focused on this is the determination of whether you like Trump or not. That's asinine to me.
Angel Studios are back with a new must-see documentary. It's called Thank You, Dr. Fauci, and you're going to hear a lot more about it over the next few months. And the one thing I would say about that, Brandon, that I would take issue with is your sense that people don't care.
I love these people also, again, just intellectual powerhouses. We're using intellectual a lot today. With the Fauci stuff, where instead of just accepting that we went through COVID, that we somehow came out the other side a lot quicker than we thought we would, somehow they're still looking at this guy and they're just like, no, fuck him. It's like, wow, you really just need somebody to blame for that. They can't get over the fact that they were already such assholes, that they were so selfish that they just could not, and like they're reconciling with that fact at least, because it's like, nah, we're reminding you that you guys sucked then too.
Yeah.
And now you pretend to care about people. That's also rich.
This is potentially one of the biggest pedophile scandals in modern American history, and it involves a man who's extremely mysterious even to this day, seemed to have amassed an enormous personal wealth, buying one of the biggest homes in Manhattan. No one's quite sure how he got that money. He seems to, I mean, there's a fascinating bit of information on the Semaphore site today, Ben Smith's site, in which he talks about something that's on the files that's available now, which is Michael Wolff had written a 4,000-word piece about Epstein, which he sent to Epstein to try and, as he puts it, induce him to get other friends to talk to Wolff. And people can have their view about the ethics of that, but this has been Wolff's playbook with a lot of people over the years. But if you read it, the sheer volume, and this is after the conviction that Epstein had for being a pedophile, the sheer volume of rich, famous, powerful people.
Hell yeah, dude. I just had one of my interviews confirm.
Pouring in and out of this Manhattan home.
This is going to be good.
Unbelievable. And and there are potentially 2,000 girls.
Why does Knowles look so weird? Well,
young women, many of the girls.
Well, first a mommy and a daddy have to, have this weird, like they got to have weird genetics too. And then mommy and daddy, they make a Michael Knowles.
Underage. Who have been abused.
That might have been mean.
I do think it really matters.
Let me clarify that if it came across as me saying nobody cares. I don't think it's
it's 100% how it came across. I didn't hear that one wrong.
Nobody cares. I think when you talk about the priorities of the president of the United States and the priorities of our country, I'm saying it's not as significant.
He made it significant. He's the one who platformed it. I'm glad that people are finally reminding everybody of that.
There were a lot of victims, and I think they need to get justice. And how we haven't gotten justice for them this far is insane to me. We should release all the files. But what I'm saying is that the majority of the priority of this country, and the reason why I think that the president isn't as focused on this, and it's not necessarily just because it's nefarious.
He's straight up mouth breathing. Mouth breathing, There's two types of mouth breathing. I have a deviated septum, guys. So watch it.
A lot more things
I'm
going
not kidding. I do have a deviated septum, and occasionally I'll be playing a video game, and I'll even hear myself. I'll be like, oh.
That the majority of Americans are feeling every day in their pocketbook and all of the above. So that's all.
I'm actually scared to get this fixed because I think my voice will change.
I'm saying I don't want to be insensitive to people who are victimized by this.
So I sacrifice my healthy sleep for voice aesthetics Welcome to radio.
Criminal and evil person who's now dead. So I wanted to make sure that it's clear.
Okay, Brian, it's a fast-moving scandal. The former Prince Andrew was sort of hanging on right to the point that there were new leaked emails contradicting his previous statements about how long he'd known.
Although, if I had a doctor, I just realized, tell me that I would do a much better Macho Man impression than than like Jordan Peterson, I would gladly gladly give up Jordan Peterson for a better Macho Man.
And so on. As Cenk pointed out, if what Epstein says in these emails that came out about Trump in the last few days is right, then it appears that Donald Trump may have continued his friendship with Epstein past when he said he'd.
I just want to say you changed me back from being middle rep to liberal. Nice.
So these emails, the sort of
PP Jackson, thank you for the compliment there, man.
The leak emails have been pretty devastating.
And that is a compliment to me.
In terms of,
You hear that, guys? I changed someone's mind. I did something that Steven Crowder and Charlie Kirk never did.
Apparent evidence contradicting a lot of public statements by a lot of very famous people. But ultimately, to me, what really matters is whether any of this activity was criminal. And I am mindful again of what David Boies said to me, which is he'd seen nothing.
Michael Knowles looks like an alien that shapeshifts that couldn't quite get the human form right. So he just he's halfway there.
Criminal against Trump, but he had seen stuff against.
This is what humans do. Look, you can almost smile and smile at the same time. Just keep staring and he won't suspect a thing.
At least 6 and maybe as many as a dozen high-profile men, which he thought warranted criminal prosecution. So this has a long way to go. If this dump comes with all the files released, we could see a flurry of prosecutions against some very famous people.
Ow!
Look, even if Trump didn't do anything illegal, the reality is that he is the one secreting all of these files, in effect protecting all of these people who may very well have done something illegal. And that's
I just felt my nerve go in between my shoulder and my shoulder blade and just
as bad in my book, whether you are the one committing these crimes or whether you're the one protecting these people who are committing these crimes. And the reality is that Donald
That's
Trump
why you guys see me
had
stretch
the
a lot like
ability
this.
Via Pam Bondi, because as we all know, she is an appendage of him, to be able to release these files months ago. And in fact, this wouldn't have been surprising considering this administration is...
He looks like Odo from Deep Space Nine. No, he's totally part of the Dominion. This makes so much sense.
Filled with people.
He's one of the original Dominion infiltrators
who stake their entire
I am currently watching Deep Space Nine, by the way.
Who predicated
I'm on season 7.
Their entire brands on this idea that they were going to release the Epstein files on day one. So it's no surprise when you staff your
I'm like right there, actually. I think the Dominion War's next.
With Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and Alina Habba, all of these people who had been beating this drum about releasing these Epstein files, suddenly they hide them. So if somebody did do something illegal and you have somebody who's protecting those people,
Alina
in my
Habba
book,
also
that
did
is
that.
just as bad. And I want to clarify a point that I heard previously on this panel, this idea that if there
an alien saw a rat, liked it, and then realized that humans were the main guys, so with the human form that's also a tad bit rat.
was something bad in the Epstein files that
You just wrote a pretty decent, first few panels of the origin story of Michael Knowles.
Biden administration would have just released it. First of all, the Ghislaine Maxwell prosecution was going until 2022, and then her appeal was going until 2025. And in a world prior to this one, where the DOJ is completely politicized and weaponized, they're not going to release information on ongoing prosecutions. But that notwithstanding, look, I do believe that this stuff should have been released, and that falls squarely in the lap of one person, and that's Merrick Garland. And if you're looking for somebody to defend Merrick Garland and his judicious nature and his overly cautious nature, it's not going to be me. And frankly, I don't think it's going to be anyone, because this guy was focused not on achieving justice without fear or favor. This guy was focused on preventing the optics of politicization. This was as weak and meek an attorney.
It annoys me that he's good at what he does, because he's actually doing
general as
very
I think
well
we've
here.
ever had. So
DJX, what up, brother?
I also think that Merrick Garland should have released this stuff sooner. But look, in a previous world where the separation of church
Oh, if we're talking Merrick Garland being the problem, like, dude, every Democrat hates that guy.
Between the White House and the
I'm not even talking leftists. I'm talking Democrats properly hate him too.
DOJ actually mattered. The same world that Republicans used to occupy when they
His hair's annoyingly perfect.
clutched their pearls about Bill Clinton and Loretta Lynch. There wouldn't be a world where Joe Biden can mandate that Merrick Garland release these files, but
like, turn gray already, dude.
We obviously don't live in that world anymore.
Okay, Michael Knowles, and if I was advising Donald Trump here, I would just say, you know what?
I could just say that Pep in high school would have killed for that haircut.
You should just get ahead of all this. Order all the files to be released, unredacted.
I can't look at them without cracking up now.
Just get it all out there because it's all going to come out now. However it happens, it's all...
It's his mouth. His mouth is not normal. It looks like a turtle mouth.
All going to come out. Yes, there's a process now where the House will vote on it. It's likely to vote in favor.
You're doing okay?
Favor of releasing. It goes to the Senate. There'll be enormous pressure on the Senate.
Oh, I thought you were asking me. Oops.
To authorize
misread pink as
a release. And then there may be some stuff that's held back because they'll say, well, we're investigating. But ultimately, I don't think the American public are now going to be appeased until they know that every spit and cough and dotted I
looks like a Muppet.
out.
He really does.
What do you think?
This is what it really comes down to, Piers. You know, there have been lots of interesting things said on this panel. I'm very curious as to what the Epstein infrastructure represented. There have been many suggestions over the years, reportedly from Alex.
We all know he'd be very happy with a hand up his ass right now.
Acosta, the former U.S. attorney who is Trump's labor nominee when he apparently suggested that Epstein belonged to intelligence, the potential connections to Israel, the connection to
Weenie.
the UK.
I like how our insults are literally like, 9 years old on the baseball diamond.
Obviously with Prince Andrew. Whatever.
L7 weenie.
It's extremely interesting. I'd like to know more about it. We probably never will know much more about it, but
we need a picture, not a belly itcher.
I'm interested in it. Obviously, we want justice for the victims. Obviously, we want bad guys to be held to account. All of that is true, but it's simpler. The reason
I will never forget, and this sticks out because it was weird to me, that at one point I was on a kickball gym team, and the cheerleaders were on my team with me. I was the only guy on the team, so I go up to like kick the ball, and they're just like, be aggressive, be aggressive. I'm like, this is what?
President Trump.
Why that chance?
Initially in 2015. Called for scrutiny into Epstein is because he doesn't have anything serious to hide. Yes, I'm sure he turns up in the files. Yes, I'm sure there's some embarrassing stuff in there. But he's
also, that moment when they're expecting you to be the ringer and you kick out. You're like, oh,
got nothing serious to hide. I've got that from pretty highly placed liberal sources too, as you've mentioned as well, Piers. Then the reason he flipped on it is because he realized rightly that focusing on the Epstein files doesn't really get him anything politically. It's just kind of a distraction from the topic.
Did I get up? Oh no! I kicked it out to right field because for some reason it just always does this little fucking. It's the same way I golf too. I always slice.
He wants to be talking about, which are crime in Democrat cities. And
you know how I golf, and I'm not even kidding. I have to tilt my body to the left, and then I'm like, okay, there's the fairway, so I gotta. Okay.
Immigration and the economy or whatever else. So I think it was a basic political calculation to say, if we're talking about Epstein,
give me a hockey stick though.
It doesn't really help us. Now, for that very same reason, I think the White House just miscalculated. They
left leaning for real.
Thought that not.
I didn't even put that together. Yes, I am.
Talking about Epstein was going to make the issue go away so they could focus.
Wait, your gate's to the left? Everything's to the left.
Some more important things. Well, actually, it just put even more focus on the Epstein files. So now Trump comes out, he says, all right, whatever, I'm going to lose this vote. The party's in rebellion.
Dude's rocking Peronis.
Okay, fine, release the files. But I think it's much more practical than what everyone's suggesting.
Well, the only thing I would say about that...
By the way, hearing, and I only know this because of the bonfire, hearing the name, by the way, that's what that's called, is when you have a bent donger, that's called Peronis. And hearing a dude from Philly say Peronis.
Timeline.
I don't know, man. It made me lose my shit.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
It's like, yeah, I got that Peronis.
But if you go back in the last few months, certainly the first months of the year,
oh dear,
when it got later, there was this enormous push by his people.
I forgot this is a political show.
We're going to release all the files. We're going to be totally transparent. They came on this show.
Where else can you wax about left-leaning politics and bent dongers? Pep talks, that's where.
And we're giving it the full, we're going to get it all out there, blah, blah, blah. And then a weird series of events happened. Elon Musk falls out with Donald Trump. And
first time I played golf, I got a birdie on a par 3. Nice. 100-yard hole. Dang, first time.
Suddenly tweets out.
After that, I never got another one again. I'm plus par with a handicap.
Posts out of nowhere on his X platform.
Yeah, most people are when they don't lie.
Breaking news. Trump's in the Epstein files. That's
in the same 20 seconds.
That's why he doesn't want to release them. Enjoy your night, Donald, something like that. And
don't ever say that I'm not a diamond in the rough on the internet. Like, not even YouTube. Just like, where else are you gonna find this?
In a few days, the whole investigation was shut down. The whole idea of releasing
with a smoke break in between. Come on,
them was shut down. And I remember looking at all that, thinking that is very odd. What is going on here? Right? What has Elon Musk seen or heard? And the fact he set off this bonfire.
I mean,
with
to be
this
fair,
one post, which he then deleted later. But it triggered a series of events at the White House that was a screeching U-turn on their previous attitude and tone towards these files. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist, Michael, to think it's all a bit weird. Holiday season is here. I'm probably not alone in wondering if I'm being ripped off.
Hate holiday season.
Slash
I said that a little loud.
Get 500 Duke points instantly, redeemable for gift cards with no catch. But the spot,
guys. One request that I have from you, and I mean this, if you guys can help me maintain the Christmas spirit a little bit this year, I could really use a boost.
Are limited, so don't wait. That's duke.com/
I don't know what that means, but just yeah.
Here's the 500 free Duke points today. Use your Duke points.
Not
and
feeling
gift
the
cards
magic.
To make the most of your holiday shopping, go to duke.com/peers.
I mean, dude, every year for Christmas, my mom, like growing up, we would go down to Marshall Fields and see the windows.
It is all a bit weird.
Before, obviously, they closed it down, then they started doing it at Macy's, then we go see it. And,
of course, but I think that actually kind of proves the more basic political point, which is that releasing the Epstein files was a very good line during the campaign, and I think people cared about it. Don't forget, it was the conservatives back in 2014, 2015 who were calling attention to Epstein. That was initially considered a Democrat scandal. But then, as you see, even just from Elon's
You never, I grew up Jewish. I never celebrated Christmas ever. Oh, really?
tweet, the very fact that Trump appears in the files because he's known.
I grew up Christian, with Christmas in Chicago, which I grew up not too far away from the Home Alone house, so it's kind of crazy to see, like, your locality in almost every Christmas movie.
Epstein for a very long time.
Oh, Jehovah's Witness.
The very fact of that became
my bad.
A major distraction.
I didn't know what JW stood.
Politically damaging to the White House. And then you just got to...
I thought that was an abbreviation.
Think at a basic political calculation, what's the best that comes out of releasing the files? Is it a real knockdown for the Democrats? Or is there...
I do know this. One of my close friends is Jehovah's Witness, and we have a pretty similar story. You definitely got me beat, though, because you guys had a little bit more stringent rules.
Really going to be justice. Some of what's in the files is actually going to be retracted. Like you saw Virginia Giuffre retract an accusation against Alan Dershowitz and come out and say that she never saw Trump do anything improper. So it's this muddy, weird, ugly event. Even the real...
Yeah, they started selling things way too early. Deep breaths until Thanksgiving. But I will say this, if you're going to decorate for Christmas, having it for 2 months as opposed to just like the, December 1st to, well, most of us wait till at least 2 to 3 days after New Year's, but still.
Stuff with Epstein.
Which, can we just agree, is there any more depressing period of the year from the end of Christmas, end of Christmas Day, so January 20 or December 26th to January or to December 29th? Most depressing days of the entire year.
the potential connections to intelligence or whatever.
That took
it's
a
just
lot.
so, I don't know, murky and obscure. I don't think there's a major political win. And now I think there pretty clearly is.
Oh, you've become accustomed to not celebrating Christmas. You're used to it.
Jake?
Yeah, no, this is way simpler. There's nothing murky about this at all. There's two factors here. One is Donald Trump's embarrassment, whether he did something criminal or not. And on that, let's stay there for a second. We're all ignoring the elephant in the room. There's an email that says that Donald Trump blew Bubba. Now, some people think Bubba's Bill Clinton. Some people think it's a horse. Some people think whatever. Now, I didn't write the email. In fact, when I first saw it online, I didn't even believe it. And
Well, let me
true.
explain to you.
You believe it now?
Hang on. Just to explain to viewers who might be at the moment shouting at their screen, thinking, "What?" So this is a message reported as originating from Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother. He is the one who sends this to.
It's gotta be the horse.
Jeffrey Epstein. He has since publicly denied that it was referring to Bill Clinton, but has offered no.
I've been hearing that all day that it's not Bill Clinton. So what else?
No clarification as to who it was referring to. Clinton, of course, had that nickname amongst others. I mean, it could just be a joke between brothers.
I don't really care about holidays or my birthday.
It could just be a slur.
Yeah, I think that I might be joining you there because I don't know. The only one that would really make any of it feel special is my mom, and now that she's gone, it's like.
Or it could be something else, I guess. I just find it very, very hard.
I have a question, Piers.
What's that?
I have a question for Cenk. Cenk, do you really believe, forget about Trump for a second, do you think that Trump is Bill Clinton's type? Everything, we know a lot about Bill Clinton's sex life. Do you really think large, blonde men, that's Bubba's type? I don't think so.
Yeah. So, guys, this is a classic distraction. That's funny, but I don't know if Bubba's Bill Clinton. I don't care if it's Bill Clinton. I'd be surprised if it was Bill Clinton. But, I don't know that he actually blew a guy. I don't know. But Mark Epstein denied that it was Bill.
I mean, he is doing that whole straight coding thing where he's just like, "Hey, look, I have a wife. You remember her?
Clinton.
I pulled her out."
But didn't deny that Donald Trump actually gave a blowjob.
And then they still give side kisses because nothing says, "I love you" like a side kiss to the cheek.
So it's not me.
Come on,
and if you say, "Hey, look, it's Epstein's brother," I don't trust him.
Even you
but
believe
hold on. Let me finish the thought. Hold on. No. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, well, the Russians would love to get their hands on that picture or something along those lines. So, wait, is that a joke? That doesn't sound like a joke. So, look, I'm not saying he definitely did it, but is it possible that Donald Trump was embarrassed that would come out? Of course! Okay.
Hey, he did the thing. He hasn't done the thing in a long time. I haven't heard the thing in a long time.
But that's only half the equation, and the less important half of the equation.
It's what happens when you lose your audience, Jake.
Main reason why it never came out, both under Trump and under Democratic administration.
I petitioned for the Epstein victims today. Those victims are the ones that got forgotten. Hell yeah, they are.
Administrations is because it obviously involves intelligence agencies. This is not complicated. And Officer Tatum says, "Oh, okay, it might be the CIA." I agree. Maybe it's the CIA and Mossad working together, but there's no question. You could look at the 4-part series on Drop Site News.
Hey.
The former Prime Minister of Israel's emails have been released, and Epstein and him constantly are coordinating about how to push America into a war. And they're talking about only the benefit of Israel. They never talk about the benefit of America. And Epstein is using almost all of his power to help Israel. That's now an established fact, and that's way more important than Bubba, right? And yet, that's another giant elephant in the room, and mainstream media is like, "Oh, no, it involves Israel, so we can't talk about it." Well, that explains everything. That explains why both parties have been covering this up, because it involves potentially our government or a beloved special allies government.
Officer Tatum, look, I don't know the answer to this, but I would say, having read a lot about Jeffrey Epstein now and the circles he...
Real quick, I don't do this ever. But I'm going to take a moment here to appreciate my thumbnail skills because this was fucking hilarious. Thank you.
Mixed in. And the circles he brought to his home and to his island. When you put it all together, it is absolutely not beyond the realms of fantasy. In fact, I would say it heads more to a high likelihood that he was up to his neck in it with intelligence agencies.
Thank you.
Of some kind, maybe myriad intelligence agencies. It would absolutely go with his persona and the type of people he was getting around his table on a sort of almost daily basis. So I certainly wouldn't want to bet the bank on him having no attachment to Mossad or CIA or anybody else.
Like I said, guys, don't forget to go check out that video at the very end. At least leave it a like. I know that some of y'all might have seen it since it is a VOD, but it really will help me out. I have to kind of start putting shorter form videos out for reasons, because, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that either. I have no idea what exactly is involved in this, and nobody does. I mean, it's a very complicated situation. Nobody understands the totality of this, because he was arrested under Donald Trump's first term, if I'm not mistaken. They had the information there. It was we had the White House and everything. We could have divulged whatever needs to be divulged, and people are going to argue if they don't get the results they want that it was deleted. It was somehow some nefarious thing that went on. Then the Clintons, and then Joe Biden had it forever. You know, and they did nothing. They didn't even mention any impropriety about Donald Trump. You would think if Donald Trump had blown some guy and they had an email, they would.
I can't do panels.
At least leak that email. They wouldn't mention nothing else. They would leak an email about Donald Trump at least before the election to make him look bad, so he'll never get.
It's not like they didn't have the fucking emails, you dumb fuck. They were not given the emails until somebody, and I know this one, if you're going to critique anything, critique the idea that it literally took until 2 months ago while somebody was out there just, asking questions about this, like, hey, why aren't we releasing the files? A lawyer just asked, hey, how come we haven't, or I don't even think it was a lawyer. I think it was an entertainment person. But they asked, why have you not subpoenaed the Epstein estate? And then they did
in the office, and they can continue to cover this up forever in perpetuity.
You know why?
Do you think they were like, egg on my face? Yeah, that's a good idea. If it was a lawyer, that's even worse.
I think they didn't.
Unless Israel ordered them not to.
Yo, I'm a stoner in his fucking basement post 420. How in the fuck do I have a better answer than you? Come on.
Just a misspelling.
Millions of dollars on these motherfuckers. Millions. What a waste.
Hang on. It might be simpler than that.
It's crazy.
I mean, I just kind of broke it down for you.
It might be simpler than that. My gut feeling.
Biden listened to every single thing Israel said.
My gut.
What the fuck? Is it because I got stoned and it's literally just like, hey, things are going slower?
My gut feeling about this, Officer Tatum, is there's the reason.
And when I mean stoned, I mean in like the biblical sense, where I had people throwing rocks at me.
Actually, in the end,
because you know how YouTube is just like, hey.
Neither side has felt.
Was that the biblical sense? Yes, it was.
Compelled to release all these files. Is I suspect when we see them all, that both sides have a lot of blood on their hands, not literally, but in terms of embarrassing revelation, perhaps evidence of alleged criminality and so on.
You're trying to both sides this one when MTG literally torched her party over it. Piers, my guy.
You'll see this is a proper bipartisan scandal.
No, it's not. No, and you're trying to make it this thing. BTC or Jank, can you be worth half a damn on this panel and go, you're the only ones that kind of made it a thing of hiding this?
I only base that on the type of guests that Epstein was having all the time. They were from every part of American high society, Democrat, Republican, you name it. They were trotting down there. So from what I'm gathering from people who've seen these files, there's a lot of embarrassment to be had for both parties, which may explain why both parties have been reluctant to put it all out into the public domain.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that to a certain degree, because it does appear to be that way. There's people that have mentioned, obviously on television and the like, that there are people that may be implicated that probably did not commit a crime. They have just been accused of committing a crime from victims with no evidence. And so I think there's a risk in that they don't want to expose people that have not been able to go through justice. But I would argue, as crooked as the Democrats were, you would think that they would float and release things to make sure that Donald Trump would get in office, and therefore they can have the White House again, and no one would ever know.
I do agree with that. I have to say, I do agree with that, Brian. Just to bring you in here, I mean, you know, they tried to jail him for just about everything. People tried to kill Donald Trump several times in that campaign. The idea that the Democrats, with these files in their possession, would not have trawled them at some stage for stuff which could be damaging to Trump, if not disqualifying, I think is for the birds. They must have done. And if they didn't, they're even more useless and incompetent than the polls currently suggest.
Well, first of all, let's not conflate they with the Democrats in terms of who tried to assassinate Donald Trump.
I didn't say that. I was very careful. I said they tried to...
I heard the hedging language, but I just wanted to state as well.
No, he's calling you on your bullshit, and you're not used to it.
I'll be crystal clear. They, i.e. the left, tried to jail him for absolutely everything.
No.
I think that's uncontestable. And I said, and there were attempts to take his life several times.
And they justified the assassination.
Right, I'm not pinning that on Democrats, but I'm saying that there was...
No, you're pinning it on the left, though, which is not as big of a... BTC's right here to call you out on that. Like, that is you being disingenuous as fuck.
A lot going on in that year to stop Donald Trump becoming president.
Well, again, this goes back to the, oh my God, Schrodinger's leftist, who is simultaneously so ineffective that they can be laughed at, but so effective that they you need to be scared of them.
And again, either through imprisonment or through killing him. And the idea that no one on the left in possession of these files would not have trawled them for damaging information, I think is stretching.
Pierce sounds like Trump gave him a big bribe of turtle doves.
Isn't it?
Macaulay Culkin's just like, where's my goddamn turtle dove? Wait a minute. And then he sees him with both, and he's just like, no.
Uncensored is proud.
Oh my God, I need to see Macaulay Culkin just roast fucking Piers Morgan in my lifetime.
Files were in the possession of
No, he has Cozy Earth? Oh.
one person, just like they're in the possession of Pam Bondi right now, who will, of course, bend at the every whim of Donald Trump. They were in the possession of...
I might or might not be able to confirm that that's actually some good shit.
Merrick Garland. This is a guy who wouldn't even investigate Donald Trump for his efforts to overturn the 2020 election. This is somebody whose entire ethos, his entire raison d'etre in government...
This is the nice part about having parents that, like, have a little bit of money, but also they still buy you the things that you usually would have gotten when you were a kid, which, yeah, sometimes it's fun. Not anymore. Now it's just like, hey, you want some Cozy Earth? It's like, fuck yeah.
Just to prevent the optics of politicization.
Dude, I got Bamba socks 2 years ago that I'm still excited about.
Am I surprised?
And you guys know my ultimate one, the one that if you donate $20 to the stream, you guys can see me in. Oh. The best hoodie ever. Well, it's technically, you can, don't call it a Snuggie is all I say. It's not a fucking Snuggie. It's an Uggie. It's a full-length sweater.
That Merrick Garland didn't leak any of this information in the files? Absolutely not. Again, this guy didn't do this. This guy's sole focus was to not do anything political or politicized. So if you're asking why this wasn't leaked, do I think it should have been leaked? Absolutely. Do
Maximum hoodie.
Do I care?
It is.
Whether anyone from Larry Summers or Bill Clinton all the way to Donald
I'm saving up. I want to see that. Hell
Trump
yeah.
is implicated in these files.
Don't forget, guys, I know that I'm not advertising it as much, but I need to. The pepper hat that is now hung strategically right by my television and underneath the king pepper back there. $100. I wear the pepper hat, and here's my favorite part. It can be during the most serious event. I am a man of my word.
Looking to protect any of these people?
Is that a hoodie with pants? No.
Absolutely not. I think all of this should have been released.
No, it's just a hoodie that goes down to your feet.
And by the way, so did the people that staff this very administration.
It's incredible.
Dan Bongino, Kash Patel. The fact that they now are so silent. The fact that they're perpetuating the same cover-up.
I can't see Michael Knowles smiling and not just be like, eh.
They once condemned.
I don't disagree.
Oh my God, he's such a creepy fucker. You imagine just like sitting next to this guy, it's like, yeah.
I don't disagree. I think you make
Oh, a hoodie dress. I love it.
I think you make a perfectly...
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm a little embarrassed. Let's put it this way. Am I embarrassed to go outside in that?
Perfectly valid point about the hypocrisy on both sides.
For
Michael,
$500, would you get Tyler's haircut? No.
you want to respond to that?
Yeah, hold on. Brian's whitewashing Garland a little bit too much.
Alien learning to smile.
Here, he's complimenting him by pretending to insult him. So he's saying, the real problem with Merrick Garland. Well, you are, because you're saying the real problem with Merrick Garland is he didn't want to get into the fray of politics. He was so clean. He wanted to remain.
He wasn't clean. He was an asshole. He literally did the thing where he's just like, it's okay that you didn't put me on the Supreme Court. You got to take care of your stuff. Oh, what do you mean you just you put a new guy in the position that it's okay. Justice Department, you know what? I'll take care of business.
So above it all. This is the guy who lied about the Biden.
Yeah, Men in Black smile. Sugar. Water.
Spying on Catholic parishes, going in,
Oh my God, this Edgar-looking motherfucker.
So much perfidy, so much deception. And I don't know, he was a complete political hack. And I think what's important to this
Takes one to smell one.
Conversation is, I don't think it was Merrick Garland's pristine moral standards that prevented him from releasing this. I think
Let
that
me ask
probably
you a question.
Piers
If you
is
think,
right.
if you
and
think...
one second, Brian. I think Piers is probably right that if the Democrats don't want,
I can't not see it. Why does his mouth move sideways?
Want to release the files? It's because the files don't look good for them either.
If you think Merrick Garland was a political hack, do you think Pam Bondi is a political hack, Michael?
Yep.
I think Pam Bondi is doing a very good job as Attorney General.
Well,
and I don't think she's a hack like Garland.
This woman has engaged in every political prosecution. Donald Trump literally sends his little
Biden is Catholic, you turd.
out into the ether on truth.
He's more Catholic than this guy ever could be a Christian. This, you don't attend mass. You don't actually do anything for your religion outside of go to church on Sunday because you know it would look bad if you didn't show up for your third place community gathering where you sit there and judge the other couples because you need to go make sure that you're still making more than them.
Truth Social. He posted a
Go to a mega church. That's all it is.
Was supposed to be a DM to Pam telling her what to do, and the second she read it, she snapped too.
I don't think
the
Pam
notion
Bondi
that Pam Bondi is doing a very good job, but that Merrick Garland is a political hack. I wish Merrick Garland was more of a political hack.
I'll explain to you the distinction.
But the notion that Pam Bondi is just some figure is some
political figure is a joke.
I just realized I'm gonna have to put that shelf up.
No, here's the distinction. You're saying Pam Bondi has an allegiance to President Trump, or she's a conservative or something. Yeah, obvious.
I just got a mini shelf for my my dog's remains.
Of course, she's the Attorney General under a Republican administration. I guess the difference is I don't
Totally
think
meant
Pam
to do
Bondi
that
is
earlier.
lying about the FBI going in and spying on the political enemies of the party in power.
Was
and
Pam
Merrick
Bondi
Garland
lying
did
when
that,
she said the
which is
files
why
were
he's
right on
much
her
more of a
desk and
hack
that they were going to be
than any of
released?
the Republican
Listen, I've got to bring
was Pam Bondi lying when she said the files were going to be released on her desk?
Yeah, I think she was. I'm afraid. Let me jump in there. I think that what
You
she
wish
did,
she hadn't said it because
what
it's a
she
lie.
did that day, what she did that day was ludicrous, and is actually one of the reasons why the whole thing spiraled out of control. Because if you take a camel to the edge of an oasis and don't actually give it a drink, they get angry. A whole fire panel. I'm going to bring in Anthony Scaramucci.
Isn't the whole thing you can't lead a camel to water?
For my wife.
Listen, I know that I screwed up a whole term of phrase earlier, but
House Press Secretary, host of The Rest is Politics US. Anthony, great to have you
I have my cat's ashes in a nice chest and it has a plaque on it. Nice.
back and uncensored. How
My doggo died? No, no, guys. The one that you guys see here, Stan. I had an older dog that she couldn't come downstairs because of her advanced age. She was 16. She was a yellow lab. She passed away just about a month ago. I miss her dearly. I hate that word, but
how are you?
I really do. Miss her every
Nice to
day.
be on. I see a lot of my friends there.
And yeah, I bought a shelf to put her on. Actually, I also got to do something cool on her last day. I made a flower out of her paw print. So I have that too.
Hello, Michael. It was a pretty partisan comment there, Michael. Hello, Brian. Thank.
Anthony.
I mean, Michael, I love you. You think Pam Bondi is nonpartisan, but Merrick Garland was. I mean,
fucking this is why I was all right with the mooch.
Come on, man.
I said she's not a hack like Garland.
Oh, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't depressed. I just I can put it away for a little bit while I'm here with you guys, but it's there.
Okay, all right. I'm just saying. Let's get the bubble back on the level. Okay, like when we're leveling to frame the picture, we got to have the bubble in the middle. Pam
she's
Bondi,
a partisan, and she's part of the good party. So I agree.
Pam Bondi is a Trump family law firm member that happens to also be the Attorney General of the United States.
Oh my God, he really is alien trying to spy.
So I mean, you just got to be honest about it.
Oh, look at it fade! It's fading.
But go ahead, Pierce. It's your show. It's great to be back on.
It's great to, I don't want you suddenly commandeering my entire show here, Anthony.
I apologize for that. I just
talented broadcaster that you've now become.
I know Michael's, moves. I know Michael's moves.
Well, let's get back to your moves. This whole Epstein scandal, it seems to me it's been an ongoing act of self-harm by the Trump administration to take all the media to a place.
No, seriously, you guys nailed it. Men in Black alien.
They were just expecting to be given all the files and be boasting.
Wearing a Michael Knowles suit.
About how transparent you're going to be, how you're going to finally get to the bottom of all this, and then just to
ETC looks like a Ferengi.
Put the drawbridge up.
The third rule of acquisition.
Say no.
Is to have a nice haircut, so.
It's all over. No files, no investigation, nothing. And now to be sort of bullied into going along.
Do not get me stun locking on Star Trek shit. It will be all night.
Along with its release and so on. It's all been handled very badly.
And you just happen to be talking the one that I'm like really, really into right now. So
it's been fascinating, I think, to watch from the outside.
I like Strange New Worlds, but I go back to the old stuff. Comfort food.
Is the way that a lot of the pressure on Trump has not just come from Democrats, but has actually come from within the MAGA base, who were enraged about this and wanted these files released and have been completely incredulous as to why suddenly they weren't being.
Well, I mean, there's a lot there, but I guess what I said last week on our podcast, his move is to say he wants full disclosure because that gives him coverage with his base.
Michael Knowles looks like the humans I drew as a kid.
His base believes in him no matter what, and no matter what comes at
him in a Cybertruck would break your fucking brain.
Of the disclosed files, Trump will have a defense that his base would believe, and so I was very surprised that he went into
You win TV. You're a very good artist.
Direction that you're describing, and of course on Sunday night he went in the direction that I thought was the more accurate offensive direction for the president, because that's really his only move. I mean, he would have lost and he would have showed a fissure in the MAGA base by that House vote going again.
I'm trying to figure out what that like stereo cassette looking thing is on his right side there.
So, but I will say this, and people could disagree with me on here that really like the president. He looks tired. He looks distracted, and he's obviously worried about something because you don't make the moves that he made, the ones that you're describing, if he's not worried about something. But he's going to get forced into this now, and I believe that they'll go back to Pam Bondi and say that there's an ongoing investigation, a result of which none of this stuff can be divulged at this moment. So I think that's the next move from him is, I want the vote, make it unanimous. But, oh, by the way, there's an ongoing investigation, so you'll never see the light of day, the documents.
But I don't think, Anthony, that's going to fly. I just do not think that will fly either outside of his party or within his party. You're seeing a really fascinating schism erupting now in the conservative right in America. A lot of it goes back to Israel. But I also think the Epstein files have been a major part of this. You just see people siding up on either side of this. And I think that a lot of the MAGA base, the real diehard Trumpers, they want this stuff out there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me just push back for a second, Pierce. I know you have a lot of other people we need to talk to on the show, but I just want to say this because I know him very well. I think that's the move.
New.
Until they can come up with another distraction, perhaps killing more people off of the coast of Venezuela, invading Venezuela, something to do with Ukraine. He will find a distraction. Remember, Trump is always characterized by incrementalism. And so he's not worried about 3 months from now or 2 months from now. He's worried about next week. And so you would be right if he doesn't come up with more smoke screens. And I would just tell you that he has a PhD in smoke screening. So I predict he'll find something to distract people from this over the ensuing months.
All right, Michael, just bringing you back on that point. That could well be the case.
My buddy just sent me, he's just like, hey, this politics stuff is fun and all, but here's a video of Ty Domi kicking the shit out of a Philly fan. If you guys don't know, today in today's history, Ty Domi got into a fist fight with a Philadelphia Flyers fan. Ty Domi was on the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I really do think if all they do is kick this can down the road, it's going to get a bigger problem for the Trump administration.
I totally agree, and I almost agree with my friend Mr. Scaramucci over there. I think he's just getting it backwards. I think that the entire calculation here was that the Epstein files are a major distraction. And so what has come to be the case, I think indisputably, is that not releasing the files was a distraction. There are going to be files, however, that will not come out. And even if they did release all the files, there will always be people saying, well, there were more emails, there were files that were destroyed. Of course that's the case. The Epstein
Yeah, and that's their problem. That's their fault.
Scandal is...
It's almost like if you act like dishonest assholes, you guys are going to be kind of held to the standard of being dishonest assholes.
Really, really bizarre. And so I kind of think of it like the JFK files. You know, in 1992, we were supposed to get those JFK files, and the government just doesn't release them all. So either Epstein is who the elites say...
Wait, who is in charge of that, dickhead?
Which is a weird rich sex freak, but
What?
no connections to any political questions. Or he was the super duper triple spy for every government agency in the world. He's James Bond and Jason Bourne. In which case, we're never going to find out the full story. Either we know what we know, we know everything, or we're never going to get the whole story. And so it will serve as a distraction. There's no question about it. The only question is, how do you minimize that distraction? And I agree. I hate to say it, but I think I agree with everyone here that Trump has to release the files. It helps to reunify the party a little bit. And by the way, if the Democrats win the midterms, which those elections 2 weeks ago seemed to suggest, they're going to subpoena, they're going to have investigations ad nauseum. So better to get ahead of it and not let them put their spin on it.
Yeah, that's what I think. Cheng, I want to bring in the other extraordinary
He's so
part
smarmy.
of the last few weeks, the remarkable transformation of Marjorie Taylor Greene from MAGA cheerleader.
Oh, Cenk's best friend.
And close friend of the
Yeah,
president.
he's more than happy to talk about this.
The woman who's now the sworn enemy of the president. He calls her a traitor. And is now, and really underpinning this is her conviction that the Epstein files have to be released and that the Trump administration has been blocking it. What do you make of this?
Yeah, so there's a connective tissue through all of this. So I'll start with Epstein and get to the split in MAGA. So, guys, we keep talking about it like it isn't solved. It's solved. He was working with Israel. He had an Israeli spy, an intelligence officer, stay with him over and over again for weeks on end. Every email from Ehud Barak's emails and drop site news shows that Epstein was doing everything he could to help Israel. So, and why? Oh, Trump's uncomfortable. The Democrats are uncomfortable, but yet somehow they don't release it. Why not? Because the one thing that both parties serve is Israel. Who has enough power to kill someone inside an American prison and have the videotape not work and the guards be off? Intelligence agencies. Obviously, this is already solved. So now the connective tissue. So the reason why Trump's base is upset is because the core of the promise was America first. And now they have Trump get into office. First he says, no, I'm not serving you guys. I'm not releasing the Epstein files. Then he says, okay, nope, I'm going to bomb Iran and I'm going to do whatever Israel wants. Israel is first. Then it goes way beyond that. Then it goes, okay, I don't care about affordability anymore. Hey, tax cuts for the rich, subsidies for oil companies, and all the things that never put Americans first, the donors first, whether they're oil companies, pharmaceutical companies, or the Israeli lobby. So Marjorie Taylor Greene comes along and she says what MAGA's been saying all along.
Randomly, We hit 100 in Discord.
So now what you guys have to understand is that Trump's voters, in my opinion, and I'm curious what you all think, are in three buckets, right? One is independents who listen to Rogan, Young Turks, Theo Von, Tim Dillon. Those guys just hate the establishment. And they'll vote for anyone who's an actual enemy of the establishment and a populist for the American people. So those guys are already gone. I mean, you see it in the younger voters. Trump
Yeah, on Discord, we just hit 100 followers.
used to have an 8-point lead. Now he has a 55-point deficit. So
Not gonna lie, that's pretty fucking cool.
independents and the young are gone. Then there's a bucket in the middle, which is true MAGA, the original MAGA, America First. And I disagree with their social issues, etc. But that's Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Tom Massey, etc. And then the third bucket is Trump loyalists, the ones.
Where's the guy in the bottom? He is in his office. I think Scaramucci's an attorney, and yeah, I can only assume that the rocking chair is something from his family and blah blah blah.
Who say, oh yeah, of course everybody's eating cats and dogs, and Trump couldn't wait to release the Epstein files, and this was all a trick and a chess game and all that. Those guys are hopeless.
Absolutely.
Trump could say anything and they'll believe it. And in fact, the rest of the Trump voters are now looking at them like, are you guys nuts? Like, wake up to what's going on here. The establishment is screwing us, and it turns out that Trump is part of the establishment. I don't think anyone can argue that Trump has more original pro-MAGA positions than Marjorie Taylor Greene. In fact, Piers, I did a poll on X about this. Marjorie took an 82-18 lead against Trump as the true original MAGA. And then Cat Turd and others, the Trump loyalist, comes in. They have tons.
You did it to yourself.
Tons of votes going for Trump. And then it went back and forth all day, 66,000 votes. And at the end, Marjorie Taylor Greene wins. Why? Because most of the people that watch online media now realize Trump is just another guy in the establishment, another elite, and he's doing the same exact thing as all the other corporate Democrats and Republicans.
Okay, Brandon, what do you think of that? Because I do think there's some merit to this. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been going out there and talking in a way I've never heard her talk before, and it's definitely resonating with people. I see a lot of people in the MAGA movement who actually agree with her. A lot of people don't, but I don't think Trump calling her a traitor is necessarily going to work in the way he hopes.
Well, I disagree on that. If you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, she switched. She didn't. It's not that she continued in the MAGA way. She continued with America First conservatism. She's completely switched. She was just on television saying that Donald Trump shouldn't deport all these people at one time because it hurt the people who are working on her at her company. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene has changed her position on so many different things. She just apologized on CNN.
You feel like it's technical stuff. We had somebody come in from the DGG community and try to fucking pull some shit.
She's sorry.
Whatever. Like, yeah. Why are you trying to infiltrate somebody like me? Like, really? I'm flattered, I guess, that I made it onto the DGG, whatever.
To the rhetoric. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
What would you even call that? Like, because I'm not on the radar. I'm definitely not there. But, like, they're preemptively putting me there just to make sure that it's like I don't get too out of, sorts or something like that. We took care of it.
The reason she's popular
is blood sample kit will be next.
Because she went against the grain. It's because she challenged people on a day-to-day basis. And now she's apologizing to CNN for it. She says Trump has accomplished nothing since he's been in office. He's completely turned on America. That is insane to me. You're talking about the border.
It is a must if you want to be part of the pep cult.
Crisis that we experience that have been matriculated throughout our society in so many negative ways. Donald Trump has brought an end to that. Ask the people who live on the border.
You know what happens when you have a lot of peppers smashed together? Hot sauce.
The people who patrol on the border. And then you go off into other aspects. I think he's trying to do his best when it comes to tariffs to bring revenue back into the American economy. And it's not that easy. Nobody is willing to.
Oh, wait, you need vinegar for that. My bad.
Do it. So Donald Trump is willing to do the hard thing now so we can benefit later. But for Marjorie Taylor Greene to go off the reservation to say all of these different things,
Listen, I'm not even kidding. One of these things is on the top of the Scoville reader. So
that's why he called her a traitor. This is why people think that she's changed.
They ain't sweet peppers, that's for sure.
And I would add to this, and Shank, he laments to this all the time. This has come down to Israel. It's the fact that Marjorie Taylor.
He did it again. He's doing it again. This is the second time.
Greene has taken a position on Israel, and everybody that loves to hate on Israel will take her side.
Man, oh, wait, we established that he took his trip. He went to Israel.
And Donald Trump says he's been supportive of Netanyahu. He's been supportive of
remember
things
now.
in Israel. People begin to turn on him because of that. And so it's a twofold thing. She's turned all her values have completely changed, which is why Trump thinks she's a traitor. And the people who hate Israel is going to follow her, and the people who love Israel is going to follow majority of what Donald Trump says.
Brian, let me just play you the apology she
it's
made.
MAGA versus MIGA.
Well,
it's
hang
America
on,
first
Cenk.
versus Israel first.
No,
hang on, Cenk. I want to play the clip.
I actually hate that he nailed that line. MIGA versus MAGA.
It's about, do we control
Damn
our
it, Jake.
own government?
Okay,
It is
I want
Israel,
to
could be Norway, it could
hang
be
on,
Israel,
guys.
I know
no
what
one
you're
cares.
thinking.
Hang on. I want to just
I
play.
know what are you thinking. We
Hang
control
on,
our own
guys.
government.
Please. I want to.
No, and no. Wow, that is adorable.
I want to play the clip that you
Oh,
referenced.
yeah, Israel has
Brandon.
no power
I
in
want to
America.
play the apology
that's a joke, right?
that Marjorie Taylor Greene made. Let's take a look at this.
I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the toxic politics. It's very bad for
Dana Bash is literally morphing into Mitch McConnell as we speak.
our country.
What up, Bryant?
And it's been something I've thought about a lot, especially since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, is that
And Marjorie Taylor Greene still looks like the bottom side of your foot.
I'm only responsible for myself and my own words and actions, and I am committed, and I've been working on this a lot lately, to put down the knives in politics.
Now, Brian, are you buying this? I mean, it's been a remarkable kind of Damascene conversion. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you could argue, and I'm going to interview her after I speak to you guys, has been one of the most toxic people in the political discourse space in America in the last few years, saying some deeply inflammatory, violence
crusty heel
inducing comments on occasion. Are you buying this dramatic U-turn?
Whatever, man. I don't want to hear anything from her. Will she take the Discord oath to vote for someone like Mamdani? Fuck no, she ain't on our side.
Do I think it's coming from a place of true honesty? Probably not. I think that she
Top side gets words.
That there's that it's politically advantageous for her to be able to say
What
this.
up, Jeff?
I think she feels burned because clearly she wanted to run for U.S. Senate in Georgia, and instead one of the good old boys, Buddy Carter, was anointed by Donald Trump. So I think she's on a bit of a rampage here. But on the other point, I mean, look, the fact that she's resonating so much is a testament to the fact that there is a recognition in Trump's base, or on the right more broadly, that all of the things that Trump promised are not coming to fruition. This guy ran for office as some populist champion. He promised lower rent, lower housing, lower groceries, lower eggs.
Yeah, and they bought into it. Let's be honest. There's a whole contingent of independent Americans that decided, yeah, you know what? Let's go back to the chaos, bitches.
He promised free IVF, ending the Ukraine-Russia war on day one. He promised lower costs. Look what he's done since he's actually been in office. Cost on every...
I actually know somebody that turned immediately after the IVF thing, because I asked her recently. I'm like, hey, what happened to IVF, free IVF? And she's like, well, I had my, she just said it. She had her third kid, the one that she was trying to get. Now she's done. So she got everything she wanted.
Everything
bad vote or not.
Have surged because
this is where I feel kind of shitty, where it's like, no, I kind of hope that Trump's policies do hurt your family.
Of this misguided trade war that everybody said was going to raise the cost of it.
It's the only way you'll learn.
Everything.
I'll do everything I can to support the policies that benefit your family, but if you happen to feel the pain, then you deserve that.
The San
He has
Francisco
not
Federal
done
Reserve
anything
just came
for
out and
not
said
done
the
anything
tariffs
for
were
IVF, not done
deflationary.
anything for the Russia-Ukraine war. And where is his focus? It's on building himself a $350 million ballroom. It's on encrusting the Oval Office in gold. It's on retrofitting.
Why is it every time that there are good points brought up by even moderate leftists, these fucking right wingers, they do this thing. They get visibly flustered.
Qatari jet to the tune of $1 billion. It's on buying Kristi Noem a couple of Gulfstream jets that cost $170 million. It's on hosting great Gatsby parties. It's so obvious where this guy's priorities are. Again, he ran by dangling.
I have to get me a BTC suit for my interviews.
These carrots in front of poor people in America.
We all know that he's business on the top, fun on the bottom.
And once he actually gets power, the optics, the gold, the opulence that he surrounds himself in puts on full display that this guy does not give a flying fuck about the people that he pandered to on the campaign trail, and his priority is solely himself. And so clearly there's going to be anger in the MAGA base. Clearly there's going to be anger among Republicans more broadly, because it could not be more obvious that this guy doesn't give a shit about that.
Okay, and Anthony, what do you make of the
Wait, there's a swaggy bet.
Taylor Greene?
Oh, you guys don't even know. I clean up really well.
A split here with Trump, because it's getting a lot of attention. It kind of reflects a lot of the splits going on the conservative right in America and on the Trump support in particular. Epstein and Israel being two of the leading components to this. What do you make of it?
I wore a top hat to my best friend's wedding and got away with it.
You know, it's what Harry Truman said. If you want a friend in Washington, buy a dog. Her interests have now diverged from Donald Trump's, and so she's speaking out against him. You know, and so I hear what Brian's saying. I don't necessarily say it's disingenuous or ingenuous. It's just the nature of politics in the United States, and so he's a lame duck, whether people like it or not. Steve Bannon, etc. He's going to be going into those midterm elections weakened. There's a political mortality about Donald Trump that's embedded in the Constitution. So Rand Paul, Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Boebert, you're going to see more people.
You are a top hat at a King Diamond concert.
Breaking from Donald Trump as they each try to find.
It's funny. I went to a Alice in Wonderland themed wedding, which was badass. I was the White Rabbit. Or the what's the other rabbits? Not the White Rabbit. The one with the top with the Mad Hatter. I was that rabbit. And I looked badass because I went and got like just these. I actually cut the ears off of like a little headband, put them in the side of my my top hat. I'll put a picture in the Discord. I looked badass.
Find their footing. And whatever they think the philosophical tenets of the Republican movement or the MAGA.
The March Hare. Yeah, that was me. I was the March Hare.
Movement should be after Trump. And so I think that's the move. And it's really that calculated. It's not necessarily based on principle or anything like that, but it's more pragmatism. And frankly, Piers, you and I have been around a long time. This has happened to every other lame duck president as people set themselves up for the next presidential term come 2028.
If you were a betting man now, Anthony, because the Democrats are hardly in great shape themselves, polling at record lows, no apparent leader coming through yet, the most charismatic member of the party actually being a self-declared socialist, many declare him to be a communist, Mamdani in New York. He can't run, obviously, but his ideology is something certainly shared by the likes of AOC and others. So you could argue that the most famous and dynamic members of the Democratic Party are AOC, Mamdani, Bernie Sanders. It's all the far left, right? I don't think that can win a general election. So how is the Democrat setup actually going, or Democratic Party setup, going to stop MAGA continuing just by default if they get pulled too far to the left?
You know, listen, I'm going to cite the president if you don't mind, because whatever you think of him, and obviously I'm on the other side of him at this point in my life, he's got great political instincts. When Mamdani won in New York, Trump is like, okay, that's the signal from the Democratic Party. They're going to go hard left. The country's not ready for that, okay? No. And even if there's hard left people on this call, I'm just letting you know the country is not ready for that, does not want that. And if the Democrats don't build a coalition around somebody that will tack to the center, and by the way, you mentioned his electoral success, but you had Mickey in New Jersey, you had Spanberger in Virginia. You did have moderate Democrats that won as well. And if they go in a moderate direction.
All right, I just posted it to Discord. Let me know what you guys think of the
they could probably beat the Republicans. But if they don't go in a moderate direction, Pierce, I think they end up losing handily.
I say so.
And they'll be sitting around shaking their heads. But
you know what? Fuck it.
They go after each other in that.
Hold on. You know what? Just in case you guys are not part of the Discord, I understand that some of you guys might not be. Let me show you really quick. Boom. Look at that handsome fella. Huh? Yeah? Like I said, clean up nice. Got to wear the cons. But yeah, I took the bunny ears off of a. Man, it was that was badass. Honestly, that was probably the coolest fucking wedding I have ever been to. Because they had like the tea party and everything too. Like it was really cool. Anyway,
that party
sorry.
in a way that the Republicans don't. You know, whatever happens on the side of the Republicans, they line up together and they keep their mouths shut and they support one person. The Democrats don't like doing that.
Well, they did, the Republicans, but you got to say, looking at Marjorie Taylor Greene's spat with Trump, that may be beginning to fragment. Although I agree with you about the Democrat, this
until
issue.
there's a primary winner. Until there's a primary winner. Again,
you even got a small stuffy bunny.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, Cenk, I just wanted to mention something.
Dude, they also had the tea party area. I would show it, but I'm not sure if you need to be cool with it. But me and her have a cool picture where she's technically like the caterpillar.
Before we finish,
the ruffle shirt. Hey, I rocked the shit out of that ruffle shirt.
This is this issue of the kid who tried to assassinate Trump. And these are revelations that Tucker Carlson has mainly brought into the public domain, in which it appears that,
like I said, I cleaned up well.
Far from the FBI narrative that was being given to us, that there was no online path for this kid and no real explanation for why he'd done it. Turns out there was an awful lot of online stuff that they've now unearthed, but it's been bullied out there by Tucker and his investigation. 17 different accounts, many of it very incendiary, very threatening, very dangerous, actually, if you read it. What's going on here? Again, there was a promise of transparency. There was repeated leaks that there was nothing on this guy online, which in itself sounded so weird for a kid that young. And yet now it turns out the complete opposite is true.
Yeah, again, there's a connective tissue here, which is, I think we're misunderstanding the whole paradigm here. We're still talking as if it's Democrats versus Republicans, and that there are so-called moderates, et cetera. So Marjorie Taylor Greene's positions, I totally disagree with Tatum. They almost haven't changed at all. Donald Trump's positions have changed wildly. He said he was anti-war, and now he's going to invade Venezuela? That's mental, and that isn't America first. That isn't anti-war, et cetera. So what's the connective tissue? Whoever is the most populist is the one that the people support the most.
Wow.
Whoever is the most anti-establishment is the candidate that's going to win. So when you talk about, like the far left, like Mamdani, AOC,
he just did his little turning thing. I love that.
et cetera. No. It is. I don't care where you are on the political spectrum. I care where you are in the spectrum between establishment and populist. So the reason Mamdani won, and originally the reason AOC won, is because they were anti-status quo, anti-establishment. They were for change, right? So at this point, though, I guarantee you, both the Republican and I hope the Democrat, the Republican for sure, and my God, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that the Democratic primary as well is won by a person who is deeply, deeply anti-establishment. So
hey, Cenk, how did
right
Joe
now,
Biden win
the
in
people
2020?
in power are screwing the average person, and it's super obvious. So Marjorie Taylor Greene's saying it on the right, Tucker Carlson's saying it on the right, and the government is covering up 1,000 things. So why did they cover up the shooter's real history? That's a super...
I thought Michael Knowles' video froze. No, he's just maintaining that pose.
Fair question. Look, before Piers, I believed the things the government said. Now I look back at it and I think, come on, man. So you found 2 passports in the burning rubble of 9/11 that conveniently proved your case? They were steel melted, but the paper passports didn't melt. And now why did you hide the identity of the Trump shooter and everything that happened?
I'm going to hold this pose as long as he does.
About the Charlie Kirk shooting is deeply, deeply suspicious.
Here we go.
And so, no, I don't trust the government. No. If you say you trust the government...
You wouldn't put your hand down for real? Like, this is uncomfortable, guys.
But both the American government and the Israeli government. They would never do anything wrong, and you
There goes the
love
smile.
the donors and you want to kiss their ass. Please do that, because it'll be so easy to defeat you, and it doesn't matter whether you're on the right or the left.
Let me bring in Michael.
Oh my God.
We're running out of time, but I do think it stinks, this whole thing with Thomas Crooks. You know, this is the attempted assassin.
Dude, my face hurts.
The rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Ow.
When you actually
trying to
get into
maintain that false smile, just
this was a guy who was in clear public visibility, you know, making his thoughts extremely dangerous, extreme thoughts, extremist ideology, admiration for mass violence, spoke openly of political assassination, posted under his real name, was flagged by others who mentioned law enforcement in their replies. But despite that, his account remained active for 5 years and was only...
How come BTC's room looks like the one that was like, it was the cube, but it's like the outside of the cube?
Removed the day after the shooting. Why the briefings that there was no online tracking for this guy when it turned out there was nothing but?
Please tell me that there's a few people in this audience that know what I'm talking about.
I thought Tucker's report on this was terrific.
Yeah.
I think it's a disgrace that a guy sitting up in Maine has to release what information we have now gotten rather than the authorities or the...
Is that a Tiffany lamp he just casually has right next to him?
Establishment media. So I totally agree with that. The whole thing stinks to high heaven. To Cenk's broader kind of point, though, he's
Can you tell I used to work with antiques?
arguing that whoever's the most populous wins. This would seem to be undercut by the fact that Joe Biden won in 2020. He's the most establishment candidate ever. And or maybe you're saying Joe Biden didn't really win, which I'm here to listen to. Brian makes this point that the whole right is fraying because the right has realized that tariffs...
That's a green screen? No, it's not.
...are inflationary. The San Francisco Fed just shot that down this morning and said they're...
This motherfucker went and shopped. He took a movie set, was just like, hey, did you just film Perry Mason? Can I have that set? And they were just like, sure.
Deflationary, actually. Said that people just realized that Trump likes gold. I think people knew that actually from...
I like gold.
...years before that.
I mean, come on. Dude, you're the ones who turned him into fucking gold member.
So I think really what we're talking all about is, yes, there's massive, massive government corruption. And that's very long-standing, and it's existed under both parties. And at least people within both parties, really want to uncover that, and there are forces that are stopping it. Totally agree. That is separate from Cenk's broader point, which is that the MAGA coalition is beginning to fray. That's right. But the reason for that is simple, and actually Mr. Mooch got to it, which is, sorry, on the screen, it's over there. Mr. Mooch got to it, which is that President Trump is coming to the end of his second term. And this is not a fight, even primarily over ideas.
Knowles is a theater kid deep down and definitely put his, I want to be a producer.
Part of the reason Marjorie...
Dude, you know he knows that whole song.
Taylor Greene is using Democrat rhetoric on CNN is because Trump hit her and said that she's basically out of the tent. What this is about is 2028, and it's going to...
Meanwhile, we all know the best song from the producers is Springtime for Hitler and Germany.
...be a fight for the control of the right that we haven't now had to see in about a...
Don't be stupid. Be a smarty. Come and join the Nazi
decade. And that's going to bring in questions of conspiracy.
Dude, fucking Mel Brooks rules.
Questions of economy, foreign policy, all the rest. To try to overcomplicate it, I think, is simple. The race for 2028 is on, and every split within the right-wing coalition comes down to that.
Yeah, I've got to leave it there. All I would say is it may seem like the Trump second term is coming to an end, Michael. In fact, he has over 3 years left. It just feels like it's already been 3 years.
I'm glad that you're all on that same fucking page. You know what? Fuck you guys. You all deserve that. You get to age with us.
Which is the other part of Trump being president, is that every...
Michael Knowles was in that one show.
Day seems to go on for about a week. But guys, thank you all very much indeed. A really excellent panel.
Performing what he thinks masculinity looks like. So Perry Mason.
I appreciate all your time. Thank you.
All right, so that means that his one with MTG is coming out tomorrow. I do want to watch that. I hate to say, I do want to see the whole thing, but here.
Donald Trump's now...
Yep, we're going to go to Philly D for a little bit of his centrist commentary. My favorite center... Yeah, he says centrist, like through and through.
Claiming that he wants the Epstein files released, but also the investigation that he ordered might stop that from happening. And I guess there's a small technical...
Why would you make your merch a pocket shirt?
Non-zero chance that at one point he performed oral sex on Bill Clinton. But starting with Trump's apparent 180 on the files, you had him writing on social media last night that House Republicans should vote for a bill requiring the Justice Department to release all documents and communications related to Epstein because we have nothing to hide, and saying it's time to move on from this...
No way! Bandits! Get the fuck... God damn it. All right. This shit's funny as hell. Sorry, guys. I need to interrupt this this important message with this fucking banger of a meme. Bandit rules. Oh my god, dude. Okay. You win. You definitely win the night with that one, bro. That's fucking incredible.
Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party, including our recent victory on the Democrat shutdown. Right, and you then had Trump referring to newly launched investigations into who he described as various Democrat operatives, and he added, nobody cared about Jeffrey Epstein when he was alive, and if the Democrats had anything, they would have released it before our landslide election victory. Let's start talking about the Republican Party's record-setting achievements and not fall into the Epstein trap, which is actually a curse on the Democrats, not us. Make America...
Dude, my community rules.
Great again. And while Trump's dismissal of Epstein as a hoax, it's not anything new. His apparent support for the files being released, it's completely out of left field. Right, and don't forget it, Trump's been fighting tooth and nail to stop this release. Right, he's been calling anyone who wants this released traitors, idiots. And just last week, he was still ramping up pressure on Republicans to vote against releasing the files. He even summoned Congresswoman Lauren Boebert to the White House Situation Room to talk about her demand to release the files. Right, and that coming as you had lawmakers releasing thousands of emails belonging to Epstein suggesting that Trump knew more about this convicted child sex offender's conduct than he let on, even if he didn't participate. With what's been called one of the most damning messages being one where you had Epstein seemingly referring to sexual abuse of underage girls, and he wrote, Trump knew of it and came to my house many times during that period. He never got a massage. And that is in another email he wrote about Trump. Of course he knew about the girls as he asked Elaine to stop. And then, beyond questions about abuse, some of the emails raised questions about possible dirt that Epstein or others may have had on Trump. Right, in one, speaking about Trump, Epstein claimed that he had the ability to take him down. And in a 2018 email that Epstein received from his brother Mark, he was asked to question Steve Bannon about whether Russian President Vladimir Putin had the photos of Trump blowing Bubba and dadding. You and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard, with many then noting that Bubba was a nickname for former US President Bill Clinton. With that said, you've since had Mark responding in a statement saying, the emails were simply part of a humorous private exchange between two brothers and were never meant for public release or to be interpreted as serious remarks, and adding, for the avoidance of doubt, the reference to Bubba in this correspondence is not in any way a reference to former President Bill Clinton. Though also on the note of Bill Clinton, he's now one of the most prominent Democratic figures being investigated by the administration. Right, and that goes back to Friday when you had Trump demanding that the DOJ investigate Epstein's involvement and relationship with not only Clinton, but ex-Treasury Secretary Larry Summers and LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman, as well as the banks JP Morgan Chase and many other people and institutions to determine what was going on with them and him. And then within just a few hours, you had Attorney General Pam Bondi announcing that she had given the case to the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan. Writing attorney Jay Clayton is one of the most capable and trusted prosecutors in the country, and I've asked him to take the lead. As with all matters,
so he's completely unqualified.
The department will pursue this with urgency and integrity to deliver answers to the American people. And
I already knew that, but holy
these
crap.
newly released emails we've seen, they've really only confirmed the extent of Epstein's connections to the rich, powerful, and well-connected, even after he pled guilty to soliciting prostitution from a minor in 2008. Larry Summers, for example, the email suggests that he regularly turned to Epstein as a confidant, even asking for his advice pursuing a woman described as a mentee. And then also, separate from the emails, you had a recent New York Times investigation finding that JP Morgan spent years supporting and profiting from Epstein while ignoring the warning signs. And so ultimately, based on the emails and really everything else, you've got many saying that there are plenty of people and organizations that should probably be investigated. But also, it's not normal for one of those people to be the president, and then for that president to also direct the Justice Department to investigate only the ones that he perceives as his enemies. And so with all that, you kind of just have to throw out the idea that you have a DOJ that is independent, that they prosecute cases on facts and law rather than just going after people that the president points a finger at. And making things smell even more is that this DOJ, Trump's DOJ, just 4 months ago said that nothing in the Epstein files warranted further investigation. But also notably with that, even if new investigations do not result in more charges, they might allow the Justice Department to refuse to release any further files related to Epstein by claiming that they would negatively affect an ongoing case. And so that, it's exactly why you have Republican Representative Thomas Massie calling this investigation a last-ditch effort to actually prevent the release of the Epstein files. And on the note of Massie, not only, has he been one of the Republicans most vocal against Trump on this issue, helped spearhead this campaign with Ro Khanna, but very notably, you had him saying yesterday that 100 or more members of his party might join him in voting to release the Epstein files despite Trump's previous opposition. Right, Massie is saying that he hoped to secure a veto-proof majority. And, he and others trying to get more Republicans on board, that's been a big part of what we've been seeing, especially because even if the bill passes the House, which is expected to happen tomorrow, it would still have to get through the Senate. And there, they need to snag at least 60 votes, meaning that if all 47 Democrats voted in favor, they'd still need 13 Republicans to join them as well. And that's before even having to consider, would you have a veto-proof majority as well? But with all that said, that's the news. This part's my opinion. I think it is very likely that before Donald Trump said, yes, vote for it, that there was a veto-proof majority ready to vote. Because Donald Trump, on this issue, has painted himself in the worst possible corner. And it looks like he put himself in a position where really only one of two things could happen. One, he could stay publicly against the release of these files, and Republicans would then vote against him, and he'd look just so incredibly weak. Or he could publicly change his position and control whatever things he can control. But even there, I think he's kind of fucked himself. Because if they go the route of, well, we can't release these certain things because there's an ongoing investigation.
It's nice to see guys like Phil not even figuring that one out, but they're... It's the best way I can put this. They're brokering this to an audience that needs to hear this.
For many, that'll just still look like he's trying to hide what's really in there.
Or
I
appreciate
what gets
him.
released is kind of a nothing burger, or it only goes after people that he perceives as enemies, or even largely just enemies and maybe a few Republicans here or there. There'll be a meaningful amount of the public that thinks they're not actually releasing everything. This is kind of a light release. But you already see murmuring online of people saying, he's fought against this so hard. We had the shutdown. He was dragging his feet. Was that to buy time to really control what gets released? And the whole situation has just continued down this road where it feels like President Trump has made every decision to seem as guilty and as sketchy as possible. One of the ways that he's come off the sketchiest and most guilty to a lot of his own MAGA supporters is the
oh my God, so he is definitely not escaping
fact
this.
that he's gone after MAGA diehard
Hell
Marjorie
yeah.
Taylor Greene so hard. Right? Marjorie Taylor Greene has been his loudest, most proud soldier. Yet last week, over her saying, hey, we should release the Epstein files, we should try to make things affordable for Americans, he labeled her a traitor. And while you had Greene saying that what Trump was doing was contributing to death threats against her, Trump just doubled down again, calling her a traitor in another post yesterday. This back and forth between them and the potential real world consequences, it's become its own issue on its own. Because on Saturday, you had Greene writing, I am now being contacted by private security firms with warnings for my safety as a hotbed of threats against me are being fueled and egged on by the most powerful man in the world, the man I supported and helped get elected. Or with a noting that aggressive rhetoric has resulted in her getting death threats before, but she finds it even more disturbing now that the president is leading the charge. Saying as a Republican who overwhelmingly votes for President Trump's bills and agenda, his aggression against me, which also fuels the venomous nature of his radical internet trolls, many of whom are paid, this is completely shocking to everyone. The political industrial complex and the toxic violent nature of American politics must end. Then yesterday, she shared that she and her family members had received hoax pizza deliveries, and there was a pipe bomb threat at the office of one of her construction companies. And again, saying that Trump's attacks were a dog whistle to dangerous radicals that could lead to serious attacks on me and my family. And there, she included details behind why people would target her with hoax pizza deliveries, right? Noting it's called pizza doxing, and it's done to harass, intimidate, and threaten public leaders, and is viewed as a potential precursor to more serious threats. And then with all that, she added, I am not a traitor. However, when the President of the United States irresponsibly calls a member of Congress of his own party traitor, he is signaling what must be done to a traitor. Right? And that, it resulted in a lot of different reactions. Where you had people like Representative Jasmine Crockett using it to talk about other violence that she believes that Trump's fueled, saying, do y'all now believe me when I say that Trump fuels hate against those that oppose him? Will faux news finally start to address that this man has created a permission structure of hate and violence? And adding, next time you want to run a story about me legally paying for security, maybe run one on the insane amount of threats that I get that you are complicit in fueling. Also, you had a number of people slamming MTG for speaking out now that she's a victim of Trump's ire, right? Saying that she herself has spewed dangerous rhetoric that's fueled hate as well. Though there, she actually kind of addressed it when pressed about it on CNN.
Obviously, any threats to your safety are completely unacceptable. But we have seen these kinds of attacks or criticism from the president at other people. It's not new. And with respect, I haven't heard you speak out about it until it was directed at you.
Dana, I think that's fair criticism, and I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the toxic politics. It's very bad for our country. I am committed, and I've been
All right, Sean. I think that I'll fire up the PS5.
working on this a lot lately to put down the knives in politics. I really just want to see people be kind to one another.
And while some people, they were incredibly impressed by her apology there, you also have a number of people skeptical. And then you've also got people like Laura Loomer using all of this to continue attacks against MTG on Trump's behalf. Right? I mean, she's been posting about her nonstop lately, echoing all of Trump's claims that she's a traitor, saying she's going to hell, and arguing that her boyfriend should lose his White House press badge.
That was what I was asking about, was about the boyfriend.
And Loomer,
I'm thinking that they're not dating anymore.
Claimed that MTG lied about some of the threats to her safety, saying that she contacted local police and, quote, they told me they never received a report today of a bomb threat at the business or residence of Marjorie Trader Green. Whereas you could look at this and see that the president does have people batting for him in this whole breakup, but you could also argue that this even proves MTG's points about Trump just inciting more attacks. So as far as Donald Trump's response, he basically told reporters that he doesn't believe that MTG is facing any real threats.
We'll see what happens. Her life could be at danger because of the rhetoric. Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Trader Green. I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
So with that, I'll say, Green, she's not the only politician dealing with threats potentially tied to Trump's rhetoric. Right, and I say that because there's an Indiana lawmaker who Trump recently criticized that got swatted over the weekend. Right, yesterday you had Trump upset at Republicans in Indiana for not forcing a redistricting push. And so he wrote on Truth Social, very disappointed in Indiana State Senate Republicans led by Rhino Senators Rod Bray and Greg Good for not wanting to redistrict their state. Because of these two politically correct type gentlemen and a few others, they could be depriving Republicans of a majority in the House, a very big deal. Senators Bray, Good, and the others to be released to the public.
Why did he say Bray?
Later this afternoon should do their job and do it now. If not, let's get them out of office ASAP. And then later in the day, you had officers in
I make mistakes too, but that was a weird one.
Indiana saying that they got an email claiming that harm had been done to people inside the home of State Senator Greg Good. But then when they responded, everyone was fine and it was just a swatting hoax. And so you had Good then thanking the officers, but adding that this incident is, quote, unfortunate and reflective of the volatile nature of our current political environment. But then also the governor of Indiana writing that these threats have no place in Indiana and officials are working to bring the criminals behind the attack on Senator Good to justice. But then as far as Donald Trump's response this morning, he just continued to post things like, I will be strongly endorsing against any state senator or House member from the great state of Indiana that votes against the Republican Party and our nation by not allowing for redistricting for congressional seats. But for now, that's where we are. We'll have to wait to see how things continue forward. And in the meantime, I really would love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here. We're both on the Trump-Epstein situation at large and how we're going to see that play out, as well as Trump.
I love how we got called alarmists for correctly identifying stochastic terrorism. Now everyone just accepts that as normal. Yeah.
Lashing out at Marjorie
like, I got nothing else except just the
Taylor Greene and the fighting that we're seeing in the party right now. And then we're diving into even more in just a minute, but first let me say...
Commercial, because you're in a different shirt there, pal. Let's see. Evidence of DOJ misconduct in the Comey case.
Of the year. But then, next up, we've got to talk about the...
That's a quick change.
News that broke today that a Trump-appointed attorney made so many mistakes prosecuting James Comey that the charges against him may be dismissed. Or with U.S.
Yeah, that's usually how that works. In any court case, that's how that works.
Magistrate Judge William Fitzgerald saying in a ruling today. The record...
Dude, I had a court case thrown out because I had a cop arrest me without my Miranda rights. And it was on, well, I was about to say it was on camera, but that was before body cams. No, that was just other honest cops going against him, and yeah, I got out of that.
Record points to a disturbing pattern of profound investigative missteps.
Damn, that court artist is pretty damn good, especially with side profiles. My God.
Missteps that led an FBI agent and a prosecutor to potentially undermine the integrity of the grand jury proceeding. With the judge going after the prosecutor's decision to review evidence that the FBI seized years earlier without securing a new warrant, as well as they're allowing an FBI agent to testify to the grand jury, even though this person may have been exposed to material shielded by attorney-client privilege.
Dude, that's like Law 101.
And that's in addition to the judge finding
that
acting...
Sorry.
U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan made statements to grand jurors harmful to Comey's legal rights. But also, it's hard to blame Halligan for handling this case so poorly because she had no prosecutorial experience just a couple of months ago.
Fuck you. That she shouldn't have taken the position.
Before all this,
fuck you.
She literally worked in
I don't care.
Real estate law.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what law she worked in. She knew damn well what she was doing when she took that position. So guess what? I'm not going to be fair. Phil.
And represented
you and your stupid pocket shirt.
Trump in civil litigation, where she only got this job after her predecessor refused to do Trump's bidding and bring a case against Comey despite the lack of solid evidence. But then Halligan had no such problem and quickly brought the case before a grand jury in September. And you had Comey then pleading not guilty to the charges of making false statements and obstructing a congressional investigation. Right, and that specifically related to a testimony that he gave to the Senate Judiciary Committee back in 2020 about a previous leak to the press regarding an FBI investigation into the Clinton Foundation. Right, at the time of Comey's indictment, you had Attorney General Pam Bondi releasing a statement saying, Comey stated that he did not authorize someone at the FBI to be an anonymous source. According to the indictment, that statement was false, and then adding, no one is above the law. But now the judge has ordered that grand jury materials be turned over to Comey's defense lawyers. And that's big because grand jury materials are typically protected by strict secrecy rules. And while the judge acknowledged this, saying this is an extraordinary remedy, he also said, given the factually based challenges the defense has raised to the government's conduct and the prospect that government misconduct may have tainted the grand jury proceedings, disclosure of grand jury materials under these unique circumstances is necessary to fully protect the rights of the accused. So, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens with Comey's case and what those grand jury proceedings reveal. But notably, even if the case gets thrown out, Comey's just one of 3 Trump critics that have been hit with criminal charges in just the past few months. And that, of course, as many others have been threatened. And so for now, let me know your reactions, but there's definitely more to come on this front. But then next up in the news, we've got to talk about how Donald Trump is trying to pull every rabbit out of every hat that he can find to try to get this affordability crisis under control. Because in the recent off-year elections where the Democrats crushed the economy and the cost of living, they were
too little, too late, motherfucker.
At the top of voters' minds. So Trump, he's been testing different methods of winning back that ground, and well, one of them, and where we'll start, is with his signature move, lying.
We have virtually no
lying.
And so the truth is, as of September, annual inflation was at 3%, and most economists actually expect that to go up even more as the tariffs reach consumers. You had the Yale Budget Lab last month estimating that consumers were facing an average effective tariff rate of 18%, the highest since 1934. And the data, it suggests that people are making the connection between the pain that they're feeling in their daily lives and the policies of the Trump administration. A recent NBC poll, it found that only 30% of voters believe that Trump has lived up to their expectations for tackling inflation and the cost of living. And that is only 27% of voters in another poll last month said that Trump's policies had improved the country's economic conditions. Right, and we're now seeing this report that as of June, past due balances to utility companies, that jumped nearly 10% over the same time a year before. And it's not just consumers and everyday people, like nearly 9 in 10 CEOs told a recent survey that the tariffs will significantly impact their business performance over the next 3 years, and adding that they'll increase the price of goods and services accordingly. But then also with this, Trump argues that even if you don't buy his no inflation lie, whatever price increases that you're suffering, those are going to be offset by a $2,000 tariff dividend check.
When you add the fact that I'll be giving back $2,000
I love Caroline Levitt's face right there.
or so to middle-income people, low-income people, everybody but the rich.
You also had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent trying to sell this on Fox News yesterday.
$2,000 refunds and that would be for working families will have an income limit.
And so you had Trump saying this will happen sometime next year, and Bessent clarifying, I guess, that this will require the legislation from Congress, and he also added the caveat of, we'll see. Which I guess is also why you have many kind of skeptical that this is going to happen at all. You've got no shortage of people posting things like, the amount of grown adults that think they are getting a $2,000 tariff refund check is mind-blowing. And I can't wait to add my imaginary tariff check to my imaginary Doge check and buy all that imaginary $2 gas. And you've got all of that as bettors on prediction markets are also putting low odds on the prospect of Trump actually making these checks happen. But that also feels like that's like a
fucking polymarket turn on them.
Hedge. Like if you bet that the checks don't happen and they don't, boom, you made some money. But if you make a bet that they won't and they do, then you just get less of that money. So also with that, I'll say this is not a recommendation. I think prediction markets, especially related to politics, is a rot. But back to the main thing, right? Even if these checks do go out, it raises the question, would they end up raising inflation and worsening the problem that they're meant to help solve? Or because Trump and Republicans, they've long claimed that the COVID-era stimulus checks were inflationary. And so when a reporter asked him to address this apparent contradiction, you had Trump answering.
The difference is this is money earned as opposed to money that was made up. That money was made up. Everybody but the rich will get this. That's not made up. That's real money. That comes from other countries.
There are so many times where I hear him say something and I'm like, did I just have a stroke? But putting whatever that real money versus made up money argument aside,
to our living.
It is simply
welcome
not true.
to the rest of America there, Phil. I'm glad that you're You're kind of catching up.
That tariff revenues come from other countries. Because for the
Did I just have a stroke?
millionth fucking time, tariffs are a tax on the American importers, not foreign exporters. But also, regardless of where it comes from, Trump says that he's also going to use the tariff revenue to pay down the national debt, which, by the way, is now over 30.
They believe their own bullshit. They believe Trump was prosecuted for no reason. My dad believes that. With flimsy cases, so they don't even try to present a real case against his enemies yet.
$8 trillion and rising extra fast thanks to Trump's big, beautiful bill. But also the thing about that promise is it's all but impossible. Through the first 3 quarters of this year, the Treasury Department has collected nearly $200 billion from tariff duties, according to its September statement. So that likely wouldn't be anywhere close to enough to even cover the dividend checks, never mind the debt. Because according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, if the checks are structured like the COVID-era stimulus checks, they'd cost $600 billion. You know, if Thing A is actually supposed to pay for Thing B, you know, maybe Trump could afford to pay out $2,000 checks every 2 or 3 years, but that's also assuming that tariff revenue remains the same. And also you have to remember that we're having this conversation as lower courts have ruled that many of his tariffs are illegal and their future is now in the hands of the Supreme Court. And while we're waiting to hear from them, they did seem skeptical about Trump's legal arguments. But also, apparently Trump doesn't need the court's encouragement anyway because he's removing some of the tariffs on his own. Because you had Trump lifting duties on dozens of food products over the weekend, including beef, coffee, tea, cocoa, spices, peppers, nuts, bananas, oranges, mangoes, avocados, coconuts, guavas, limes, pineapples, tomatoes, and certain fertilizers. Or with beef and coffee being especially notable there because not only do Americans inhale an ungodly amount of both every year, but prices on both are up 15 to 20%. So, you know, for U.S. stores and consumers, lifting the tariffs could provide some relief, but also for Trump, you have critics arguing it's a tacit admission of guilt. Because for months, Donald Trump has claimed that tariffs will not raise prices for Americans, but now he's
keep pressuring Trump over Epstein. Maybe we'll get UBI.
lowering tariffs to lower
Tinkerbell, you're on fire tonight.
prices for Americans. So instead, you had him focusing on different arguments, like him explaining that tariffs are just not necessary for these particular goods.
It's not competitive in
At the end of Trump's presidency, we got full-on socialism because he didn't want to deal with the Epstein files.
like tomatoes and bananas and things. We don't make them in this country, so there's no protection.
We don't make them in. Oh my God, he's a. I'm sorry, but when your 9-year-old would have better vernacular in describing this.
Industries or our food products.
You know, with that one, I can't help but laugh with him talking about bananas because literally people have been yelling at his administration about this, not just with bananas, but with a number of things. But then also, too, you've got people saying, well, if that's true, then why the hell did you tariff them in the first place? But it's like he's finally come around to the basic point that critics have been trying to tell him for months, and he's acting
that Trump's
like,
are
hey, I'm
that tariffs are taxes.
genius because I'm solving the problem that I created. And so anyway, you know, Trump's
Yeah, that's what he does. And the media, including you, Phil, tend to do this thing where you kind of blow them over it.
new argument is that, yeah, prices are a little up. Well, no, there's actually no inflation, but also there is, but really there isn't. But also if there was, prices will come down. But yeah, for now, we'll have to wait to see how things continue to play out, whether it be on the tariff front or the affordability
God, it's so
front. In the
convenient to be
meantime,
Philip
I think
DeFranco.
President Trump would like if you did not believe your eyes, your ears, or your bank account balance. But then as we wind down today's show, I want to end with congratulations and then talk about y'all's comments. Starting with a congratulations to Michael B., SeatGeek's latest weekly winner who just snagged $500 in tickets and is going to go to F1 in Vegas. And for the rest of y'all, that's right. SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, you could be the next winner and snag $500 towards seeing your favorite artist.
Comment time. Yeah, we're done. All right. We got anything else? Fuck it.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day.
Welcome to the show means this.
But now, for the first time in a long time, the battle is happening from within the tent. The battle is happening from different wings of what's supposed to be MAGA. So, as you all know, we discussed this the other day. You had the Epstein emails released from the Epstein estate because it was subpoenaed by Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna. And Trump was on every page of those shits. I mean, it was absurd how often they would talk about Trump and they would spill.
How come he doesn't turn the bookcase lights on?
The tea on Trump. And so that makes him look really bad. He was still.
Oh my God, dude, they have 2 bookcase rooms?
Hiding the actual Epstein files themselves. More on that in a little bit. So that also made him look really bad. And then in the midst of all of this fighting and the fracturing, you have this new Epstein.
No, she wouldn't put that kind of floral arrangement on 2 different types of. Would she?
Survivors ad that was just released that I have to play for you. This is incredible. Ready? Watch this.
It's the same room. Look at the flowers. Okay.
I suffered so much pain. So much pain.
So much pain.
I suffered so much pain. I was 14 years old. I was 16 years old. I was 16.
Yeah, you nailed it. She looks exactly like Ivanka.
17, 14 years old. This is me. This was me.
This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein.
This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein. There are about 1,000 of us.
Oh.
It's time to bring the secrets out of the shadows. It's time to shine a light into the darkness.
5 administrations and we're still in the dark. Call your Congress member today. Release all the Epstein files. Go to worldwithoutexploitation.org. So look, here's the conundrum that Trump is in. Any normie-ish supporters that he had left, they're gone. They're gone. And they're gone for a very simple reason. They're gone because inflation...
Do you think that that's the chair that Crystal sits in for her stuff? Looks comfortable as shit.
Is out of control. Unemployment is rising. The economy sucks. Trump brought about all this with his stupid trade war. And so normie-ish people who remained inside the MAGA tent are looking around and going, well, what the hell am I getting out of this? What am I getting out of this? He's mismanaging everything. My wallet is hurting.
You're right. That's the same one. I see the lights now.
Quality of life is going down. And so they're going, you know what? I'm out. I'm out. I want nothing to do.
What bothers me is the fact that all their books are so well organized. Who is in your house doing that? I need that.
With this anymore. So normie-ish supporters that remained, gone. But
what's with the comb over? I've noticed.
Also, the hardcore supporters, many of them are going, you know what? A bridge too far. I'm out.
Looks like a nice chair. That is vintage as fuck. That thing is from at least 79.
Now, why do I say that?
For
because
real.
The whole Epstein case was like the core of their ideology for 5 to 10 years. Where in their mind, they say...
To be fair, Donald, that was Hegseth. Yes, Trump may have okayed it, but that was Hegseth's idea.
There's this elite cabal of Fredophiles that are...
Because he is 100% a chauvinist motherfucker that was just like, I know how to ruin this.
Running the government, and in their mythology, Trump was like the happy...
Oh no, Kyle losing some of the cool off the top.
Warrior coming in.
Time for some Nutrafol.
To destroy them and protect regular people. Well, what happens when it becomes very apparent that Trump is in that elite cabal of billionaire Fredophiles?
Yeah, mid-century Modin is coming back, and I hate it so much. The garage doors. Have you seen them? I had a few of them pop up in my neighborhood. With the garage doors with the 3 windows going down. Yeah, I remember those.
So in a weird...
I grew up in a neighborhood that was built in the 70s, so it was kind of funny.
Way,
I like to see that.
It's actually some of the hardest core supporters.
Oh, modern.
That see what's happening with Epstein, and they go...
Modin.
All right, you know what? I'm out. So if you're losing the normies that remain, to the extent they were normie at all, like I said, normie-ish, you're losing them because of the economy, and you're losing hardcore supporters because you're so clearly all over those Epstein files. Where do you go to get support?
No. Unfortunately, I have to criticize him. Un poquito. BTC has good suits that fit him very well. Him not so much. I've literally seen his cuff to his suit ratio be insane.
Port. You got nowhere to go, dog. You got nowhere to go.
Not trying to full Vosh this, but I know how to wear a suit.
Which is why, and stop and think about this, y'all. His approval rating just came out. It was 36%. And that's before this recent explosion with new Epstein emails that he's all over. That was before that. So, look, I've always told you, in my opinion...
That's a nice tie. Gray jacket, too? Solid.
The bottom for Trump is anywhere between 26% and 30%.
This is still the man that wore a khaki shirt. Khaki tie, khaki shirt. Can't forgive.
33%. Like I said, we're already at 36%. It may just be the case that the next round of polls that come out, he goes down to 33 or even 30, somewhere around there. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. He was
I hate watches.
at 30.
Like, I hate watches. This is, I watch, don't mind, but
36, and then after that, the Epstein emails dropped. Now, as I
never understood the whole watch as a, hey, look how much money I make. Like, fuck you.
I told you guys the other day, look at this. This is insane. So the Courier created a searchable database with all 20,000 of the Epstein files just released from Epstein's estate. That's a little misstated because, like I said, that's the Epstein emails. It's not the same as the Epstein files. Trump's name appears in them more than anyone else in 1,628 documents. Are you kidding me? 1,000
out of 20,000? That's a lot.
628. So all of us who were out there saying, bro, this
it's man jewelry. I don't mind man jewelry. I'm not wearing my beads today, but I wear the millennial beads. I got made fun of by my niece for those.
Dude's on every page of the Epstein files. Well, that's pretty
It's the bare wrist.
Close to true. That is pretty close to true.
Hey, there's nothing that hurts like as much as just when somebody that you care for just says, yeah, you know, those are what old people wear, right? Like, I don't know. It does something to you.
So just insane stuff. So now it's happening. It's happening. Donald Trump created Truth Social to be his safe space.
A whole lot of not caring, honestly.
He created it to be the more conservative MAGA version of Twitter. Well, now he somehow managed to piss these people.
It's more so the fact that she called me. She's like, let me guess. You got those at something where they told you that your energy is connected to them? I was like, quiet.
People off too. So let's read some of these replies to him. Starting to sweat.
Did I mention that my niece is vicious?
Donnie, let's hear it from your mouth. You can keep deflecting. You campaign on releasing the Epstein files, so you lied to your...
The damn it, like, I'm so proud of her, but it also sucks because she's funny, but in a way where she can be mean, and she's good at it.
Supporters, release the files. Not guilty people don't have meltdowns over hoaxes. Donald Trump is guilty, and if you deny the actual evidence, Epstein file...
Like the metal ball-bearing chain necklace? What? You mean like this one? You mean like this one? No.
Then you are just blind to the truth. The only...
No, I have the ones that are, like, it's the beads that have, you know, protective energy and stuff like that.
Hoax going on is coming from Donald Trump and his administration. Once again, as Trump has stated himself, if you keep telling...
To be fair, I was given...
a lie,
like,
they will eventually
there was
believe
a whole
you.
thing behind
it
them,
is a
but
hoax.
whatever.
If it is a hoax, then what is all the emails? Why the panic? Why the panic-held meetings? Why not release the information? Are you buying time to destroy evidence? For us regular people, if we do very naughty things, we go to prison for the rest of our lives. We aren't given promotions for it like you're allowing them to do. Just release it all, Trump. You fucking ran on that shit.
Oh my God.
You're a pedophile, Trump. At the point only your
that?
idiot fans still think you're innocent. You're losing the base. You're a fucking con man and all these idiots. Anyway, this goes on. Release the Epstein files, then prove that it's all a hoax. Trump is a pedophile. Bill Clinton is in the files. The only hoax is you. Your name is all over those emails. So this is Trump's safe space, bro.
Just when I thought Hassan's bees are bad.
This is Trump's safe space.
He's actually...
But it gets even better. So then there was this trend on social
That's awesome.
media.
Yeah.
Where
these are literally from 8th grade.
All of these former hardcore MAGA supporters started burning all of their MAGA merch.
Went to go see Rise Against the Machine, or Rise Against. I saw Rage Against the Machine with these two.
All right, so this is a Trump 2020 hat.
That looks cheap as fuck.
And if you're just going to be owned by the Jews and go against
2001 all over again. The thing is, I'm looking at myself in my monitor, and I'm not hating it.
Everybody.
Now notice, I need you to notice. So they're turning on him, but notice the language here. This person is a groyper, or they're Fuentes adjacent at the very least, right? And so the Republican base is hardcore.
Watch it not burn.
Radicalized.
It's like a Jehovah's Witness, Gideon's Bible.
Them are turning on Trump, but they're turning on Trump also because he's not fascist.
Why is the U so big?
Just enough to them.
That actually is America first.
And cover for pedophiles.
And cover for pedophiles.
Now that he is doing. For sure.
Then you can fuck off, Trump. You're losing people quick. What else do we got? We got some hoodies.
We're burning those in the big fire.
Oh, we're going to put those in the big fire?
Yeah, those are 2 polyester.
Got a Ultra MAGA shirt. We've got tons of flags. We got way more hats.
We don't have the flags anymore. I threw those away.
Oh,
This
you
is
threw
where
the
I do
flags
think
away
he was
already?
actually one of
Good.
those guys.
Oh yeah, here's some good kindling.
Yeah, that's
These are from the very first Trump rally we ever went to in 2016.
Bro spent money on all that.
17 when he came to Topeka, Kansas, and did a rally for Chris Kobach. Throw him in there. Piece of shit.
This is nice to watch. Gotta say, you know, you got your viral moment.
Have a good life with all your Jew owners.
Some from 2020, some from 2016.
Fuck you.
You sure as fuck aren't making America proud, right?
Right, that's money. I'd be selling that at market.
Now. And for the record, we stand with MTG and Massey.
Damn, y'all. All right, how about this one? Breaking. MAGA hats are being burned across social media. Is this finally the end of the
Yeah, you know shit is serious when Republicans pull out the lighter fluid.
movement? Here's one picture, MAGA hat burning. Here's another one, MAGA hat burning. Another one, this is a great picture, MAGA hat burning. Damn.
I love that. That's iconic.
Man, damn. Good luck trying to fix this one, Don. Good luck. All right, ready for this? So...
that burning plastic's mixing pretty well with the lead.
There's the vote for the release.
Dude, chat, you're being brutal tonight.
Release of the actual Epstein files on Tuesday. Okay, Adelita Grijalva was sworn in. She was the final vote that was needed to get to 218 to get those files released. The vote for that is on Tuesday.
God damn it.
And Trump was desperately behind the scenes trying to rally the troops to his side to get them to vote
Tim Dillon
against releasing those files.
I'm in for
what happened was word came out that anywhere from 50 to 100 Republicans were going to break ranks and vote to release the files.
I did.
So Trump, in an attempt to get ahead of this and not appear weak, what does he do? He decides, I'm going to go out there and totally reverse what I was just saying. So now I'm going to pretend like I've always been in favor of releasing all the Epstein files, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about. So he came out last night and he said this. As I said on Friday night aboard the Air Force One to the fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. And it's time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party, including our recent victory on the Democrats' shutdown. The Department of Justice has already turned over tens of thousands of pages to the public on Epstein, are looking at various Democrat operatives, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers, etc., and their relationship to Epstein, and the House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I do care about is that Republicans get back on point, which is the economy, affordability, where we are winning big, our victory on reducing inflation from the highest level in history to practically nothing, bringing down prices for the American people, historic tax cuts, yada, yada, yada. You guys get the gist of it. But now he's going, I don't know what you're talking about. I've always wanted these Epstein files to be released. I've always wanted that. So as I said, the FBI must have finished up removing all the references to Trump and Republicans. Now, why do I say that? Well, very simply, James O'Keefe had a video on this that dropped on September 4th. Department of Justice Deputy Chief admits government will, quote, redact every Republican while leaving all the liberal Democratic people on the Epstein client list. And he says Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a lower security prison as a benefit to keep her mouth shut. And I've been warning you guys, but why have they dragged their feet for so goddamn long? Why have they not released any of the actual Epstein files themselves? Because they're trying to clean them up. There was reporting in the past that Trump told the FBI, I believe it was, to clean up the files. And that's what they're doing, right? So, and now he thinks, oh, I'll just come out and say, I've always wanted them released. I don't know what you're talking about. As if that's going to fucking work. So now there's also another perspective on this as well that I should share with you. And Don Winslow lays it out here. So he says, number one, Trump is told he's going to lose the House vote. So you're going to have 50 to 100 Republican defectors, which means the files will be forced to be released. Okay. Number two, so Trump comes out and says Republicans should vote yes after a full year and blocking of everything. Number three, but he set a new investigation at the Justice Department. See, that's the part that people didn't realize. So Trump said the other day, we talked about this on our Friday show. Trump said the other day, I just ordered a new investigation of the Epstein thing. I'm investigating it. Don't worry. We're going to look into Reid Hoffman, look into all these Democrats, these dirty Democrats.
Still happy I do a better Trump than him.
So we talked about that, and it's like, that's weird. Why are you saying that now? Literally on the day where you're all over the Epstein.
Come on, Kyle. Come on. You try a little bit too hard. You got to go a little bit down, but you also got to just be more lazy with it.
Emails. Why would you come out and say, we're going to do an investigation? Well, very simply, and this explains it, because if you're doing an investigation, then those files, by law, have to remain sealed. See what he did there? You see what he did? So he said a new investigation at the Justice Department. Number 4.
Hey, Vermont voter. Thank you.
Justice Department comes out and says, we can't release due to the investigation. Number 5, Trump says, it's not my fault. I told them to vote yes. I said I wanted all the Epstein files released. And number 6, no, Trump never told Justice Department to release everything without any further delays and stop phony investigation into his political enemies. Exactly. So he comes out the other day, he says, I'm ordering a new investigation into Epstein. Then he comes out today and says, release all the files. You need to release them. Go vote for it. Sure, why not? No problem. Then it's going to be, we can't release all the most important ones because now there's a new investigation, so it's protected by law. You see, but here's the thing, guys. I don't think his little tricks are fucking working anymore. They're not actually working anymore. And they're not.
I said this earlier.
Not working because it's so fucking transparent.
Yep.
And we just saw the Epstein.
Everybody's used to his bullshit.
Emails.
Dude, when people hear the fake news thing, even his contingent now goes, all right, well, that's old hat. You only bring out the fake news when you're really pushed into a corner. God damn it.
You were all over those shits. And there were some massive bombshell stories. Like, for example, in 2011, Epstein talked about how Trump was at his house with one of the victims, quote, for hours. Okay, well, what do you think they were doing there? I think everybody knows what they were doing because we were born yesterday.
Playing patty cake.
Okay, that means Trump is on tape. He's on tape doing you know what. That is now blackmail material. The president is compromised. We now know that Epstein was Mossad. There's been detailed reporting on this from Dropsite recently and The Intercept recently, where Epstein was facilitating international deals for surveillance technology for the Ivory Coast and from Israel, because he's working for Israel. He regularly had Israeli spies stay at his place for weeks on end. He was buddy-buddy with Ehud Barak. He was a spy for Israel. He may have also been a freelancer in the sense that he also did some work for Russia as well, but he was definitely a spy. They definitely had blackmail material.
By the way, guys, if you're new here, real quick, I have a little fun game going on. Whoever the winner is that gets the exact number of how many peppers are in the jar, how many peppers did Pep pick? These came from my personal pepper garden. My name's Pep. So you guys get the gist? How many peppers are in the jar? How many peppers are in the jar? Make your guesses. The winner gets an exclusive coupon code for the major drop that's coming out for our merch.
Donald Trump. They could blackmail him. They could extort him. They could
show us your garden. Oh, it's already been harvested. It's the fall. My garden's gone.
Or they could do whatever they wanted. And now, wow, would you look at that? Israel keeps getting whatever the fuck they want from the Trump regime. Wow, would you look at that? So crazy, isn't it? So here he is scrambling. Everybody sees through it now, bro. Like I said, you're already at 36% approval rating. And now, after that, is when your movement is splintering and fracturing further. So he is really, really in a tough position. And here's the thing.
I'm in Illinois, so it is 39 degrees and everything is essentially dead.
I actually think he would largely be able to get away with this.
But I do have an indoor garden, if you know what I mean.
Gotten away with literally everything before. If it wasn't for the backstop of inflation is actually out of control, unemployment is rising.
You can check out the horticulture section over on my Discord. I actually have some pictures of all of my plants.
The economy is failing. His trade war is basically going to lead to another great recession, but probably a great depression type scenario. The AI bubble is bursting. That's happening like today as I speak to you. So if he had a good economy, I think he could largely weather this storm because you'd have enough people in the cult that said, hey, my life's good enough. I think this is all fake news. I'm with Trump. But that's not the case. People are really fucking struggling.
No worries.
So the backstop of the family.
It's confusing. As a damn near 40-year-old myself that had to figure all this out by himself, it's a lot.
Failing economy mixed with him just being outed in these Epstein emails. There's no way around it, bro. There's no way around it. So we might actually be looking at Trump falling into that range between 26% and 33%.
But you do not need a Discord to guess how many peppers are in the jar.
which would be a glorious.
Also, the merch. I know you guys got to take my word at it, but it's fire.
Glorious thing to see.
And there's only going to be about 10 shirts of each available for everybody, so...
But he's in trouble.
Gonna have to
this
get
is
on
a
him.
full-on mutiny. This is a full-on revolt. MAGA is in...
And for real, I'm so proud of them. They're going to be comfortable as shit, and it's merch that you can wear anywhere. You don't have to, like, know the YouTube channel or anything like that. Like, it looks fucking, like, I'm so proud of it.
In total meltdown.
And I didn't even design it.
Down as we speak. And it's hard to foresee any improvement in this moment. Some of his strongest soldiers are
I had input, but
now gone. The fact that now the Republican politicians are going to vote to release the Epstein files, he didn't actually want that. Make no mistake about it. So now that some weaknesses
you're on Blue Sky?
is being shown, oh, well, now the precedent is laid, and you can basically become a lame duck like that. So here we are. It didn't even take a year. All the horrible things they did, it didn't even take a year for the incompetence and his past, his dark, dark past, to finally catch up with him. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now.
You want to. That's the way I got to do it right there. I'm not even kidding. Don't be surprised when you see my new stuff kind of pivot over to that kind of profile. Also, follow me on Blue Sky and for better or worse, X. Because I also give my thoughts over on X, and yeah, it helps me share my stuff, and it's also a just-in-case place where if something, were to happen, let's not put that out there, but yeah, just in case.
Some of the people that we mentioned are being looked at very seriously for their relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, but they were with him all the time. I wasn't at all. And we'll see what happens. What I just don't want Epstein to do
Oh, shit. Vermont, I thought you were over on YouTube.
is detract from the great success of the Republican Party, including the fact that the Democrats are totally blamed for the shutdown. They cost our country hundreds of billions of dollars with that, at a lot of inconvenience. So I'm for any. I don't.
He is not sounding good at
We'll
all.
give them everything. Sure, I would. Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody look at it. But don't talk about it too much, because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends, all of them. And it's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax. And I don't want to take it away from really the greatness of what the Republican Party has accomplished over the last period of time.
Some breaking news here. When asked if he would sign the bill compelling the release of the Epstein files, Donald Trump said, quote, "Sure I would." There had been some concern after Trump made a big show last night of saying, quote, "As I said on Friday night aboard Air Force One to the fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide." That was Donald Trump's way of maybe allowing it to pass the House, where its passage was inevitable, but that it would be stalled in the Senate, or at the very least, would never get signed into law by Trump himself. But now that Trump has said publicly that he would sign it, it makes it that much more difficult to crawl away from that position.
All right, Vermont. Since you were on YouTube, a follow for a follow.
Granted, am I so naive to think that Donald Trump will just willfully give in after all this fight? No. But if the guy is going to go on record saying that he's got nothing to hide and then tries to hide it anyway, all that does is make him look even more suspicious and more guilty than he already
Check your subs.
does. And by the way, I should note that he did not say that Republicans should release the Epstein files.
By the way, what the hell is that video that I just saw? What is this? Vermont Party. Text messages only.
When he was aboard Air
Do you do live call-ins or something like that?
Force One. What happened is that Donald Trump realized that House Republicans...
Oh, wait a minute. I think that we've talked before. You ran for something, didn't you?
Were defecting from him one by one, with Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna even announcing that he expects anywhere from 30 to
That's me.
50 Republicans to ultimately sign on to the effort to release the files.
So how many
Republicans do you think are going to vote for this?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be interviewing a few candidates for the Illinois 9th coming up. I'm a resident of the Illinois 9th, so I'm not your average YouTuber that's just going to be asking Kat Abu-Ghazaleh and the other candidates what they are planning to do for me.
Next week when Speaker Johnson
Even though Kat is probably the one that I'm like,
brings it to a vote.
I think there's going to be a deluge of Republicans. The longer this goes on, the more support we gain. And I think the Speaker recognized that, and that's why after months of trying to stop us, he's decided to accelerate the vote because he knows we're going to get votes, and that's going to carry momentum into the Senate. And that's why it's important to get a big vote in the House for Roe and I on this measure, is because that's where it goes next, is the Senate.
Yeah, so what happens here when it goes, if it passes and it does have that deluge of Republicans? I know you said today you thought 40 to 50 could potentially vote for it. Is that right?
Well, I think the Speaker's concluded if you can't stop the parade, you might as well lead it. And so now he's saying, I want to have the vote. I do think that you could get 30, 40, 50 Republicans voting for it, because what are we talking about? We're talking about rich and powerful men who abused young girls and told people in junior high to go recruit others to be raped or abused. That's what we're talking about. And
Vermont Party, Vermont.
we're saying that these victims
Thank you.
want to expose the men who did this to them. Some of these men still have buildings named after them. Some of them still have scholarships named after them. Enough. And so I think when it's actually a vote on the House floor, do you want these files released? Republicans and Democrats are going to vote yes.
And yet now, in the aftermath of Donald Trump's new announcement today, Thomas Massie has come out and tweeted, looking forward to attending this bill signing. And in fact, now that Trump's made this announcement, now all the supplicants are free to pretend that they're taking a virtuous stand. Troy Nehls, who is the Republican representing the inside of Trump's colon, had just taken a Twitter 3 days ago, writing, I'll be voting no on the Epstein hoax. The Democrats are using the Epstein hoax to distract us from the winning of President Trump and his administration. My message to Republican colleagues, don't let this noise keep us from delivering on the mandate that the American people gave us. President Trump, I stand by you in the fight to save America. I'm not going to let this hoax manufactured by Democrats slow us down. Very brave. I'm sure Jeffrey Epstein is looking up from his hellfire-shrouded existence and nodding along with affection, Troy Nehls. But now that Daddy Trump has given Troy permission not to protect pedophiles, he struck a much, much different tone, as the New York Times reports that Nehls will indeed vote to release the files that just 3 days ago he swore he would never do. How about that? All it takes is some self-reflection, some courage, integrity, and permission from the God King, and suddenly it really is possible to do the right thing. But I have to note, too, all of this is a big dog and pony show, because if Donald Trump wants the files released, as he says he does, then he can just release them himself. The whole reason that this process in Congress is playing out is expressly because Trump himself is serving as an obstacle to releasing the files that are in his administration's possession right now. So if he really wanted transparency, as again he says he does, he wouldn't bless the House vote. He would just skip all of that nonsense and release them himself today, right now. Honestly, tell me what the difference is between the bill passing the House, then passing the Senate, then going to Trump's desk for his signature, versus him just releasing them on his own today. There's no difference at all, except for the fact that this is a lot of extra steps during which Donald Trump could, at any point, gum up the works, which I have every expectation in the world that he'll do. Again, if he wanted them released quickly, expeditiously, without any delay, he would just do it, which is all the proof you need that he doesn't actually want them to see the light of day. And finally, one more point here. Trump seems insistent that he wants to get back to his affordability agenda. So let's talk about what that agenda actually entails. Because remember, Trump campaigned on lowering the cost of housing, of rent, of groceries, of eggs. And what did he do once he had power? He engaged in a trade war that raised the cost of everything. He cut Medicaid from 17 million Americans.
This is the end of the Trump administration. This is the beginning of the lame duck presidency. It's obvious to everyone, even his most ardent supporters show up to the White House, like Laura Ingraham, and she's kind of shocked, going, what the hell's going on?
If you're just... His voice is getting a little less scratchy. What's up with that? It's almost like he was doing a character.
Going to be owned by the Jews and go against everybody that actually is America first
And cover for pedophiles.
and cover for pedophiles, then you can fuck off, Trump. You're losing people quick.
Yeah,
These are from the very first Trump rally we ever went to in 2017 when he came to Topeka, Kansas, and did a rally for Chris Kobach. Throw him in there. Piece of shit.
Well, MAGA is dead, at least according to some of Donald Trump's biggest dick riders, and they're hopping off of his cock for a number of reasons. His comments about Americans not being talented as a justification for H-1B visas, his support for Israel, the Epstein revelations, and also his relentless attacks on former allies that Trump supporters still like, such as Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And that one really seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back, which led to Trump's own supporters burning their MAGA hats in protest, to which the patriotic blonde responded, "What a sad end to something we all worked so hard for. I never thought it would end this way." Other former Trump supporters with prominent followings on Twitter, like Evan Kilgore, shared a meme of him throwing away his MAGA hat and putting on an America First hat. He also tweeted MAGA is dead and shared this tweet from neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, who says, "So now Ben Shapiro, Randy Fine, and Lindsey Graham."
Damn, dude, this really is actually, like, usually I wouldn't even give credence to this, but this does seem like this is gonna stick.
Are considered MAGA, but Marjorie Greene, Tucker Carlson, and Thomas Massie are not. Your Israel First MAGA movement is dead. The America First movement is the future. And to be clear, these lines aren't being drawn because anti-Israel conservatives like Nick Fuentes are opposed to apartheid and genocide. They couldn't care less about Palestinians. Rather, they're motivated by anti-Semitism, and they feel like the Republican Party should also tolerate hatred against Jewish people, seeing as how they're okay with bigotry against basically every other marginalized community. And that's not a straw man, as Dropsite News reports.
I mean,
Nick Fuentes, who has praised Hitler and is openly anti-Semitic, says Republicans are hypocrites for tolerating
put a little pepper on the side of the hat.
Cruelty and abuse towards Muslims, black people, and other minorities while drawing the line at anti-Semitism. He argues his own politics are simply the logical endpoint of that bigotry. And he's not necessarily wrong about that hypocrisy there, but I mean, imagine making your entire identity about being mad that the party you identify with, that you agree with on like 99.9% of the issues, won't also let you hate.
Oh, I'm not thinking that they're like all of a sudden pivoting to the left. I just like to see the dissolution of it.
Another minority group.
Hey, any break in their party means that it's not as strong as it was the day before.
It's just such a clown show. But that argument is resonating with Trump supporters for obvious reasons, because, you know, you can't greenlight hate
green hat that says make America chill again
speech against certain groups, but then draw the lines against others, right? And the same thing is happening towards Indian Americans, who are seeing a lot of backlash towards MAGA, and they're being told to go back to their country and whatnot.
Crap, did I just make merch?
I mean, you just look at any post from Vivek Ramaswamy and you see all of the vitriol being directed his way by people who are supposed to be part of that America First movement or Make America Great Again movement or whatever the fuck they're calling themselves these days. It seems arbitrary and inconsistent to not let them hate all groups of people, since hating minorities is like the bread and butter of the Republican Party. And
green yell at Make America Brazil again.
That is exactly why Fuentes' Groyper movement has been able to capture the heart and soul of the Republican Party, because it is viewed as, I guess, the purest form of American conservatism. And, you know, the conservatives who are currently angry about Nick Fuentes' rise, they have to understand that this is the problem that they created for themselves. They made a monster that they're no longer able to control, and it's creating real rifts within the GOP. For example, the Heritage Foundation, which is responsible for Project 2025, is imploding currently because of its president's refusal to unequivocally condemn Tucker Carlson for platforming Nick Fuentes. But that's just one dimension of the splintering that we're seeing, because Epstein is turning out to be another sticking point, with Trump deciding to burn his bridge with Marjorie Taylor Greene entirely because of it. And on Friday, he announced that he was withdrawing his support for, quote, wacky Marjorie Greene, because all she does does is complain, complain, complain. And he seems to confirm AOC's account that Marjorie was mad at Donald Trump because he discouraged her from running for the Senate or governor in Georgia. And Trump says that she's mad because he's not taking her calls, but says that he can't take a ranting lunatic's call every day, and goes on to say that he'll endorse a primary opponent against Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, even though MAGA NPCs like Laura Loomer and Cat Turd immediately flipped on Marjorie Greene like that, a lot, if not most, of Trump supporters actually seemed pretty sympathetic towards Marjorie Taylor Greene, especially because she says that it led to a harassment campaign against her where pizzas were being called to her house, and on top of that, a pipe bomb threat was called into her construction company, to which she says, President Trump's unwarranted and vicious attacks against me were a dog whistle to dangerous radicals that could lead to serious attacks on me and my family. She then goes on to say that the rhetoric against her could ultimately lead to a harmful or even deadly outcome, and adds, also the timing of this happens to be days before we take the vote on releasing the Epstein files. Now, in another tweet, she says, I am now being contacted by private security firms with warnings for my safety as a hotbed of threats against me are being fueled and egged on by the most powerful man in the world, the man I supported and helped get elected. Aggressive rhetoric attacking me has historically led to death threats and multiple convictions of men who were radicalized by the same type.
So pizza made, pizza delivered, not delivered, goes to pizza men. Don't do it too much.
Of rhetoric being directed at me right now, this time by the...
If you're going to do it, make sure that you swap up pizza stores just so you don't... Yeah, I mean, free meals for the pizza delivery crew and the staff, not a bad thing, but make sure it's not the same store.
President of the United States. As a woman, I take threats from men seriously. I now have a small...
This is just a theoretical
understanding of the fear and pressure the women who are victims of Jeffrey Epstein and his cabal must feel. Now she invokes Epstein again, saying it's why Trump is attacking her, writing, it really makes you wonder what's in those files and who and what country is putting so much pressure on him. And that's a rhetorical question. The actual answer is Israel, which we'll get to in a moment. But, you know, it's a good question for her to ask, because I'm glad that somebody with clout in the MAGA movement is finally saying this. But with that being said, you know, in response to her condemning the vitriol being directed her way and harassment, you know, it begs the question, why should we feel sympathy for her when she's co-signed all of Trump's vicious attacks against other people, including her own colleagues in the House like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib? Like, why should we think that all of a sudden, you know, this is something that is condemnable now that it's being directed at you? And she actually had a surprisingly reasonable answer to that question when it was posed to her by Dana Bash on CNN.
Dana, I think that's fair criticism. And I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the toxic politics. It's very bad for our country. And it's been something I've thought about a lot, especially since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, is that I'm only responsible for myself and my own words and actions. And I am committed, and I've been working on this a lot lately, to put down the knives in politics. I really just want to see people be kind to one another, and we need to figure out a new path forward that is focused on the American people, because as Americans, no matter what side of the aisle we're on, we have far more in common than we have differences. Yeah. And we need to be able to respect each other with our disagreements.
Sounds good, but show us, don't tell us, because you were just attacking trans people the other day, saying that we should deny them health care, and she was attacking immigrants the week before that. So you'll have to forgive me for not really buying her bullshit, because I think that what we're seeing right now is a political calculation. It's obvious that she's making a maneuver in order to be the heir to Trump's throne. She's presenting
Good luck.
herself as...
Wait, does anybody think that that's what she's doing here? I mean, if that's the case, then
a more civilized alternative to Donald Trump in order to minimize opposition from normies and liberals in 2028, but also to present herself to the base as a more ideologically consistent America First alternative to Donald Trump, who betrayed everybody. I think it's a really savvy move, but I don't think that she realizes that it's not probably going to pay off, because I don't think that the whole fascist girl boss act is going to resonate with Trump's misogynistic base, with the Republican Party's misogynistic base. Like, we saw the way that they reacted to Nikki Haley running. So I just don't know how you talking about weak men is going to land in this party. Nonetheless, have at it. I'm glad that she's doing this. I approve of this political move that she's making, since obviously it is accelerating the decline of the Trump era, which is great. Now, on the subject of Donald Trump, he was asked about the threats that he incited against her, and predictably, he did not give a shit at all.
Her life is in danger.
God damn it.
Who's that?
No way. Okay.
Marjorie Trader Green.
Marjorie Trader Green. She's already got her nickname, folks.
I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
So yeah, he's doing what he always does after steamrolling
Katana Ranja. Not sure if she is able to be rational or civil.
A former ally. He's doubling down.
Oh, and civil.
And tripling down and saying
I'm gonna stick with the original one, or
what he said about them before. The difference this time, though, is that I'm not sure that it's going to land as well as it usually does, because his base really is pissed off. Although I don't want to overstate their anger, because, you know, the online discourse might not necessarily reflect how right-wing normies are feeling, the people who watch Fox News, because, you know, he still does seem to have a really strong hold on GOP propaganda outlets, notably Fox News, which is tacitly defending him by talking about anything but Jeffrey Epstein, including items Taco Bell might be removing from the menu in lieu of the Epstein files. Although in Fox News' defense, if they really do remove all potato items and the triple layer nachos, that is objectively newsworthy and a damn shame.
The potato. What?
Might I add? But
no.
But on a serious note, you still do have some Trump supporters sticking by his side, even though we're seeing more and more damaging Epstein revelations come.
My cheesy potatoes. No.
Now, we talked about Megyn Kelly's abhorrent defense on Friday, but there are others, like this guy, Christopher Aldana on Twitter, who are coming out as sexual predators themselves.
Taco Bell, it's fire ass, circle of fire. Well, some of us still live in a in an economic point in our lives where that sometimes must be meal.
Support of Donald Trump.
And sometimes meal also equals, hey, potatoes with a little bit of sour cream and a little bit of hot sauce.
Others are making an argument similar to Megyn Kelly, where they're essentially questioning the age of consent and saying it's technically not pedophilia, actually it's a phobophilia, and they're trying to make these distinctions.
Forgot the cheese. Duh.
And split hairs. And it's nauseating, but it's not necessarily surprising.
I wish I was kidding. No, if they take that away, I'm going to be mad.
But even though some Trump supporters aren't drawing a line at possible pedophilia, they are drawing a line at a different place regarding Epstein. And that was explained by Marjorie Taylor Greene on CNN. That line is Israel, of course.
We saw Jeffrey Epstein with ties to Ehud Barak. We saw him making business deals with them, also business deals that involved the Israeli government, and seems to have led into their intel agencies. And I think the right question is to ask is, was Jeffrey Epstein working for Israel?
And that right there, my friends, is another reason why Trump supporters are still very much interested in the Epstein files, even if they don't necessarily care about justice for Epstein's victims, because, you know, there's reason to believe that Epstein really was Mossad, and this feeds into their anger about Trump being Israel first, as
more reasons to believe it than to not believe it at this point,
as opposed to America.
I mean, it seems like he was bred for that position
first. And I just want to point out that
and Russian spies, there's another one in there too.
These people are opposed to Israel, again, not because they care about genocide or apartheid or Palestinian people and their struggle, but because they actually are anti-Semitic. They are what, you know, all the pundits were saying college students were, who were opposed to the genocide. And perhaps if Republicans spent the last 2 years criticizing people in their own party who were actually Nazis instead of peaceful pro-Palestinian protesters, and saying that they were the ones who were anti-Semitic, maybe we wouldn't be here. Maybe if conservatives hadn't spent decades teaching their base to hate every single marginalized community, then maybe we wouldn't be here. But, you know, this is a monster of their own making, and the chickens have come home to roost. But regardless of where they land on Epstein, you know, they've at least got to be smart enough to realize that the revelations are indefensible, even by their own standards. And I say this because in one Epstein email with his brother, I don't know the specifics, I'm not going to pull it up, but there was basically a claim from Epstein that Trump...
Damn it, Mike, you're not going to make this funny?
sucked Bubba's dick, which is Bill Clinton's nickname, who used to be friends with Donald Trump. And there's a photograph of him grabbing Bill Clinton's dick. Now, we don't have any additional context. We have no idea if Epstein was saying this in jest or not, but it led to a lot of jokes online regardless. And even a story about how Ghislaine's horse is named Bubba. And I don't know if that's been debunked yet or if a headline that was fake that's being shared about that was debunked. Either way, people online are asking, so did Trump suck Bill Clinton's dick or a horse's dick? And that is something that I don't think a lot of conservatives are going to want to defend, although they've surprised me before. So, if we see other conservatives come out and talk about how, yeah, they've sucked a horse cock or two, it honestly wouldn't surprise me at this point. But putting all of that aside, the latest revelations contradict Donald Trump's claims about his relationship with Epstein, and it really speaks to a perverted pattern of behavior from Donald Trump. And we're reaching the point where it really feels like the dam is starting to burst open, because Trump is now calling for the release of the Epstein files himself, even though he's fought this for months now. So, if you don't want the Epstein files to get out, but all of a sudden you're saying release them, what does that mean? And nobody really knows the answer to that. We don't know if he's going to try to redact his name and release the files that way, or just leave his name in there and just continue to claim that anything about him in the files is a hoax. Either way, his acquiescence signals that he knows this is a losing battle, and fighting to prevent the release is worse for him than it getting out and him just lying and saying it's fake. Although, it's going to be tough to maintain that lie given more that we're learning about Donald Trump in stories like this from his former fixer's daughter.
You were playing tennis and you came off the court. And here's how it was written in Vanity Fair. Somehow Trump's attention was diverted to another skirt walking off a tennis court. Quote, "Look at that piece of ass," Cohen recalls Trump saying as he whistled and pointed. Quote, "I would love some of that." It so happened that Trump was referring to Cohen's then 15-year-old daughter, Samantha. Do you remember that moment? Because it goes on to write that after that, you came over, he wanted you to give him a kiss, and he said, "When did you get such a great figure?"
So, as I told Emily, the story is a little bit less
Jesus
clear to me.
fucking Christ, guys.
I'm sure many women can relate. You become desensitized to men making these kinds of comments to you, and you allow them to go over your head and you kind of tune out the noise. But what stood out to me in that moment was he said to my dad, "Well, there's no way that she got her looks from you. Thank God you married a beautiful woman." And I was desensitized to men making creepy comments about me, but I was not desensitized to someone blatantly insulting and degrading my father in front of me, someone who I looked up to and loved very much. And that was very upsetting to me. And that made me think, okay, maybe Trump doesn't treat my father so well.
And I do want to get to that in a moment about the way he treated your father. But first, back to that for a second. He also, at least in the book, it says that he said to you, "Be careful, I'll be dating your friends in a few years." He was married.
Jesus fucking Christ.
To Melania at that time when he said that to you. Did you ever get the impression that he was hitting on you?
No, I didn't get the impression that he was hitting on me directly, but I had the impression that he was interested in younger women and that, women would age out for him.
So she's confirming what we all suspected, that Donald Trump is attracted to children, which is despicable and disgusting, but not surprising given what we already knew about this man, given what we knew about the Epstein files, given what we knew about him walking into dressing rooms at teen beauty pageants, given what we knew about the 26 women who accused him of sexual misconduct, given what we knew about him being found liable for rape of E. Jean Carroll. And when you step back and you look at the bigger picture and you see the puzzle pieces being put together and you see it all come into focus, it doesn't look good. We'll put it that way. But again, Epstein is one of many reasons why his movement is starting to splinter. And I don't think that it's too early to actually declare that this is the beginning of the end of the MAGA movement. This is the beginning of the end of the Trump era in the United States. Because even though he's been criticized by the base before, here and there on vaccines and whatnot, he's never experienced backlash this intense by his own supporters for a sustained amount of time. They always fall in line, they always acquiesce, but this time it does feel different. But even though, I'm concerned that the next iteration of American fascism could be worse, given how they're moving towards outright Nazism, I am happy to at least see the movement fall apart, given the short-term benefit that would yield for all of us, because it threatens his grip on power. So I hope that infighting continues, I hope that Marjorie Taylor Greene continues to attack him, and I hope that he responds, because if they're tearing each other apart, they'll be less effective at tearing the entire fucking country apart. So let them fight.
Fuck yeah. Well said. Oh, man. Oh, fucking A. All right, folks. That will conclude our evening because I have to prepare for my show tomorrow on this space, which will likely be covering something similar to what's going on here and just kind of breaking down the obvious nature of the grift and everything that the right wing is doing, and Donald Trump doing his cynical pivots every single time where it's like, oh, so you're telling me that he already had an out here. Cool. Propaganda. That's it. Also, so you guys know, like I said, I have some interviews coming up here I'm very excited for. The people joining the show are definitely more in a professional class, so if you guys are a little shocked by the professional pep, just be prepared, because no 420 for those. But post-interview, we will be definitely going for it, because probably gonna need it. But with that being said, folks, I appreciate you all hanging out tonight. Thank you for anybody that is new here and enjoyed the show. I really appreciate you guys stopping by. Again, shout out Christina for rating the channel, and also, again, being a This Space collaborator. We all have fun over there. We really do. This Space is probably one of the coolest things that we have over on YouTube. So if you haven't already, actually, I have this one pulled up specifically to do this. Follow This Space. Again, me and Christina. We collaborate. Sometimes together, sometimes not. Although, funny enough, I was going to reach out to her for a collaboration today before she even rated the channel. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. All right. Let me set up my outro. All right, folks. I will catch you tomorrow, noon, Central Standard Time. Please come check it out. It is an exclusive hour called Propaganda. I do a little bit of a different format show, more of a sober look at things, but yeah, come by, check it out, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that off-center screen. Isn't that fun? All right, let's cue that outro. Woo woo!
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Well, we were thinking about doing a China tour.
Yeah.